What's up guys? Back with another story which is on, what if Bella's second chance was Alaska? Before starting I've added some interesting product links in the comments section, do check out them too. So let's move on to story. We're leaving, Bella, he said. His gold eyes stared at me intently, as if wishing this moment would be over. His pale features were set, emotionless, giving nothing away. I furrowed my brow in confusion. Okay, I said slowly. This could work. Maybe I wouldn't have to tell them the truth of my illness until later. I could spare Charlie. I'll just need some time to tell Charlie something. The smallest twitch in his lip made me trail off. His left eye twitched minutely, so small I never would have noticed if I hadn't spent so much time around him and his family. I swallowed hard and forced out my next words. When you say we, I mean my family and me, he clarified. Those few words made my heart cry out in pain as I slowly realized what was happening. They were going to leave me behind. The Cullens were leaving me. Why? If this is about the party, I said, it doesn't. It isn't just the party, Bella, he said. His voice had started to turn cold, matching the look in his eyes. It is about everything that has happened. You are in danger around us, and you will never be safe. You are better off without us. You can have a normal, full happy life then. A happy life. A normal, full, happy life. They thought that was what they were giving me. They thought that they were going to give me a reason to live. That THEY were being, protecting, my soul from damnation from being around them. I couldn't help the laugh that burst from my chest. I was faced with death ever since I was 7. As a little girl I had gone through stage 2 ovarian cancer. 6 rounds of chemo and the cruel bullying and taunting of other kids in my grade. At the age of 17 I went through moving into a new town, being the new girl and almost be crushed by a van. I had gotten lost in Port Angeles and almost raped by a group of men and possibly killed by them. I had been hunted by a vampire who wanted to kill me and lived. Now, at the age of 18, the cancer was back, and it was back with a vengeance. Instead of the stage 2 cancer, I was infected with stage 4 cancer, at least I almost was. I'd be terminal soon if treat meant wasn't soon, and they thought they were helping me. They thought that they were saving me. From what? From the possibility of more shopping trips with Alice. From the love and affection I had learned to love from Esme. From the family I had thought of them to be. If that was dangerous, everyone in this whole world should be alone. I stopped laughing when he suddenly growled. His blank gaze suddenly hardened into 2 orbs of solid gold. This is not a laughing matter, Bella, he said sternly, as if speaking to a child. We are leaving, and that is the end of it. I'm sorry to do this to you, but it has to be done. We aren't good for you, and frankly you aren't good for us. That caught my attention. I looked up at him, silently asking for him to elaborate through my eyelashes. He sighed. You are making us think we are human. It is not healthy for us. We are all killers, my whole family. Is it nice to believe we are human? Yes, but it is not good. It will be best for all of us if we part ways here. I took in a deep breath, clenching my hands into fists at my sides. The swell of anger that boiled in my chest, mixing with the pain of my heart breaking, was almost deafening. I could feel it rushing through my veins with every beat my heart made in this moment. I was going to tell them the truth that no one in Forks knew. I thought that they deserved to know what was going to happen. Why it was going to happen. I thought that as my family, they would want to know why I would suddenly be hollow and sickly. Apparently, though, they didn't care. They didn't care enig to even be here for the decency to tell me they were leaving themselves. Jasper, I could understand, he felt guilty from what I last knew, and Alice had to be with him. Rosalie I could see avoiding this. And maybe Emmett if he had to follow, but Carlisle and Esme. What excuse did they have? Did all of them really just see me as a way back to their humanity? Did any of them actually love me like I loved them? Was I truly just a toy all this time, while I believed that I had finally found someone who I could spend the rest of my life with? A family. I almost jumped when I felt his hand on my shoulder. I jerked my head up to see him standing directly in front of me just a few inches away. His hand on me was awkward. It didn't feel like the normal caress it usually did. It felt cold, hard, foreign. Do something for me, he said lowly. His thumb gently rubbed my shoulder through my clothes. Be safe, and don't do anything reckless that could hurt you or Charlie. I almost laughed again, and I would have, if it wasn't for his lips pressed against my forehead suddenly. My body went rigid, as if the touch of his skin suddenly made all of this more real than I thought it was. He pulled away haltingly, his breath still hitting my forehead before his hand left my shoulder and he stepped away completely. I barely had time to look at him through my eyelashes before his body blurred into the woods and disappeared. I stood there for a second, processing everything. I looked at where he stood for a second, touching the spot he had just kissed on my forehead. In that moment, my heart realized its other half had left. And my body crashed to the ground in sobs. I woke with a start as I bolted upright in my bed. My body scrambled under the covers, trying vainly to throw the bedsheets off of me as I tangled my limbs in them. When I finally became mostly free, I jumped out of bed and sprinted for the door, dragging what remained of the sheets around my ankle. I grabbed the door and threw it open, my heart hammering wildly in my chest as my stomach churned. I took in deep breaths as I sprinted down the hall, my footsteps echoing around the house as I reached the bathroom door. I flashed my hand to the side, snapping on the bathroom light as I collapsed in front of the toilet, pushing up the lid just in time to vomit. Everything that was left in my stomach flew out of my mouth Oh, the water of the bowl that turned a revolting yellow, orange color. I coughed as I puked, holding my hair back with my thin fingers to keep it from getting tangled in the mess. A hand suddenly grabbed my hair, holding it back for me as another rubbed my back in soothing patterns. They moved with me as I rocked back and forth slightly over the toilet, getting out every part of that vial that had rested in me. Then, after a few minutes, I finally stopped retching. I took in a deep breath, feeling the vomit on the corner of my mouth and lips. I stared down at the gross contents of the bowl for a second as the pungent air hit me through my nostrils. I rocked away from the toilet as the hands released my hair and back. One closed the toilet and the other flushed it. The water was turned on as I leaned against the bathroom wall, trying to regain my energy from the episode. There was a small grunt as Charlie squatted down in front of me with a damp rag. He wiped at my mouth, getting rid of the vomit around my mouth and anywhere else. Neither of us said anything as he cleaned off the puke, readjusting the rag in his hand to make sure he was using clean sides. After the last swipe, he looked into my eyes. The medicine again, he asked knowingly. We had been on this roller coaster many times before. Sometimes my medication just wouldn't let me hold down anything and I would throw up and my digestive tract hadn't already taken. Sometimes it was at night and sometimes it was during the day, either way it sucked like hell. I gave a small nod, rubbing my eyes with my skinny fingers. It just kind of woke me up, I murmured. I looked down at my hands as they fell into my lap again. I had lost almost 15 pounds ever since I first started chemo 2 years ago. The first round wasn't horrible, and I was able to withstand it some, but after a while the symptoms started to set in. My appetite shrank and I would vomit whatever I had left right after a round. My hair had stayed, though, and I was grateful for that. We had a good feeling about it staying as it didn't really go away much when I first went through chemo. It brightened my day up little when I was able to mess with it. Charlie nodded and looked at the clock we had positioned on the wall in front of the toilet after several of these trips already. It's a little past 2 in the morning. Do you want to go back to bed or stay up? He asked. I sighed. I think I'll stay up for a bit until I feel better. He nodded. All right, he agreed. He set the puke rag on the counter and grabbed my cold hands in his warm ones. He smiled and pulled me up. Here we go. He began to lead me back to my room. I leaned against Charlie, letting him support me. Charlie had been the one to take care of me this time. Last time Ren was the one I lived with for the treatment when I was 7 back in Arizona. This time I lived with Charlie up here in Alaska. We had stayed in Forks for a while, driving to the hospital in Portland, Gilles for my treatment before we would drive home. The cancer had lessened a little, but not enough while in Forks. We knew I needed better treatment, but it was too expensive for us. Then, Phil had a moment. He met a guy on the baseball team, Tom, who had a brother that was a doctor up here in Alaska that specialized in my kind of cancer. He said that he wanted to help and he called his brother Drive. Ford and my new treatment was set up as a favor. So, almost 2 years after chemo, Charlie and I moved up here to stay at Tom's vacation home for the new treatment. We had been here for a few weeks now, and had met with the doctor twice. And just had my first round of chemo here the other day. Alaska was kind of nice. It wasn't too different from Forks, but it was the nice kind of different at same time, almost like when you get a new room style that's more fitting to your personality than the old one was, but still the same room. I had too many memories haunting me back in Forks, and the move might have helped me with my optimism. Charlie guided me into my bedroom as he turned on the light, and bent down to grab what of my sheet had been torn from the bed. He threw it back onto the mattress and pulled to leave a space open for me to slide in. I settled myself on the bed, too exhausted to argue about being fragile, like I usually did. I got myself comfortable, moving my pillow to be propped up so I could read another book, or maybe play some more music. Charlie put the sheet and covers over me when I had gotten settled and looked at me. "Do you want me to keep you company?" he asked. I shook my head and smiled. "No, go ahead and go back to bed, Dad. You need it," I said. "You do too." "I'll be fine," I assured, giving a small roll of my eyes to overlook his tone. I knew he was right that I did need sleep, but I knew I wouldn't be able after the episode. Not for a while, anyways. He gave me a small look, but nodded with a small sigh and began to back out of the room. "All right, I'll go to bed. But if you need me, come and get me," he said as he fought off a yawn. I nodded. "I will. Good night, Bells." "Night, Dad." Charlie closed the door behind him as he slipped out of my room. He stood there for a second before he turned and walked down the hall. I listened to his retreating footsteps as they soon disappeared into his room. I gave a small sigh, resting my head against the frame of my bed. Charlie really had done a lot for me, and I was starting to feel like I was becoming a burden to him, more of a burden than I had been in Forks after the Cullens. I closed my eyes for a moment, letting myself sit in peace and silence as I gathered my thoughts. It was kind of nice sometimes, being alone with my thoughts. It allowed my body to relax and process things when they became stressful, almost my own version of meditation. This mediation, however, didn't last long when pale skin, golden eyes and various hair colors of blonde, brunette, caramel and bronze brushed against my eyelids. I snapped my eyes open. I shook my head, trying to clear my mind of the Cullens that would result in keeping me awake for hours. I sighed and looked around my room, deciding what to do. My eyes landed on the piano in the corner of my room. It was electric, not like the miniature grand piano I had back in Forks. I had taken up music as a way of therapy during my first few weeks of chemo. I became a little too involved in it, honestly, and played more often than I did speak for a while. The piano in my own way was my way of speaking. The music allowed me to express thoughts and ideas that I didn't have the ability to before. The tone, tempo and sound of the song expressed my mood, my deepest thoughts. The piano became one of my best confidants, and the best thing about it was that no one and nothing could hear what thoughts I had said to it. I smiled a little and climbed out of bed. The cold air hit my legs harshly, sending a chill up my spine. Even how I had on sweatpants thanks to what little meat I had on my bones. Being 105 pounds was hard to manage with my whole weight fluctuation, and more common than not I was under my minimum weight of 105. I ignored the chill as I approached the bench and sat, causing it to creak slightly under my weight. My fingers expertly turned on the keyboard. I turned the volume down and hit the middle C to test the volume. When it still seemed a little too loud, I turned it down just a little more and then smiled. I set my fingers on the keyboard and let the song Oceans begin to play from my fingertips. Unlike Edward, I had actually grown to learn songs that were more modern and recent along with classics like Clair de Lune. I wrote my own pieces as well, but most of them were improvised unless I got stuck on a tune I couldn't get out of my head. I smiled as I let myself go while I played the song, closing my eyes to let the meditative state take my body. It was almost second nature to let music take me where it wanted me to. It sounded insane, I know, but it was a part of me. I understood that I couldn't play music how I wanted to play it, I had to play it wanted me to play. Doing that, I could make whatever sound I wished. It was the one place I could go to and just forget. I could let go of everything around me and just play and lose myself in the world of music and let the peak of it take over and hold on to me in comfort. It was my haven. I smiled as I moved my body with the music, playing with as much feeling as I could. My brow furrowed slightly as I concentrated, playin' the song by heart as my hands did the hard thumps, trills and swift movements that the song required. I took in a breath as my soul seemed to mix with the music, letting my body relax for a moment and forget the stress I had been through. I let my mind wander into an oblivion, going completely and utterly blank as it lost control of my body. Then, as the song slowly came to an end, I felt myself slowly slip back into my body to come back to earth. I took in deep breaths, letting my body remain calm and easy as I slowly came back to the present from my euphoric state. On the last note I opened my eyes to see the wall of the bedroom in front of me. A smile pulled on the corners of my mouth and I closed my eyes once again. Now that my body was relaxed, I let my fingers move along the keyboard in any way they wished. The sounds that came from the speakers were beautiful and I let myself go once more. I woke to the gentle shaking on my shoulder. I gave a small grunt, furrowing my brow as I blinked my eyes open at the gentle voice, "Bella, it's time to get up." I rolled over onto my side to see Charlie standing above me in his usual plaid shirt, pants and boots. He gave me a small smile as he looked down at me. "Come on, Bells, we need to get you ready for the doctor." I nodded groggily with a small yawn and held out my hand. I had forgotten that our appointment had been today. The havoc last night had left me a little lazy in the head, apparently. Charlie took my hand and pulled me out of bed, not that I wasn't capable of getting up. He just knew I was that lazy and from under the covers. I rubbed my eyes as I stood, taking out the sleep in my eyes before I walked to the bathroom. I closed the door behind me and began my routine. I started with washing my face, waking myself up further than I was already. I then showered, cleaning away the invisible grime that had clung to my body throughout the night. I dressed myself in a casual outfit, but it did show me off a little. Over the years, I had discovered that while I may not like shopping, it was nice to have clothes that at least complemented my figure. It was kind of a nice way to cheer myself up. It was my way of showing people that even in this situation I wasn't going to let it stop me from looking good. When I walked down the stairs in my dark skinny jeans, burgundy long-sleeved pink shirt and gray Vans, Charlie was in the kitchen getting some food ready for me. I would admit that Charlie had gotten a lot better in his skill of cooking. It still wasn't great, but it was better. I smiled at him as I came down the stairs. "Hi, Dad," I said. He smiled. "Hey, Bells, I thought we could try some eggs today. I know that syrup doesn't set well on your stomach after a round," he said, turning his attention back to the pan where he was scrambling eggs. I nodded. "Thanks," I said, walking to the small bar. I sat on the stool that had the glass of V8, napkin and fork in front of it. One of the major goals in my chemo was to make sure I kept myself fed on healthy food even if it was difficult. V8 did help a little with the vegetable section, but it didn't do everything for me, hence why keeping a healthy weight was difficult when you had the appetite of a bird. Charlie lifted the pan off of the stove and tiled it sideways over the plate, scraping the scrambled eggs off onto the plate with the spatula. He tapped the flat end on the plate to get the remaining eggs off before he set the pan and spatula on the opposite end of the stove to let them cool. He grabbed the plate with a satisfied smile and walked to me. He set the plate in front of me. "Here you go." I smiled. "Thanks, Dad." He nodded. "Of course, Bells," he smiled. The awkwardness between us had disappeared over the years. We had to go through so much together, do a lot together, that it really wasn't awkward anymore. Charlie supported me after Edward broke my heart. He took care of me during the cancer and he had made sure every boy in town knew that I had cancer, but I wasn't up for grabs. It was a little funny to see him interrogate Mike Newton when he, subtly, tried to ask me on a date that pretty much implied sex. Mike got so red and scared that he practically held doors open for me, held out my chair and practically apologized for every mistake he made for a month. It was enjoyable to watch him squirm. I picked up my fork and stabbed the eggs on my plate. I lifted a bite to my mouth, chewed and swallowed. Eating faster helped me eat more than eating slower, which was probably good with Charlie's cooking. I reached forward and took a drink of my V8. "So," he said, "we're supposed to meet Dr. Ford at 11:30, but it might be later because of how he is." He meant that in a good way, though. The reason Ford was such a good doctor was because he would stay as long as he needed to. Instead of just watching the seconds tick by as he half listened to your story, he watched you and would end the meeting when you were done. He would listen to your problems, ask you in detail questions about them, and would make sure he knew everything before it was over. It was a little annoying with having to wait so long, of course. But the work he did was remarkable and completely worth it. I stabbed another bite of my eggs. "Probably. It's okay though. I've been working on a book for a while anyways, and I was hoping to get it done," I said with a shrug. He smirked. "You mean Wuthering Heights, as in the book that you've read only 5 times already?" he asked. I blushed slightly. "Only 4, I murmured. I shoved the bite into my mouth and quickly swallowed it down after the other. "Don't judge me," I said. I then raised a brow. "And you can't say anything since I'm pretty sure why. Oh, you and Sue will be writing each other love letters the whole time." The blush immediately went from my face to his. "Well," he mumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. "After the Cullens left and I had started chemo, I had discovered about the other supernatural side of Forks the Shifters of La Push when Paul accidentally shifted in front of me. Generally, the pack would have tried to make me forget it happened. But since I knew about the Cullens, had connections to the pack already and the condition I was left in, they welcomed me with open arms. Jacob and I had always been good friends, and having a shifter that was familiar with you and trusted you got you on their good side quickly. I got to know the imprints really well along with the tribe's legends and elders. However, I also got protection. During that time, Victoria had decided she wanted revenge for the Cullens killing James. She was going to take a mate for a mate, Laurent had said. He had visited me during the beginning of my cancer trial, and well, let's just say he was too tempted by my blood. The wolves showed up before he could kill me. They guarded me for months after the incident, keeping at least 2 wolves with me or around me at all times. During that time, Victoria had killed Harry Clearwater, Seth and Leah's dad, whom was married to Sue, and it was enough to make the wolves even more set on killing her. One day while Seth and Leah were my protection, I had gone to the store to grab groceries. Both were doing a perimeter run of the place when she pounced, cornering me in the back of the store where there were little witnesses. Victoria gave a speech about how she had planned on killing me, how she had been so clever to wait until the wolves were distracted, how she would make me suffer for getting James killed. How she would make the Cullens suffer. It was during her speech that she seemed to realize something was off. She had just stared at me for a moment, trying to figure out what was different when I suppose she smelled it. I had just been at chemo the other day and hadn't been able to shower. I smelled like hospital, drugs and the wolf having probably masked the other scents and delayed her reaction. She had taken a step back and said, "You aren't healthy." I had shaken my head. "No," I admitted. I told her I was going through cancer, that I had first had it when I was a child and how I found out it had come back days before the Cullens left. Victoria hadn't seemed sure whether to believe me or not, but she had listened to my story. I didn't expect her to really be sympathetic or forgiving, but she paused for a second. She thought about the situation and then thought about the Cullens. After a moment, she had said, "You are dying already, then?" I had nodded. She thought, took a step forward, and said, "You've suffered more than I could ever make you, and I personally think that emotional and physical trauma together are killers in themselves. I won't torture you, no, but I will kill you." Before she could, however, Seth, Leah, Jacob and Sam appeared in the store and grabbed her. They dragged her outside before she could get away, not wanting to cause a scene, and killed her in the forest. While they had wanted to torture her, she had taken pity on me and I took pity on her. I made sure her death was quick and fast, and while she didn't say it, I could see the thankfulness in joining James quickly in her eyes before she died. So, strangely, the cancer had been a good thing for me. I had seen that there was a humane side to Victoria when she took pity on me. I had received another bond of family and closer friends. I was closer to Charlie than I ever thought I would be, and I was really happier than I had ever been with myself. Not to mention as I had started this whole thing out with. But somehow got off topic. Charlie and Sue found a relationship in each other. Leah and Seth were a little weirded out with Charlie and Sue being together, but they soon got over it and supported their mom like I did my dad. In a strange way they were cute together when they acted like teenagers involved in their first real relationship. I smiled at Charlie at the thought. It's okay, Dad, I get it. I shoveled the last of the eggs into my mouth and climbed off the stool. Let's go. We'll get there around 11:20 if we leave now. I let out a small sigh as I finished the last word to my book. The ending was just as good as always. I loved it, no matter how many times I read it, and that made me a total nerd. If you keep sighing at that book I might take it away, Charlie said from next to me. Looking up from his game of Temple Run. We had been waiting for a few hours now, about 2.5 since my appointment was supposed to take place. I had reread the last few chapters during that time about 3 times, and I was just ever so slightly tempted to do it a fourth. It wouldn't hurt to see it all again, would it? I smiled at him wryly. I can't help it if the book is just naturally good, I said. It's kind of like that movie, you know, that always ends so well you could watch it over and over and over again. He rolled his eyes. We have different definitions of watching over again material then, Bella, he said. I wouldn't say that. We both enjoy The Hobbit. Yes, he agreed, but that is because both of us are nerds, and anyone who doesn't like The Hobbit has something wrong with them. Or the people that do have a problem, a male voice spoke up. We turned our heads to Dr. Ford as he walked forward with a smile, showing the wrinkles under his eyes. I don't know if I have a cure for that, though. Hello, Drive, Ford, I said. I slid my book into the bag that Charlie had brought with us. We had learned to bring stuff along from the first appointment we had with him, and his brother did give good advice on how long it might be. He smiled. Hello, Bella, how are you feeling today? He asked. I shrugged. Better. Last night was a doozy. But that is usually what my second night is like. I should be good for today if the pattern continues, I said with a small smile. He nodded. Let's go talk about it in my office. Then, we can see how much of a doozy it was and if you should be put on more medication or not, he said, motioning with his hand. I stood up from my chair with Charlie next to me. Dr. Ford led us down the hall towards his office as he looked at Charlie. My brother said that you worked as a police officer back in Forks, right? He asked. Charlie nodded. Yeah, I'm the chief there. A few guys are filling in for me right now since I have to be up here, though, he explained. Charlie didn't like the idea of not carrying his own weight on the team back in Forks, but the guys made it clear he had done enough over the years, he deserved it. Dr. Ford nodded. That's what I thought. I heard that the station down there was hiring part-time from an old patient's brother if you're interested. I thought it might a good idea to have another thing up here for you to do. Charlie thought for a second, actually seeming to consider it. He blinked and gave a polite smile. That is a good idea, but I don't know if I see I'll do that while Bella is going through all of this. I rolled my eyes. I'm fine, Dad. I can take care of myself enough to let you work a part-time job as a cop. Besides, you need to do something else besides sit around with me all day. You need to have a life too, you know. He gave me a small smile as Dr. Ford chuckled. That is a good point. Bella has more of an excuse to be lazy than you do, Charlie, he said. I'm not lazy. Then you just sit around and drink beer because you're forced to. He snorted at the two of us as we chuckled. Dr. Ford arrived at his office door and motioned us inside. He followed close behind and closed the door. Take a seat, he said, motioning to the plush armchairs in front of his large wooden desk. I did as he said along with Charlie, sitting in the surprisingly comfortable chair as I leaned back to relax. Dr. Ford walked to his desk and began to go through the papers, organizing the notes he made of the last patient. He set them in the file and pushed it to the side as he grabbed mine and placed it in front of him, taking a seat. All right, he said, grabbing a pencil, let's see. What are the symptoms so far this time, Bella? Nausea, some short-term memory problems. Still weight and some slight exhaustion, I said immediately. I was used to this kind of ordeal by now, and I knew to cut to the chase. He nodded, writing down the notes. Any dizziness or confusion? He asked. I shook my head. No, not really, just the short-term memory. Even that isn't bad, though. I just need people to repeat things, I explained. He nodded. All right, and the last time you vomited was? Last night. It was a little after 2 in the morning, I said. Did you take your medication for it? I nodded in affirmative. Yes, but I think it was later than I meant to. Sometimes it just doesn't stop the vomiting, I explained. He hummed with a nod, scribbling down several notes on his paper. Are you getting enough sleep at night? He asked, looking up from his notepad. If not, I think that you might discover your exhaustion going away. I could tell that it was meant as a small joke even if it wasn't an amazing one, and smiled a little. I nodded. I'm sleeping well enough. He scribbled down more notes. All right, he said. I think we'll take another physical of you know to see how things are going. Kristen should be in here soon to help us with that. She's with our last patient. In the meantime, he turned his attention to Charlie. Is there anything you are noticing that you think I should know? Her eating habits, possibly. Charlie thought for a moment. Well, I think she's doing all right on nutrition. She's drinking V8 every morning and at least one more time during the day. She takes the Ensure for protein and milk for calcium. The only problem is that her appetite doesn't involve devouring 5 meals a day. He nodded. I'm glad to hear she's doing well in eating the right things. The appetite is typical, but not the typical teenager, he agreed. Seeming to think of something just as the door opened. The nurse that had helped us before Kristen walked in bright pink scrubs with lions on them. She worked with kids. Hello, Bella, Charlie, she greeted. Kristen. Hi. She looked to Dr. Ford. Just a standard checkup? She asked. He nodded as I stood, letting her wave her hand. All right, Bella, you know the drill. She led me to the scale on the far side of the office as I kicked off my shoes, almost tripping on the last one. I stood in front of the scale as she said it. I could hear Charlie and the doctor talking behind us. She nodded to me when it was ready and I stepped onto the platform. As she took my weight, she asked, So, how are you doing today, Bella? I shrugged. Okay, I suppose. I haven't really felt terrible yet. So I'm gonna take that as a good sign, I said, giving her a small smile to show her I was joking. She smiled back at me. Of course it is. The scale beeped and we both looked at the weight displayed. 103.7 pounds. She wrote down the weight and gave me a small smile. If we can get you up a little more then you'd be better, but it isn't bad, she said. She looked at the chart. Actually, you weighed less last time. So that is an improvement. I nodded as I stepped off the scale. I pulled my shoes back on as she got her watch ready to take my pulse. I struggled to slip my loss. Foot into my shoe as my finger got caught between my heel and the back of the shoe as she spoke up again, Bella. I hopped in place, yanking my finger back as I shoved my foot the rest of the way in. I gave a triumphant smile. Yeah, why does your starting weight have you listed as barely scraping 100 pounds? She asked. I stopped for a second, letting my shoe fall to the ground. One thing the doctors still had to learn up here was the reason I had weighed less in the beginning. After the Cullens left, I went into a slight stage. I didn't eat or sleep hardly at all for about a month. And that was obviously bad for my health on top of the cancer and chemo. At the time, I was trying to deal with the fact that I was going to die from cancer and that the love of my life had shattered my heart. I had felt alone during that time, completely and utterly alone. I mostly sat in my room and just stared out of the window when I wasn't at school, or pretending it wasn't as bad as it actually was for Charlie. My social activity went even lower than it had in the beginning of moving forks, and I was, well, that girl. The girl that everyone stared at as she walked down the hall because everyone knew what happened to her. And they couldn't do anything but watch. It was difficult being on that kind of pedestal for a long time. I felt like I couldn't get out off of it at all, but music, friends, family and love helped carry me down from that giant stand I was on and took me down to ground level where I could consult with my fellow humans. There were debts made that I could never repay from that. I pursed my lips as I straightened my shoulders slightly. I had gone through an emotional trauma that affected me, and it caused me to eat little for a while. It's part of why my kick-off in this wasn't great. I explained. Kristen furrowed her brow and tilted her head to the side. What kind of trauma? She asked. She wasn't being nosy, just curious. I shrugged. Classic teen romance tragedy. I was the shy girl with little to no confidence in myself, and he was the guy that everyone saw as a gift from God. I got involved with him, fell in love, and then he broke my heart just like that. I snapped my fingers for emphasis at the end. She set her hand on my shoulder. I'm sorry, she said. I shrugged again with a small smile. It's all right. It was a few years ago, I said. I got through it and over him. She nodded and gave me a small nudge. I'm glad you got through that then. She took my hand and lifted my wrist to her hand. Now, let's see your pulse. E stood there in silence for a minute as she pressed her fingers to my wrist, looking at her watch as she counted in her head. After several long moments she let go of my wrist and began to write down my number on the board. 56 beats per minute. I nodded as she set her notes down on a nearby chair and removed the stethoscope from around her neck. She placed the ends in her ears and breathed on the flat part. Let's see what the ticker's doing, she said. She held onto my upper arm as she set it against my chest. Breathe in. I did. I held it. Breathe out. I did. I held it. Breathe in again. In. Hold. Breathe out again. Quote. Out. Hold. Breathe in one more time for me. In. Hold. Breathe out one last time. Out. Hold. She nodded, removing the buds from her ears as she placed it around her neck again. It seems to be working all right with me, she smiled. It has the perfect tick and talk of the clock. I heard small chuckle from behind me as she wrote down on her notes. Summertime. It's obvious how often you work with children, Kristen, drive. Ford said from his desk with Charlie with a smug grin pulled across his lips. She shrugged. The puns and jokes work, I'm telling you. Why? Oh, you have no idea how many times I get a little kid to stop crying or fighting when I use them. I'm sure they do, he smiled. I walked back to the desk and sat down in the chair I had occupied earlier. I crossed my legs and set my hands in my lap with my fingers laced as Charlie gave me a small smile. Kristen walked to stand behind the desk slightly next to Dr. Ford as she handed him her notes. She's doing good, she said. I was glad she didn't say, she's all good and healthy. I hated it when nurses said that. I knew it was negative thinking, but I obviously wasn't healthy. I was sick. There was a possibility of becoming terminal right now if they couldn't get the cancer under control, let alone get rid of it. Any time someone said I was healthy made me want to punch them in the face. Lying about it didn't help me, but talking about it did. Facing the facts helped me, not lying about it and putting on a mask to make me feel better about myself or my condition. He nodded as he took the notes and looked them over. He set them down on the desk. All right, Bella, he said. He turned back to me as he rested the notes on his desk, setting his hands over the file. I think we're going to keep you on your normal routine for the next 3 rounds and see how that goes. We'll do scans after that to see if there is any improvement, and if not, we'll change it. We don't want to go King changes too fast if this is going to work for you after all. I nodded with Charlie. Sounds like a plan to me. He smiled. Good. He looked at Kristen. Kristen will take you to the desk and sure that your next chemotherapy is set up and ready in 3 weeks. Charlie nodded as he stood up, making me stand after him. Thank you, he said, holding out his hand to Dr. Ford. Dr. Ford took it as he stood with a smile. No problem, Charlie, he said as they shook hands. Charlie dropped their hands and placed his on the small of my back. Let's go, Bells, he said. He began to lead me towards the door with Kristen following. He looked over his shoulder at Drive. Ford, we'll see you next time, Doc. See you then, Charlie, he replied with a small nod and wave. Enjoy the rest of your day. You too, I replied just before we left the room completely. Kristen began to escort us down the hall towards the front desk. The papers to make sure my next therapy session was updated and read. Why were clutched in her hand next to her hip. Have you two eaten at all besides breakfast? She suddenly inquired. I shook my head after a moment's thought. No, I ate around 10, but I don't know when Dad ate, I said, looking at Charlie over my shoulder. Charlie thought for a second as he remembered our morning. He most likely didn't remember half of it without his morning coffee kicking in first. I ate just before I woke you up around 9:30, he said with a firm nod at his memory. Kristen grinned. In that case, I know this great little place in the city. It has the best food and they're all healthy for you. Really? Charlie asked. She nodded. We send a lot of patients down there. It not only helps their business, but it also helps everyone get the nutrition they need, she explained. What's it called? Maria's, she said. She took out her pen and a booklet from her pocket for extra emergency notes. She scribbled something down on a page, tore it out, and held it out to Charlie. Here's the address. I think you guys should give it a shot and see if you like it. Charlie took the paper from her, reading the front of it. He gave a small nod and stuffed it into his pocket. I think we will. Thank you, Kristen, he said with a small smile. She nodded. Of course. We reached the front desk at this point, and the woman working it looked up from her computer. She smiled. How can I help you, Kristen? She asked. Kristen handed her the appointment forms over the top of the computer. I need an appointment for Bella Swan 3 weeks from now for chemo, she said. The woman took it and read through the file. She gave a nod and typed something up as she clicked her tongue a little. Well, there's an opening on Friday the 11th at 8 in the morning. Will that work for you? She asked us. Charlie took out his phone to check the calendar. After he scrolled the days he finally nodded and stuffed his phone into his pocket. Yes, we'll be free. She nodded and typed our names in for the slot. Okay, then, she said. She printed out a slip for us to remember the date by. She handed it over the desk to me. We'll be seeing you on the 11th, then. I nodded with a smile. Thank you. Of course, hun. Charlie and I stepped away from the desk as Kristen smiled at us. Make sure you check out that restaurant I told you about. You might have found a new place to go. Not to mention it's in the perfect location for you since you're halfway into the city and halfway into the town. I nodded. We will, I smiled. We really need options anyway since we don't really know any places around here. Quote, well, you got one right there, she gave me a wink. She took a step back to head back down the hall towards the office. I'll see both of you on the 11th. And I will be excited to hear what you think of the place. I gave her a small wave. We'll see you then, Kristen, I agreed with a small smile at the end. Charlie waved as she smiled and then walked away. He placed his hand on my back again. Let's get going, Bells. I kind of want to try that place she told us about. It doesn't sound that bad. I nodded. I wouldn't mind something new, I agreed. I was always ready for new food options besides the food we could just find in the supermarket, or salad at any fast food place we made a quick stop at. I let Charlie guide me towards the doors of the building. As we did, an old man walked in through the doors. He didn't look much older than 65, and the smile and glimmer in his eyes made him look even younger. His hair was gray with white peppered through it and was slicked back decently. He wore a nice shirt, not particularly dressy, but nice, with a pair of jeans. He had a little bit of weight on him, but not a lot. He seemed pretty healthy for however old he was. He saw me looking and smiled. He gave a small wave towards us. Afternoon, folks, he greeted. Good afternoon, I replied. Afternoon, Charlie said. The man gave us a smile and held the door open for us. Here you go, he said. I was honestly a little surprised with how nice he was and how casual the action came for him. Thank you. No problem. He released the door when we were through and continued into the building as he had been earlier. I looked back at him, and wondered if he was a patient or maybe someone who knew another person here. If he was that nice, I wouldn't mind to see him around again. Charlie tugged on my back. I snapped my head in his direction as he raised a brow at me. You all right, Bells? I nodded. Oh, yeah, sorry. I kept walking forward, going through the parking lot until I found the car, Tom's 2008 Mazda, actually. I waited at the passenger door as Charlie took out the keys, unlocking it with the remote. I pulled open the door and slipped inside, settling myself into the seat. Charlie threw the bag we brought into the back of the car before he climbed in. I shut the door and put on my seatbelt. As I did, I felt a small chill run up my spine, the kind that came when everything was about to change. The next few weeks just seemed to fly by. Everything in Alaska seemed to be going well so far. Charlie and I went to Maria's, which was awesome. By the way, and the people there were really nice and sweet. We spent some time in the city for a while, looking around to see if we could find some other places to eat at while we were in the city for my treatment. We had also explored the town. There was a small, quaint little bookstore that I liked to spend a lot of my time in. I liked being able to just take some time to myself and just read the books in the store. I had actually come to know the owner by his name Jerry pretty well. Also, as I was spending time at the bookstore a lot, Charlie agreed that he would apply for the job as a part-time policeman. He had met a few of the cops in the city that had sort of taken him under their wing. They showed him around parts of the city and town that they knew for sure we were safe and told him about the job, things like the ups and downs. Charlie didn't admit it, but I knew he liked being able to talk with some other cops again. I, actually, had also made some acquaintances. For example, the owner of Maria's, Sylvia, who was actually the Maria's daughter, had already learned my name. She had Kristen were actually pretty good friends, and Kristen made sure she was ready for us to show up. She was very patient with me as she went through the items she recommended for my specific need in nutrition and then checked in on us frequently. Another example was Jerry. Every time I would come into the store, he would look up from the register, computer, book or whatever he was doing and say the word of the day. I'd ask the definition, and he'd give it to me along with an example. We'd talk for a little, and then go back to whatever we were doing, whether it was me reading a book he had left out for me or if it was looking for a book to buy and read. I had enjoyed town so far, and I knew Charlie did. I think we both liked the small change in our lives. Yes, it was because of a bad reason, but the change was nice. Tomorrow was my appointment for my chemo. I had made Sue read that I would be ready to go to bed so I could get up and go to the hospital. The one thing I liked about chemo was that I got to rest. The other things I hated about chemo was that you sat, and sat, and sat, and sat forever. It drove me crazy sometimes with how stuck you could feel. You had to stay in your little chair and just sit there for hours while you got your treatment, and that took a long time. Because first you had one bag, then another, it was complicated. I sighed as I sat down at my piano, letting my fingers randomly pick out a melody to play. The song was pretty, but it wasn't really something I planned on working on. Downstairs, I could hear Charlie having some time with Sue on the phone. She had called about an hour ago and the two hadn't stopped talking since. I was never going to get tired of saying that it was kind of adorable how they acted around each other. I was glad Charlie had found someone else. It was clear that he cared for Sue deeply, and I knew the affection was returned. They both were practically passing notes to each other during class like little kids asking to be boyfriend and girlfriend with subtle hints and gentle flirts. I just hoped this would go well for them. I smiled to myself when I suddenly heard the loud, obnoxious sound of plastic on wood. I turned my head to the side as my phone vibrated on my nightstand. I could barely see Jacob's picture on the screen from where I was seated. I removed myself from the piano and walked to the nightstand. I snatched my phone up from the nightstand and smiled at Jacob's picture. Well, it was a picture of us with his arm thrown over my shoulders. My arms were around his neck as I kissed his cheek. He made a face of disgust in the other direction away from the camera. It was by far one of my favorite pictures. I raised the phone to my ear. Hell, what is the difference between compliment and compliment? I rolled my eyes, sitting on the edge of my bed. Hello to you too, Jake. I'm doing okay, I guess. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? I said sarcastically. I heard him snort through the phone. Hi, Bella, how are you doing? He asked. Do you not listen? I said I was fine. Man, Jake, you are falling way behind. Are you sure that the whole thing about special abilities as a shifter isn't exaggerated? I teased. Ha ha, he snorted. I smiled. So, what was it you wanted? What is the difference between compliment and compliment? He asked again. I raised my brow. Are you writing a paper to get your GED or something? I asked. A few months ago, Jake got the idea to get his GED so he wouldn't have dropping out of school hanging over his head. The rest of the pack had started to get along with the idea and split up times for school and pack business with each other. It helped them with jobs and it upped their status in the reserve. He hummed. Kind of, he said. So, what is it? I shook my head. Complement with an E is when things complete each other. Like a shifter and their imprint. Complement with an I is when it is complementing you. Yes, he shouted. I knew got that right. I'm always getting stuck on that same freaking thing. I chuckled. Are you sure you need your GED? Fuck you. Not even in your dreams, Jake. He gave a small snort. After that comment, this is going to sound weird, but I've missed you, Bells. It's kind of nice to hear your voice again, he said, his smile shining through the phone. I smiled. I've missed you too, Jake. You and the whole pack, I said. They've missed you. Really? I think Paul is a lost puppy. I laughed. The image of Paul, the by far toughest and strongest vampire hater of the wolf pack, being a lost puppy was an amusing image. If anything, I would think that Paul would make fun of the others first, maybe Seth. That would be a sight to see. I could send a video. Please do. I moved to have my back lying against my bed. My hair fanned out behind my head as I stared up at my ceiling, letting my legs dangle over the edge of the bed. So, how's it going up there? Anything exciting happen yet, like meeting a dude and banging him? He asked. Or did you level up and meet a hot chick for a change and bang her? I scowled. Jacob, don't be such a man, I scolded. It's how I'm wired. Contain it. Okay, so that's a no. I'm hanging up. Okay, he called as I imagined his hands up in surrender. I'm sorry, and I won't do it again. Now, did anything actually happen yet? Are you making friends? Is everyone treating you all right? I rolled my eyes. Yes, Dad, everyone is fine, I said. I don't know about the appointments yet, though. My next therapy is tomorrow, so after this and 2 more rounds they'll decide if they want to do anything different. You have therapy tomorrow? Yeah, at 8, I said. I kind of wish it would be later, but then again I would be wasting a lot of my day after that. He snorted in agreement, and then paused. Shouldn't you be sleeping? You need to get rest for tomorrow. I shrugged. I'm in no hurry. He gave a small sigh, and I could just imagine him rubbing his temples. Bells, you need your rest. Chemo is not something to be taken lightly. And if it's going to affect you the same way as usual, you need your rest. I closed my eyes, taking in a deep breath. I held it for a moment, letting my lungs stay expanded until it started to hurt and slowly let it out as I said, I'll be all right, Jacob. I don't think you will. You need your rest to keep your strength up. You can easily get sick from chemo and cancer combined. And the last thing you need is a cold. I know how this works, Jacob, I snapped. There was an uncomfortable pause on the other side of the phone. The silence that passed between us seemed to grow heavy with my words, and I slowly relaxed. I sighed, rubbing my hand on my forehead. I'm sorry, Jake, you meant well. It's okay, he said. However, if you want to make it up to me, you will go to bed right now and hang up. Seriously? Yes, now I am going to hang up and you are going to go to bed. There is no discussion here, young lady, he said, and I could practically see him cross his arms over his puffed out chest. I rolled my eyes again, but decided he was probably right. All right, Dad, I said. I'll talk to you later, then. You bet you will. Now get some sleep. Hook my head with a snort as I pulled the phone away and hung up. I set my phone on my nightstand and looked at the clock on my nightstand. It was almost 9, and if I had to get up early, going to be Ed right now wouldn't be a horrible idea. Jake was right, after all, not that he needed to know. I gave a small sigh as I got off the bed and went to my dresser. I opened the top drawer and pulled out a pair of sweats and a t-shirt. I pulled my shirt over my head, soon followed by my jeans. I tossed my dirty clothes in the hamper and took the new sleeping clothes into my hand, pulling them on as I walked back to my bed. I gave a small sigh as I pulled the covers back, leaving a space open for me to slip in. As I got settled, I turned off the lamp and let the soft glow of what remained of the sun to shine in through the bedroom window curtains. I turned over onto my side as my head rested on my pillow. I took in a breath and closed my eyes. Blank. I groaned I walked down the stairs to the kitchen with a yawn. I rubbed at the rest of the sleep that remained in my eyes. Charlie was already making breakfast for us in the kitchen. He whistled as he flipped the pancake over on the pan. I smiled. "Hi, Dad." He jerked his head over his shoulder to me and smiled. "Hey, Bells. Did you sleep well last night, kiddo?" he asked, poking a pancake without looking at the pan. I nodded. "Yeah, pretty well, I guess." I jerked my chin forward. "You may want to watch what you're doing." He looked back at the stove. "Oh." He quickly pulled the pancake he had almost shoved off back into its place. He nodded triumphantly. "I'm glad to hear it. The sun is shining, the birds are singing, the pancakes are almost done. This is a very good day." I raised my brow at him. "Are you trying to jinx us?" "No, why?" "I think you just did." He shrugged. "Well, if I jinxed us, I jinxed us. I am not going to let a small little jinx get in the way of this day," he said. He flipped the pancakes onto 2 plates, setting the pan on the opposite burner. He snatched the plates in his hands and walked towards the counter as I hummed, "We'll see if you say that when you are jinxed." I sat myself in front of one of the plates that had my V8 with it. He hummed as he tilted his head to the side. "Good point. Now eat your food." He slapped a large slab of butter on top as the lake of syrup followed soon after. I shook my head at Charlie as I picked up the fork set out for me with a smile. I cut into the pancake and shoveled a large piece into my mouth. I chewed it quickly before I swallowed and asked, "Are you going to sit with me the whole time or go out with your friends?" Charlie turned to give me a look. "What on earth would make you think I would leave you there alone?" he asked. I rolled my eyes. "Oh, boy, here we go." I turned to look at him. "Dad, I will literally be sitting in a chair the whole time. And I will be keeping you company. I have books for that along with Candy Crush or Temple Run. You may need to leave suddenly. I will only really need to pee." He huffed. "I know you aren't that crazy about your old man hanging around and stuff, but I'm still your old man and my say counts more than yours. So I am going, and that is that." He smirked at himself triumphantly as I gaped at him. "You did not just pull that card." "Oh, I did, Bella, I did. Blank, underscore, blank." I settled myself in the chair as the nurse pressed the needle of the IV into my port. My port was located on my left shoulder, just under my clavicle and above my left breast. I rolled my head back as she looked at me nervously with my action. "You okay, hun?" she asked. I nodded and gave a small smile. "Yeah, I'm fine," I said. "I'm just a little red of my dad watching me like I'm about to explode." We both turned to Charlie, who indeed was leaning forward as close as he could get with his elbows on his knees as he watched us intently. He gave a small smile and raised his hands up in surrender. "What? I'm just sitting here," he said. Sure." The nurse, Audrey I think was her name, chuckled at us. "You two are almost like children around each other," she said with a smile. "We get that a lot," Charlie said. "At least he does. I don't." She chuckled again as she finished with the port. "Okay," she said, straightening. "All just set. The timer here and you're all set to start." She went to the monitor that I was hooked up to and pressed a few buttons to set it for 30 minutes before she pressed start. "And there we go." I nodded to her. "Thank you." She smiled. "Sure, hun. If you two need anything, just call me over." We both nodded as she walked off to go help another patient that just came in. Charlie watched her for a second, taking in a deep breath before he let it out with a huff. "So," he said, turning his head over to me. He raised his hand. "Want to thumb wrestle? Are you serious right now?" Yeah, I shrugged. "Why not?" I took his hand and started the chant. 1, 2, 3, 4, I declare a thumb war. Blank, underscore, blank. Crap, I muttered as my character fell through a gap in the trail that I had accidentally overlooked. The screen of my high score and what I got popped up as it showed a picture of falling from a cliff with my character as it said, "Missed it by that much." "Miss again?" Charlie asked. I nodded, looking up from the screen of my phone to the man sitting next to me. "Yes," I replied sullenly. "How much did you get?" "About 1 million, I said. "Yes, that was how much I played Temple Run." "What about you?" He smirked. "Still going. Screw you." He chuckled before his face suddenly turned panicked. "Shit, no," he growled. He jerked his thumb viciously and then he groaned, rolling his head back. Dang, I was so close. What did you get? 6,000. I raised my brow at him and then smirked. You restarted, didn't you? I asked knowingly. Maybe. I whooped. Victory. I did a small fist pump in the air. He huffed. Whatever. He grumbled. He slipped his phone back into his pocket and stood up. I'm gonna make a trip to the little boy's room, Bella. Don't miss me for too long. Quote, all right, Dad. He turned and walked towards the exit. I still hadn't told Charlie that the bathroom in here was for him to use also and not just the cancer patients. But what he didn't know wouldn't kill him. Besides, it would give me some alone time. I smiled to myself as I got just a smidge more comfortable in my spot. As I adjusted myself, however, I ticked someone walk in just as Charlie walked out. I looked up and saw it was the old man that I had seen before, the one that had opened the door for us. I watched as he walked up to my nurse and smiled at her. Hello, Audrey, how are you this morning? He asked politely. She smiled at him. Hello, Frank, I'm good. How are you? He shrugged as he gave a small grin. Well, I got blood in my veins. My heart is pumping and air is in my lungs, so I'm all right, he said. Except for this. He slapped the fat on his stomach and I couldn't help my chuckle as Audrey shook her head and laughed. She patted his shoulder. I'm sure it isn't too bad. A monitor beeped and she turned her head. I'll talk to you later, Frank. He nodded. Sure thing, he said with a smile. Audrey smiled and walked off to help a patient. Frank looked around the room, seeing who was in here when he saw me. A smile drew across his lips and he pointed at me with a small smirk. I raised my brow at him as I tilted my head. It wasn't in confusion, well, not completely, but it was slightly playful too. Kind like a physical, what? He walked over and said, I know you. He stopped in front of me. You're that gal I held the door open for along with her old man. He crossed his arms across his chest triumphantly. I smiled. I believe so, sir, I said. I held my hand out to him in offering. Bella Swan. Who are you? He took it, making my cold hand feel warm in his warm one. The name's Frank. Frank Simmons, he said. He gave my hand a firm shake before he dropped it. He looked at the seat next to my chair Charlie hadn't been sitting in. This seat taken. I waved my hand. Go on ahead. He nodded and sat down. He rested his hands on his knees as he looked at me. He hummed, tapping his chin with his forefinger. Let me guess you're a 21-year-old girl who wanted to go to Paris to paint, huh? I laughed and shook my head. No, actually I'm a 20-year-old girl who has no idea what she wants to do, I said with a smile. He cursed. I knew I was getting rusty. I smiled. Probably just an age thing, I'm sure. He shrugged. Maybe, he agreed. He looked at me. So, what have you got? His tone wasn't a tender, gentle kind of thing, but more forward and yet considerate. He was clearly someone that had dealt with this kind of thing numerous times and knew that tiptoeing around the topic wasn't the best option. Ovarian, stage 3, I said. He nodded. How long have you had it? I scratched the back of my neck. Well, that's debatable. Oh, I nodded. I was first diagnosed when I was 7. It was stage 2, but they were able to get it under control after a while and I was cancer-free. I didn't show any sign of it for a while, and I had the occasional checkup over the years. Then, when I was 18, they found it again. This time worse. It was borderline stage 4 and they rushed me into chemo as fast as they could. It's been in more controlled now, but they moved me up here to see if they could do anything else for me. Quote, he nodded. I see. Which doctor do you have? Ford. He smiled. He's a good doctor, that man. He took care of my wife when she was sick, he said. He did. He nodded. Yep, she had cancer in her uterus. It was stage 4 when we found it, and no one thought she would make it very long, but she surprised us. With his help, the cancer shrank considerably, and it allowed us a few more months with her before she passed. I'm sorry for your loss. He shook his head. Don't be, girly, she's in a good place now and she was ready when she left. Nothing better than that for her, he said with a smile. I nodded, giving him a soft smile before I looked around. So, why do you come around here? I asked. He shrugged. I just visit with the people, give them someone to talk to. I generally talk to people who are here alone, but sometimes I talk to people in groups. It's kind of nice, getting to know people, he said. I nodded. It would be a nice thing. He smiled at me. It is both for myself and for others. He looked around the room, smiling to himself slightly. He then cleared his throat and turned back to me. So, what do you like to do, Bella? Like hobbies? Sure. Well, I like to play the piano. It calms me, and I really enjoy expressing myself in a way I can't verbally. I also like to read, though. I'm a complete bookworm and I can't tell you how many times I've read Wuthering Heights, I said with a smile. He chuckled. As that's so. I'm a guitar man myself and I enjoy the books as well, he agreed. Have you seen of the bookstores in town? I nodded. I live between the city and the town Denali. I go down and visit their bookstore a lot, I said. Really? I nodded. I don't think I've heard of a bookstore down in Denali, he said. Maybe I'll try to find it when I go down there next time. I could show you, I said excitedly. It's a pretty good place, and some of the books are used so that does a lot of good for the environment too. He hummed when we heard. Oh, hello, sir. We turned our attention to Charlie as he came back from the bathroom. He sat in the chair next to me. Frank nodded. Hello, sir. How are you today? I'm doing fine, yourself? He shrugged. Getting old, but besides that I'm fine. Charlie gave a small smile and held out his hand. The name's Charlie. I'm Bella's father, he said. Frank took it. Frank Simmons. I was just pitching a small conversation with Bella here, he said. He gave his hand a firm shake before he glanced at me and leaned forward. I believe that my charms might have been going a little too high. Charlie laughed at that and dropped his hand. Well, I would agree with that if you mentioned anything about books. I did. Then I would say they did. I snorted. Oh, be quiet. Frank sat and talked with us for quite a while after that. He was actually a very funny man and was 69. He looked very good for his age and he was definitely someone I had made a new friend in. He actually came to eat with Charlie and I after we were done. Frank promised to show us around the city in this great restaurant he knew and we exchanged numbers with him to help us keep in touch. As we drove home from my chemo, I had a feeling that things in Alaska were going to start looking up. What's the word of the day? I asked as the store door shut behind me. Logorrhea, Jerry read, looking up from the dictionary he had been looking at. Frank and I had decided we would come and see the bookstore today. It had been a week since my treatment, so we were both confident okay. I not extremely confident I would be fine. Charlie was actually fine with us going out together, as he trusted Frank. Frank had actually gotten me to eat more by daring me that he would eat if I would eat. I ate a lot and received $10 for eating the most food between the two of us. We had gone with Frank a few times into town or something, and he was a nice guy. So, I decided to cash in on showing him the bookstore in Denali I had talked about. Logorrhea, I asked with a furrowed brow. What's it mean? It's an excessive flow of words. Can't they just call it long-winded? Frank asked from next to me. I chuckled as Jerry grinned at him. I think that is their smart way of saying long-winded. Otherwise how could we have scientists if they used the term long-winded or loudmouth? True. Jerry smiled and waved his hand around the store. My store is your store, as always, Bella, he said. He gave me a smile that I returned. Thanks, Jerry. We'll call you if you need anything. He nodded before Frank and I began to browse the aisles. I looked at the books excitedly as Frank scanned his eyes around the place. The bookstore was bigger than it looked, and held a decent collection of new and old stories. Not bad, he commented as he looked around with a hum. He jerked his chin. I like the keep calm and shut up. I'm reading over there. I chuckled. Yeah, it's not the best, but still funny. I thought so. I smiled at him as I saw a book that looked decent. I stopped walking and grabbed the book off the shelf, turning it over to read the back of it. After a second, I put it back. It didn't look incredibly interesting after the summary of a classic tragic romance that was filled with heartbreak and revenge, when really what book didn't have that in it? I moved to another book as he asked, how often do you come here, exactly? Haven't you only been here for a short while? I nodded. Yeah, but again I have a lot of spare time and there's no one up here. That I really know besides Sylvia at Maria's, Jerry and now you. I guess I just don't really have much to do, I said, giving a small shrug. He frowned. I think you should be partying. Oh, he nodded. Yeah, just go on a rebellion and break all the rules in one night. He counted them off on his fingers. Get stupid drunk. Sneak in some crank. Have sexy with a sexy stranger. Vandalize property and bam. Jerry dropped his book as I jumped. Frank shot his hands out to the side. You not only got all the stupid shit you are supposed to be doing right now done, but you also have a crazy night of memories. I shook my head with a laugh. I don't think Charlie would appreciate that, or that is actually a legit idea. So if someone I don't know hired a stripper and trapped you in a room with them, you would scream bloody murder until the door opened, or I would kick said stripper in the nuts and then bang on the door and scream bloody murder until it was opened. He ruffled my hair. There you go, girl. He pointed at me. Always strike a man where it hurts. And make sure that you do not show mercy when it comes to kicking his ass. I rolled my eyes. Are you really going to give me the talk right now? No, I just wanted to test you. I chuckled again as I set the book on the shelf. Did I pass? I asked teasingly, giving him a side glance. He shrugged. You tell me. He narrowed his eyes and leaned forward. Did you pass? He raised his brow questioningly. I flicked his nose with my forefinger as I smiled. He jumped back surprised as I chuckled. I have a group of boys back home that have taught me numerous ways to make a guy back off. I think I did pretty good, I said as my smile turned into a smirk instead. He rubbed his nose. Smart boys. In their moments. He huffed, and looked around the store as I grabbed another book. He set his hand on my shoulder. I'm going to go take a look at those books over there. Maybe they got some old ones I haven't seen for a while. I nodded as he walked away and looked up quickly to see him walking to the used books section. I don't know why that made a difference, but I just smiled and shook my head. I really did like Frank. He somehow had that amazing personality that matched a teenager's even if it was in an old guy's body. He was quite amusing company to have when it came to things such as technology or anything that had to do with my generation. I looked at the back of the book I was browsing. I skimmed through the pages, looking at some of the story. It seemed like an option to hold open. I'd come back to it later after I had looked around a bit more. Maybe I'd find a book that would be better, or not at all. I set it back on the shelf and turned to go further down the aisle as I heard the bell of door jingle from a customer walking into the store. I grabbed another book as I heard Jerry say, "Hello, Tanya." "Hello, Jerry," a woman replied. Her voice was smooth and slightly deep, like a nice high alto with a natural sultry sound. "How are you today?" "All right, I guess." "You?" "I'm fine. Just need a small escape from Kate and her pranks for a while," she said. She gave a small chuckle at the end with Jerry. "Let yourself escape into the bliss that is the small, not-known bookstore of Denali, then," he announced. I could practically see him motioning with his arms around the store to all the aisles dramatically. I shook my head at him with a small smile. I continued to skim the book I was reading as I heard her thank him politely. I flipped through the pages with my thumb, looking at the words briefly on the 400 pages that were in the book. The book was realistic, not the boring realistic, but realistic and held some humor in it from the looks of it. I closed the book with a nod and tucked it under my arm as I moved down the aisle, looking for another one that caught my eye. When I came to the end of the aisle, I turned to go down the next when I bumped into someone. I stumbled for a second, thrown off guard with the resistance. "Oh," I said, partly as a grunt from the force of the collision and partly as an actual word to the person. "Sorry." I heard a small chuckle and looked up. "No, it's fine. I should really be the one who's apologizing." The woman suddenly trailed off as our eyes connected, and, really, I didn't care as all I could look at was her eyes. They were golden, solid gold exactly like the Cullens were. Her skin was pale, just like them, and her beauty spoke all the volumes that her eyes and skin didn't. Her voice was smooth and silky, carrying seduction. Her blonde hair was puffed out in slight curls to accent her narrower face and accented cheekbones. Everything about her screamed one thing: vampire. I swallowed, trying to gather myself from the shock that was shooting through my body in massive waves. I had two thoughts going through my mind at that moment. One, How is it possible that I ran into another vampire here? I thought the Cullens were the only ones I would run into in my life, or at least ones that I would engage with. I had the wolves, but that was the end of my involvement with vampires. 2. Did she know the Cullens? Their eyes were the exact same color. Did that mean she knew them? Whoa, wait, didn't Edward once say something about their cousins up in Denali shit? Yes he did. I blinked again as I forced down the urge to gulp, processing the situation as the vampire stared at me. His golden eyes took in my features intently as if memorizing me. She scanned me from head to toe, taking in my outfit, hair, eyes, legs, cheeks, everything. As she came back up, there was a small smile pulling on the corners of her lips. I blinked at the small forming smile and snapped myself back to reality. I cleared my throat. No, I said, giving an awkward smile in hopes to speed up the conversation. It's really my fault. I should have paid more attention. The woman blinked as she came back into focus. She looked up from the part of my face she had been staring at. I think my lips, I'm not sure, to my eyes. She smiled. I do not believe it was. Shall we agree to disagree? She asked. I nodded. That's acceptable. She smiled and held out her hand for me to take. I'm Tanya Denali, she said. Oh, yeah, this is definitely one of the people that Edward had been talking about. I took her cold hand in mine. It didn't feel as cold as I remembered the Cullens' hands feeling. It must have been from my lack of actual body warmth now, or the fact that I could feel the unmistakable sensation of electricity and warmth between our skin. I felt my jaw tick slightly as I shook her hand firmly, and did my best to ignore the sparks that shot up my arm from the contact. Bella, I replied. She nodded, releasing my hand. Her fingers, however, seemed to make sure they grazed my skin as she pulled away. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bella, she said, purring out my name. I felt my jaw almost drop at the sudden purr. Before I mentally kicked myself in the butt, I cleared my throat, composed myself and nodded. You as well, I replied. I took a step to the side, indicating I was going to move on. Tanya, however, moved with me. How long have you been in town? She asked, actually sounding curious. I don't believe I have seen you around here before. I shrugged. We've been here for about 6 weeks, but we don't really live in town, I said. She raised a brow. Her eyes held a small flicker that lasted for barely a second. She questioned. I nodded. My dad and I clarified. We're staying in a friend's house. Well, technically my stepdad's friend's house, but who was to get specific here? She nodded. I see, she hummed. Are you waiting to look for a house of your own? She cocked her head with a coy smile. If so, I could be of service in that area. I shook my head, possibly a little too urgently to be considered natural. No, we're just living here temporarily. Her eyebrows immediately shot up. Her eyes widened just a little and she seemed a little taken aback for a second. That was interesting, I thought to myself. I don't think I have ever seen a vampire act that way before. Then again, I am a giant walking huffing bag according to the Cullens, so she could just be afraid of losing her free dose of cocaine. I brushed the thought aside as I stepped around her to continue down the aisles. Tanya immediately followed close behind. Why are you staying here temporarily? I pursed my lips, stopping in front of a book. I took it off the shelf and turned it over to the back, giving myself a few seconds to think of a response. I may not have been as reserved as I had been 2 years ago, but that didn't mean I walked around preaching my story to random people on the street. On top of being a stranger, Tanya was a vampire and was taking too much of an interest in me for my personal liking. The red alert from Star Trek was going off in my head loud and clear. I turned the book back over after a few seconds as I answered. There was a situation that came up. An emergency of some sort. You could say that. I thumbed through the pages, not really reading it. I usually would from the pair of golden eyes watching me intently. Her gaze was making my skin itch from the attention, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand up, and not particularly in a good way. How long will you be staying? I shrugged, keeping my nose buried in the book. It depends. It might be a few months, or it could be a year. We aren't very sure yet, I explained. She hummed, seeming to make a mental note to herself. I set the book back on the shelf and began to browse again. Tanya, again, followed. Have you enjoyed your time here? I nodded. Things are different up here, but it is nice. I've met a few people that I get along with and will show me around the town and city, I said with a small shrug. I could sense another question coming, so I quickly intervened with one of my own. Have you lived here long? Quote. There, I heard a small chuckle. I mentally took that as a yes, for way longer than she was about to tell me. You could say that, she smiled. I have lived here with my family for several years now. I nodded. So family as in blood family or married family? I asked, looking at her over my shoulder. I was genuinely interested in how many vampires were in Denali. It would give me a better idea what to be prepared for. My sisters and our 2 cousins, she explained. Kate, Irina and I have always been close. Our cousins Carmen and Elazar are very close family to us. They've stayed with the 3 of us for a while now. I nodded. So, she had 2 sisters and a pair that was probably mated or related to each other in her coven. That was a good head count of 5 vampires total that I could run into in this town. That's nice, I commented. I wish I had a sister. Then I wouldn't have had to do all the work. I gave a small snort at that. Your parents work you on the chores? I shrugged. My parents divorced soon after they had me. My mom was kind of well, she was a good mom, but she was a little too dependent on other people sometimes. I see. I nodded. Yeah, but it wasn't bad. I knew how to do a lot of things really well when I grew up, and that includes cooking. I smiled slightly. She nodded again, leaning against the shelf of books as I stopped to look at another one. I took it down and began to thumb through the pages as she asked, So are you in college? I paused for a second, a little surprised by the sudden question. I then shook my head. No, I got my GED when I was 18. I haven't really had time for school for the past few years. Work. I shook my head. Family issues. That was close enough. I see, she said again. Yes. I snapped my head up at the sudden outburst of Frank. He walked around the corner triumphantly and held up a book. I told you they would have it, Bella. I furrowed my brow. You didn't say what book. You just said, a book, I pointed out, placing the book in my hands back on the shelf. He shrugged. Still the same thing, he said as he walked forward to join us. He flickered his eyes behind me to Tanya. Hello, the name's Frank. He extended his hand towards her. She took it. Tanya, she replied. He smiled, throwing his arm over my shoulder. I see you've met my girlfriend here, he said. He gave me a smile as I rolled my eyes. Girlfriend? Tanya asked, raising her brow. She didn't look like she knew whether to believe it or not. She looked at me for the answer to her mental question. I responded by giving him a small nudge in the ribs from my elbow. The one of many you have, Frank, I teased back. He smiled and shrugged with smirk. I can't help it if I'm a ladies' man. They just come running in for me, I tell you, he said. And you are not an exception to that. He reached up with his free hand and ruffled my hair, making me duck. Tanya chuckled a little. I ran my hand over my head and glared at Frank as he smirked at me. He didn't really seem to care that I was glaring daggers at him at all since he asked, Did you get what you needed? Charlie will whoop my ass if I bring you home late. If we don't, contact him first. He made sure to use air quotes with dramatic eye rolls for his point. I rolled my eyes at him. Yeah, I'm ready, I said. I looked back at Tanya, whom had yet to stop looking at me since we first ran into each other. It was nice meeting you, Tanya. The blonde woman nodded, standing up straighter at the usual polite farewells. You as well, Bella, Frank, she said, giving us both nods as she smiled at me. I'll see you around. If I hadn't known any better, I would think she was actually hoping for a new friend, in this case huffing bag with legs. I gave a small nod. Maybe, I said. It is a small town after all. She smiled at me brightly and nodded as Frank and I started to head for the desk. I can't wait, she said, giving me a small wink at the end that made my body tense. Jerry checked out our books, to which Frank paid for against all of my protests, and then we left the store. I glanced back through the window and saw Tanya smiling as she talked excitedly on the phone near the aisle I had first run into her. She was practically bouncing up and down in her spot as she grinned down at the floor. She was hot for you. I snapped my head to Frank as he jerked me out of my thoughts. I furrowed my brow. Huh? I asked. He jerked his head towards the building. Tanya, she was practically melting on the spot for you. Didn't you notice? He asked, raising a brow. I shook my head, feeling a light blush begin to paint the tops of my cheekbones. I ran my finger through my hair in a half C, as I tucked a lock behind my ear. I don't think she was, I said. He hummed. Right. The smirk on his lips made me flinch inwardly. I pushed the food around on my plate absently. My thoughts had been occupied by Tanya all day since the bookstore. I hadn't been able to figure out how my luck just wished for me to find another vampire here, a whole coven of them, actually. The questions that flew across my mind were fast, repetitive and constant. Was I going to be running into them constantly during my stay up here in Alaska? Would they attempt to befriend me? Would it be like the Cullens all over again? Would they even contact the Cullens after they found out who I was? Or, would it be simple? Was my meeting with Tanya just a chance? Was she actually just being polite to me in the store? Perhaps. She felt bad for when we ran into each other, and wanted to make up for it by asking questions. The last thought was so weak that I didn't even understand it. Why would she ask question after question if she just wanted to apologize? We did agree to disagree after all, on whose fault it was. You all right there, Bells? I jerked my head up to Charlie as he watched me carefully. His brow was raised in question. I nodded, quickly stabbing my fork into a piece of mashed potatoes. Yeah, I'm fine, Dad. He hummed. You sure about that? He asked, scooping peas onto his fork. You haven't really been focused ever since you got home. Are you sure nothing's bothering you? I nodded slowly. I'm fine, just thinking to myself. About what? Huh, well, he said with a small huff, if you are thinking to yourself, there must be a subject that you are thinking about. So, what is it? He stuffed the forkful into his mouth. I blinked, putting a piece of food into my mouth to give me just a little more time to think of a response. Charlie had despised the Cullens for the past 2 years. He had ever since the day they left. I had sobbed in the forest for so long that I became exhausted. I had passed out and was there till night. No one had seen me or heard of anything of where I was. They had sent out parties around town to help find me, and I was found by Sam, the alpha of the Lapush pack, unconscious on the forest floor. He carried me back to my house, and gave me to Charlie to take care of. He explained where he had found me in the woods, and after they heard my story of why I was there, Charlie was pissed. He despised the Cullens for leaving me in my time of need. He hated Edward for breaking my heart and just leaving me in the woods like there had never been anything between us at all, as I cried my heart out. Now, after 2 years, I was pretty sure that he still hated them. He wasn't as verbal about it now, but I could see the flicker in his eyes every once in a while when there was a reminder of what happened. The news about the Denalis wouldn't settle well on him. I swallowed my bite slowly as he waited for an answer. I replied in the most casual way possible, into this woman at the bookstore today with Frank. He nodded. What about her? He stuffed another mouthful of peas into his mouth. He barely chewed them before he swallowed, waiting for my explanation. I took a drink of my V8 to moisten my suddenly dry mouth. We kind of ran into each other, literally. He smirked here a little. And I thought she looked kind of familiar. It was the best way to put it without saying she was a vampire. He raised his brow. You met her before? He asked. I shook my head. No, but after she told me her name I realized why she was so familiar, I explained. Her name was Tanya. Tanya Denali. Like the town. I nodded. Yes. Why does that explain why she looked familiar? Have you seen her on the street or something? I shook my head. No, I said. I pushed the peas on my plate around for a second. I then scooped some onto the fork. It's just that Edward once told me of some cousins they had up here in Denali. As I expected, Charlie's posture stiffened. His hand froze its movements of bringing the fork of mashed potatoes to his mouth. He looked at me. You're saying that this Tanya is the Cullen family's cousin? He asked stiffly as his eyes narrowed a little. I nodded. Yes, I think so. He hummed, scowling a little. Have the Cullens told them about you? Did she know who you were? He asked. I shrugged. I don't think so. I just told her my first name, though. She might know who I am. but she just didn't make the connection without the last name. He hummed again, now putting the fork in his mouth. He swallowed and then said, "Well, I see why you would be thinking of her." He looked at his plate for a moment before he continued. "Is she going to cause any trouble?" I shrugged. "I don't know. She shouldn't. She just asked if we would see each other again in town," I said. "Along with pretty much everything there is about me." He nodded, and put on a slight smile. "Well, maybe we won't run into her too often. Who knows, maybe she's never heard of you." I nodded with a weak smile. "Yeah," I agreed. "Maybe. Blank, underscore, blank." I walked down the stairs the next morning with a yawn. I rubbed my eyes to get the rest of the sleep still clotted in them out. I hadn't really dreamed last night, or at least I didn't remember what I had dreamed last night very well. I rolled my arms to stretch my muscles with a small grunt as my head lolled back and forth to stretch my neck as I reached the bottom stair. I placed my feet on the ground and headed towards the kitchen. When I walked in, I found a can of V8 already set out for me on the counter. Next to it was a note from Charlie. I walked towards the counter and grabbed the V8. I grabbed the tab with my thumb and forefinger, pulling it back to open it before I pressed it back down. I took a drink from the can as I picked up the note. "Bella, went to the store with a few of the guys from the Prescient. We might be out later than just an hour, so I'll call you if the plans change. I left you something in the fridge for breakfast. Best dad ever." I rolled my eyes at the end of the note, but crumpled it up in my hand and threw it into the garbage. I took a drink from the V8 as I walked to the fridge. I grabbed the handle and pulled the door open, going down to look inside to see what it had. I saw the plate of eggs and bacon almost right away. I reached in and pulled it out, feeling that the plate was still warm. He must have just left the house. I pulled the plate out of the fridge and closed the door as I set it on the counter. I walked to the drawer we kept the utensils in and pulled out a fork before I sat in front of my plate. I set down my V8 and took a chunk of the eggs off the plate to stuff it into my mouth. I took in a breath as hot about what I was going to do today. I guessed that I could maybe go to the bookstore again. I could find some things that I had missed in my rush to get out of the store that had the vampire in it. However, if I did and Tanya was actually that interested in me, was it possible that she would be there waiting for me? Surely not, right? I scowled a little at the thought in how it made my stomach churn. I guessed I could go to some other places in town. Frank pointed out a small little cafe it had that he enjoyed. He said it was kind of a hole in the wall, but it was really good and they hoped to get the business going just a little faster soon by expanding. I looked around the house as if to confirm there was nothing to do. Cafe it was. Blank, underscore, blank. I opened the door to Stella's cafe with my bag slung over my shoulder. I had a book I had recently bought stuffed in it to read while I drank my coffee. It would hopefully give me some time to relax by myself. That didn't look depressing, such as staying in my house all day in my pajamas watching Days of Our Lives. The cafe was a quaint little place. There were a few people spread through it, but not many. Most of them were on their computer doing some type of work, or a few were talking with the group they were with. The place had a slight rustic look to it that I kind of liked with the decorations. Music playing in the background was a nice touch, too. It wasn't just popular stuff. I walked up to the counter and the young man behind it looked up at me. He was probably about my age based on his facial and physical features. He was definitely considered attractive, but the small look in his eyes gave me a small waver that he leaned more towards the snakes rather than the cats. "Hi," he said. I smiled. "Hello. What can I get you?" "Cappuccino, latte, frappe. The choice is yours, milady," he said, giving me a bright smile. I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face with his. "I'll have a vanilla latte, please," I said. He nodded, punching in the order. "Anything else?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, that's it." "All right, then, your total is $5.90, he said with the same smile in place. I took out my wallet and sifted through the bills in the pocket. I pulled out a 10 and handed it over. "Here you go," I said with a smile. He took it with a small nod, putting it in the register. "Out of a 10, so your change will be $4.10. He grabbed the needed money and held out the $4 bills first. First your dollars. I took it and he placed the dime in my palm. And now your dime. I smiled. Thank you. Welcome. I'll bring your drink over to you when it's ready, he said. I nodded with a smile and turned to find a place to sit. I found a nice little table in the corner of the room. There was a lamp hanging directly over the table and it was a nice little spot to stick to myself and read. I walked over to the booth table and slipped in on the booth side so he could find me easier. I situated myself in the booth as I pulled the strap from my bag over my head. I began to stuff the money into my wallet, making sure it was organized in the bills before I zipped the pocket and snapped the strap on it shut. I placed it back into my purse and pulled out the book I had recently bought, Drums, Girls and Dangerous Pie. I set it on the table and turned myself to be facing the book, crossing my legs under the table. I opened the book to the page I was currently on and began to read. When I was halfway through the page, I heard, "Here you go." I jerked my head up to see the same guy setting down the latte in front of me. I smiled at him. "Thank you." I trailed off when I realized I didn't know his name in order to thank him. He seemed to catch on as he smiled and stuck out his hand. "The name's Max," he said. "I don't think I've seen you around here. And trust me, I know pretty much everyone around here." I chuckled as I took his hand, giving it a shake. "I'm Bella. My dad Charlie and I just moved up here about 6 weeks ago. We're staying in a friend's house," I said. He nodded as we released each other's hands. "I see. Are you going to be staying here long or not? I'm guessing that the friend's house is just a temporary arrangement." I shrugged as I took a small sip of the coffee. "We don't really know. It could be for a few months or a year. We haven't really gotten a good estimate on how long we'll be living up here," I said. He nodded. "What brought you up here in the first place?" he asked. I pursed my lips a little. "An issue came up, and we're hoping that moving up here for a while will help it," I said. He nodded and then cocked his head. He studied me for a moment before he replied. "You wouldn't happen to be a cancer patient of Dr. Ford, would you?" I blinked in surprise. I was actually taken aback that he had picked up on it at all. Yeah, I was pretty underweight for my height class. But usually my head of natural hair threw people off. I am, yeah," he nodded, giving a smile. "He's a good man, Drive. Ford. He helped my sister when she was struggling with cancer. It wasn't bad, mind you. But he still got her through it and cancer-free. That had to be I don't know 6 or 7 years ago." I smiled. "I've heard a lot of good things about him." He smiled. "I'm sure you did. He really deserves the praise," he said. His eyes got a little dreamy and I put another point in the column that he leaned towards snakes. I looked around the cafe and then back at him. I motioned to the seat in front of me. "Do you want to sit down?" I asked. Max seemed like a nice enough guy. He might be some good company and a good friend to make up here if not acquaintance. He thought a second, looking around the cafe quickly before he smiled and nodded. "Sure." He sat down in one of the chairs in front of me and scooted in towards the table. He set his elbows on it and said, "Let's do a get-to-know-you game." I raised a brow. "Like what?" I asked. He shrugged. "We each ask 5 questions. I ask my 5 first, and then you ask yours. Deal?" he asked. I nodded. "Deal." "Okay, I'll go first. What's your favorite color?" Quote. I raised a brow, but answered, "I don't have one. It changes every day. Today it's red." "How old are you?" 20. Relationship status? A happy single. Adopt or give birth? Adopt. There are too many homeless kids in the world. That's a good answer. I thought so. Favorite kind of ice cream? Chocolate. He hummed. I'm more of a strawberry kind of person myself, he said. He then waved his hand. Your turn. All right. What's your relationship status? Nothing at the moment, though there is a guy I'm wearing down at the moment. I'm sure I'll be at him by next week. Aha. So he was gay. Point for my gaydar. Good luck. Thank you. Favorite color? Green. Age? 20. Family? Mom, dad and sister along with a brother-in-law. Adopt. Bro, I'm a gay guy with a dick. I'm pretty sure that I'm gonna have to adopt unless my future hubby and I can find a surrogate mother. I couldn't help it as I snorted. A wicked grin pulled onto my lips. I guess that's a good point, I said. He smiled and then said, I'll go again. He looked down at the book on the table that I had closed with the bookmark sticking out of the page. How much do you like to read? Too much for my own good. Favorite book? Wuthering Heights. Favorite author? Don't make me choose, there are too many. Okay. Then what is your favorite genre? Recently I've enjoyed more realistic fiction more. You know, kind of like John Green books, but they don't have to have romance in them. Just something that's realistic with humor. I can get that, I would hope so, I said with a smile, picking up my cup of coffee. I took a sip from it and let the warm liquid slither down my throat and spread through my body. It felt good having the warmth on my hands. Good coffee. Delicious. Quote. He smiled. All right, what other hobbies do you have? I cocked my head as a small smile pulled on my lips. Well, I like to play the piano and listen to music. I love music, actually. It is right up there with reading and sleeping, I said. He nodded. What kind of music do you enjoy the most? You know, like alternative, indie rock, straight rock and roll, metal, jazz, blues, pop. What's your favorite? Well, I said with a snort. I hate it when all people listen to is pop. It annoys me that they won't listen to any other kind of music since there are so many good songs out there. He lifted his hands. Finally, he called, making a few customers look at us. I hate it when I meet people like that. It's like you want to hit them and shove their FACE into some quality music and artists that doesn't require a curse word every 2 seconds. Exactly, I agreed with a nod. It doesn't make sense to me. I mean artists like Daughter, Sylvan Esso, FL, Orense and the Machine and others are not even getting noticed and they have hundreds of good songs. I love Sylvan Esso, he said, his eyes glittering. Their music is great to dance to. I'm a dancer's brother, so I would know. What do you think about the Mowglis? Who couldn't love them? I know, right? I smiled widely at him when I noticed the customers in the store giving the two of us strange looks. I let my eyes drift over his shoulder towards a couple with their brows raised at us curiously. Max noticed my change in interest and looked over his shoulder. What do you think they're looking at? I asked aloud, cocking my head to the side. Oh no, don't tell me I have another coffee mustache. I did a quick swipe of my finger on my lip and sighed in relief. That was a close one. Max smirked as he turned back around in his seat to be facing me. They just can't believe that two extremely attractive adults are able to sit in a booth together and have a sophisticated conversation while sounding like complete fangirl. The laugh bubbled out of my chest was unstoppable as a faint blush painted my cheeks. I ducked my head slightly. Or it could be that they see you interacting with the new girl, Mr. Gay Guy. He shrugged with an impish grin. What can I say? I'm so good looking people can't imagine me being gay at all. I'm just too damn cute for anyone to resist. I'm feeling pretty resistant right now. He snorted and waved his hand dismissively. Just wait, he said, you'll soon feel the Max magnet working and it'll all come crashing down. I smiled at him when the door opened and the bell above it jangled. Max looked over his shoulder as a woman and her son walked in, going to the counter. He stood up from the chair, pushing it back into the table. I have a costumer, I'm afraid. Maybe we can continue this sophisticated conversation later. I nodded with a smile as I grabbed my book. Sure. He turned and walked back to the counter as I took another drink of my coffee as I went back to reading. My eyes took in the words on the page hungrily, immediately becoming enthralled with the story. It was about a guy whose little brother had leukemia and how the family got through it. I know, a little kid with leukemia sounded depressing and sad, but it wasn't depressing, it was happy and the guy was hilarious. I know, I sound like I'm in The Fault in Our Stars. Why did I keep bringing that story up? But I'm not. I was not going to be going to Amsterdam sadly anytime soon to visit the author, and I was mostly reading this because it was, well, hilarious. Really. I took another drink of my coffee when the door opened again. I didn't pay attention to it at first as I kept my head down. I set the coffee back down and flipped the page. My eyes continued to scan over the page that I was currently on. I moved to the next page and heard, Bella. Holy fucking shit. I raised my head up from the book to find not one, not two, but 3 vampires STANDING in front of the table I was seated at, just behind the chairs. I blinked a little at the one smiling at me brightly. Tanya. Tanya smiled at me brilliantly as she chuckled lightly. When I said I hoped for us to run into each other. I didn't think it'd be the next day, she said. I nodded as a part of me wondered if this was actually an accident. I knew that vampires were able to track scents very well, and if she had scented me in town she probably followed it here. Then again, it could have been an accident I guess, and she thought that talking to me again would be nice. I didn't think it would be, either. I replied politely. She smiled when one of the blondes behind her cleared her throat for attention. Tanya looked over her shoulder at her. This blonde was more dirty-haired than Tanya, and the other was closer to the same color as Tanya but with straight. From my guess, these were the sisters that Tanya had told me about yesterday. Tanya rolled her eyes, but turned back to me. Bella, these are my sisters Irina and Kate, she said, motioning to each one as she said their name. See, the dirty blonde Irina smiled. It's nice to meet you, Bella. Tanya told us about the new girl in town, she said. Kate hummed with a wicked grin. We always like to hear about fresh meat coming into town. You can probably guess that we don't get a lot. Tanya gave her sister a sharp elbow to the ribs. Kate gripped her side and gave her sister a shrug as she spoke. You'll have to forgive her, Bella. Kate doesn't really understand the concept of things going unsaid. I resent that. I chuckled lightly and waved my hand dismissively. It's fine, I smiled. I'm friends with a pack of boys back at home, so a lot of things are said that shouldn't be. Kate gestured to me. She gets it. Tanya rolled her eyes again where they landed back on me. She looked at the seats available. Would it be all right if we joined you? She asked, taking a small step forward. I considered for a split second about rejecting them. But then it occurred to me how that would come out. If I was going to be in town for a while, I would need to get used to them anyway. I nodded, motioning with my hand. Go ahead. Tanya smiled and took the option of sitting next to me in the booth. She slid as gracefully as any vampire, wafting my nostrils with her vanilla almond scent that was surprisingly far more pleasing to me than Edward's. Well, sunshine scent ever was. Kate and Irina sat in front of us in the chairs, smiling. I again marked my page and took my coffee cup into my hands. The warm th seeped into my already cold hands immediately as I raised it to my lips to take another drink. The drink gave me an excuse to not say anything as Tanya practically made sure there was as little space as possible between us. It took every fiber in me not to ask her to move over. It was a little uncomfortable, but it was also too comfortable. Too comfortable for my liking, if you follow. I set down my cup and Irina leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. So, Bella, Tanya told us that you moved up here a while ago with your father. She asked. I nodded. Yes, Charlie. We're living in a Fr. Ian's house at the moment for about 6 weeks now, I explained. She nodded. I see. What brought you up here? I gave a small shrug. An issue came up and we moved up here to help. We're hoping it won't take long to solve or at least get under control enough to go back home, I said. Kate nodded. What kind of issue is it? I pursed my lips again. It's personal. She nodded again, not pressing on it anymore, for which I was very grateful. Have you enjoyed your time up here so far with your boyfriend? She asked, giving a small smirk. I furrowed my brow. Boyfriend? Who the hell did they think was my boyfriend? Wait, crap. Did they find out who I really was? Did they know about Edward and me? Tanya scowled. Kate, she scolded. They aren't really dating. She shrugged innocently. What? I thought it'd be funny. He called her his girlfriend when you met them after all, she said with a smile. Oh, Frank, right. My shoulders immediately relaxed. That was a huge weight that seemed to be taken off my shoulders out of nowhere. I smiled. He's got hundreds more, believe me. I believe the youngest is 5, I chuckled. Oh, so he's a player. I nodded. Oh yeah, you know, women just can't seem to resist his charms no matter what age, I quoted with my fingers. I rolled my eyes. Tanya chuckled next to me as I grabbed the latte again. I took a drink from it as she asked, so, where is your father? I don't believe I have seen him with you. I shrugged. He took up a part-time job as a cop here to help fill in the spare time we have. He's out with some of the friends he made down at the department, I said. Not to mention it helps to keep the money coming in even if we don't have to pay rent or for the expenses. Irina nodded. I think I've heard of a new officer, though I never got his name. She smiled. He's pretty liked down there already. I smiled. That's Charlie, always the one to impress. Tanya smiled at me, moving just a little closer. So, she said casually, what are you doing here, Bella? At the cafe, I mean. I shrugged. I had spare time, I said. I thought I'd try it out. Relax a little, read, drink coffee. I tapped my left forefinger on the coffee cup. That was still clutched in my hands like it was evidence. I looked towards her. What about you? I knew that they didn't come here to just drink coffee. Vampires hated human food, and I doubted they did it for fun. Irina shrugged. We had spare time, same as you. We like to relax a little in here sometimes, she said. She then smirked and glanced over her shoulder. Not to mention it is the best way to stay in the know with the town drama. Kate gave a small, wicked grin. Very much agreed, she nodded. She looked over her shoulder at the table of 4 people who were making the most noise in the cafe. I like to stay in the know with the drama around here. It's amusing to me. Tanya rolled her eyes. Anything is amusing to you, Kate. You could see a kitten dying and laugh, she said. Kate actually turned around and gave a childlike pout. Her bottom lip jutted out and her eyes widened with venom tears filling her eyes. Kittens dying, she whimpered. That's horrible, Irina snorted. At least we know there is one sane thing about you. Kate smacked her sister on the arm. Irina scowled at her and slapped her right back. Thus ensued a sharp reply by Kate and soon followed a catfight of insults and quips. Tanya leaned towards me. I stiffened when I felt her lips only a few millimeters from my ear. Excuse them, Bella. They have a tendency to act like children a lot. I gave a small, stiff nod. Don't worry about it, I breathed. Tanya pulled away, and I could see the hint of a smirk on her lips. She knew she was going to do that to me. Crap, was she trying to seduce me? I knew vampires were good at that, but surely I could detect it right. I swallowed and took another drink of my coffee when Max suddenly walked over. He had a killer grin on his face and a plate of what appeared to be biscuit-like things in one hand and a steaming cup in the other. Tanya looked towards him as he neared, causing Irina and Kate to stop their bickering for a moment. He set the cup of coffee down and took my other one, which was almost all the way gone. He then set the plate in front of me. We had extra and I thought, Bella ordered a vanilla latte and she has never tried our famous little biscuits. So, here we are. He motioned to the plate and the new drink as he pulled away from me. I smiled up at him gratefully, mostly for giving me an excuse from looking at the vampires and being with them alone. Thank you, Max. He waved his hand in the air dismissively. No probs, girl. He looked at the vampires. Hello, Tanya, Irina, Kate. Kate smiled. Hey, Max, how are you today? She asked politely. He shrugged. All right, I guess, he said. I haven't really done much today besides talk to Bella and wait on tables. What about you guys? Tanya smiled and I could feel her hand suddenly find my thigh under the table. The action made me jump slightly as she spoke with her thumb moving in circles on the outside of my pant leg. We're just meeting up with Bella. Discreetly, I moved my leg as a hint to lay off. I didn't know if the action was accidental or purposeful as a way of as an affectionate gesture, but either way the contact sent too many chills up my spine for my comfort. When Tanya didn't move her hand, I instead pulled my leg away. Her hand slid off as I crossed my legs under the table to keep said incident from repeating. Tanya frowned, but said nothing as Max nodded. You sure are popular around here, Bella. He gave me a slight wink. I rolled my eyes at him, but picked up a biscuit when he noticed the customer on the other side of the cafe waving him down. He frowned, turned back to me and said, I got another customer. I'll talk to you in a little. I nodded, waving the biscuit in the air. Yep. I placed the biscuit in my mouth as he walked away. Taking a bite, I was about to reach for my coffee when I froze as my taste buds suddenly jerked awake at the delicious concoction in my mouth. My eyes widened and I looked down at the wonder that was currently residing in my hand. Holy fucking shit, I said. I meant for it to be in my head, but it seemed to have gone another way. Kate sniggered at me. Is it that good? She teased. raising her brows at me in a way that I'm pretty sure was supposed to make me blush, but really I was too focused on the delicious taste to care. Good? I asked. This is what hope tastes like. Good does not even come close to describing it. This right here is a wonderful, magnificent piece of art that should go into the Smithsonian. I took another bite of the biscuit and orked down the moan that built up in my chest. Irina smiled at me, amused. I hope that you stay in town for a while, Bella, she said, almost randomly. I raised my brow at her, actually curious. ISW. Allowed the bite of food and took a drink of coffee. Why is that? I asked. She shrugged, seeming unsure how to explain it herself. You're good company, she settled for, and good company is something that is hard for us to find. I tried my best to not look like I understood what she meant. The Cullens explained to me once about how it was annoying when humans acted either lustfully around them or just plain stupid. Sometimes it was amusing, but usually it was annoying. That was part of why they liked Charlie. He was respectful, nice, and he supported Carlisle. He didn't act like every human did when they first ran into each other. Most humans would stutter or become extremely aroused and try to seduce them. Some would just be shy because of their instincts, or some would be PID and try to stand up to them and get them angry. It was ridiculous. I think that was part of the reason the Cullens liked me, at least they pretended to for a while. I was a shy and awkward girl naturally back then, and it made my behavior around them less annoying. After I got to know them, I became more comfortable and I would jab back at them more than I did before. I understood how they to get away from the annoyance of human hormones every once in a while. It would annoy me to be around that all the time too. I smiled at her. Well, I'm glad that I can fill up that spot for you, Irina, I said. I then took another drink of my latte, soon followed by a biscuit that practically melted in my mouth as I ate it. Seriously, this needed a plaque or something, or they just needed a whole other shop for just the biscuits themselves. Irina smiled back at me. She leaned forward and cleared her throat. So, what do you do for a living, Bella? She asked. She cocked her head to the side. Tanya said that you are not in college and got your GED when you were 18. So I'm curious if you have a job or any hobby. I swallowed, taking the time I had with the food in my mouth to contemplate. I seem to be doing that a lot, recently. I shook my head. No, I don't, actually, I said. Why, if you don't mind me asking? Tanya asked from my side. Her brow was raised curiously as her head cocked to the side slightly, resting her chin on her palm. I looked down at my cup for a moment, drawing my index finger along the side as the steam continued to rise from it. The past few years for Charlie and I have been stressful. School was adding to the stress and I got my GED over summer to help. Oh, I see, Kate said, nodding her head in understanding. So, I'm guessing that you haven't taken a job because it will add to the stress. I nodded. That and it wouldn't be a smart move. Right now, our situation is too unpredictable, and things could flip from one thing to the next in a second. We're just trying to get it all under control right now. And that's why you moved up here, Tanya concluded, to help get things back under control or to fix it. I nodded. Yes. She nodded and then set her hand on mine. Bella, I do not mean to pry, but are you in some kind of financial trouble? She asked gently. If so, I know someone who could help with it. I shook my head. HTING furiously to again ignore the sparks that were shooting up my arm from the contact of our skin. No, it isn't financial. It's just personal, I said. She studied me carefully, as if trying to see if I was lying before she nodded. However, even though she dropped the subject, her hand stayed on mine, even holding onto mine a little tighter. Kate, as if sensing my slight discomfort at the hand holding, spoke up. So, Bella, what are some things you do if you have spare time a lot? I shrugged, though I was grateful for a change in topic. I play piano, read, watch TV, wander around town and the city. I kind of just hang out. I guess, I said. You play the piano? Tanya asked. I nodded. For a few years now. You could call it my way of coping with all the stress we have, I said. Are you any good? Kate asked, giving me a smirk. Or do you only know songs like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star and Amazing Grace? I smirked. Well, I'd show you how good I was, Kate, but sadly there is no piano here, and if I played for you, you'd be breathless, on the ground wondering what came over you." She raised a brow as she leaned forward. "Is that a challenge?" I cocked my head. "Possibly. I accept." "I didn't even say it was a challenge." "You never said it wasn't." I hummed, taking a drink of my coffee slowly. Tanya smiled at us, seeming amused as we went back and forth. From the smirk on Kate's face, she thought I was going to give up. However, one thing this vampire didn't know was that I had dealt with Emmett and a whole pack of shifters over the past 2 years. I was very well practiced in arranging these things. I set the cup down and leaned forward till my elbows rested on the table and folded my hands in the air. "If I prove you wrong, what do I win?" I asked. "Who said you won anything?" "I did," she huffed, crossing her arms in front of my chest as she assessed me. After a moment, she smirked. "There's a music store down the street we can go to. You play the piano, as good as say you do, and you can have the personal satisfaction of proving me wrong, and you can make me embarrass myself in public." I raised a brow, but nodded. "All right, and if I lose?" She smirked. "Easy. You get embarrassed and I get to kiss you." Now that threw me off. That's one of the strangest things I have ever heard come out of a stranger's mouth. And it's double weird for coming out of Kate. I could feel Tanya's hand physically tighten around mine. Her body straightened slightly next to me as her eyes narrowed when Irina snapped her head to the side. "Kate," she hissed out in warning. Kate shrugged. "What?" "Bella feels confident enough in her skills to take the bet. Besides, if she loses it's a win-win. Not only does she get to kiss me in all my glory, but I do get the chance to see if she is as delectable as she looks," she said with a wink. Tanya's hand once again tightened around mine. "Kate," she said, her voice gruff and heavy, "you should know better than to." "It's on." "What?" Tanya asked, snapping her head to me. Her golden eyes were slightly wide in surprise. "The bet is on," I repeated. I took my free hand and stuffed another biscuit in, washing it down with a large swig of the coffee. What was rest of the hot liquid warmed my body instantly as it traveled down my throat. I stood up and arched my brow at Kate. "Well," she smirked and stood. "Let's do it." I nodded and scooped my book off the table, stuffing it into my purse when I finally took my hand away from Tanya's. I slung my shoulder strap over my head and looked at the remaining biscuits. I raised a brow, grabbed several napkins from the dispenser and wrapped them in it. "Seriously?" Irina asked. I shrugged. "They are simply too good to waste." I placed the wrapped-up biscuits into my bag carefully and zipped the hole close. I set my hands on my hips, feeling a surge of complete confidence as I looked at the pale blonde. "Are we going or not?" Kate snorted as she sauntered for the door. "Don't talk big, Bella. You'll crash and burn, so you better get ready to pucker up," she said. "You should too, Kate," I said as I walked around the table with Tanya close behind, "because you are about to kiss my ass." "Oh, it is so on. You have no idea." I waved bye to Max when he saw us leaving. He waved back excitedly with a grin. "I'll see you later, Max." "See you." We walked out of the door into the air. I instinctively stuffed my hands into my pockets as we walked out. Kate took the lead, sauntering ahead to show off how confident she was she would win. Tanya and Irina walked beside me. "I can't believe you seriously agreed to indulge Kate," Irina said. I shrugged. "Like I said, I have a pack of teenage boys at home. I am not unused to pranks, bets, wrestling, language, sex, or talk about whose dick is bigger." "I've heard it all," Tanya snorted. "Did they seriously talk about that?" she asked. I shook my head. "No, but the way they act is pretty obvious that they are trying to show off their junk," I said. I rolled my eyes at the end with my air quotes. Kate sniggered from ahead of me. "So, Bella, if you are so used to boys, penises and sex, are you a virgin?" "Katrina," Tanya hissed. Kate looked over her shoulder to her sister innocently. "What? I was just asking," she said, pulling the "I'm innocent" card. Tanya scowled. "No, you weren't. You were trying to be nosy and find something to embarrass her with," she growled. She then turned to me. "Don't answer her question." I nodded, actually relieved from the excuse. "Got it." Kate huffed from in front of me. "You guys are no fun." She stopped walking in front of a small store. When she said, "down the street," she really meant down the street. Kate grabbed a hold of the door handle and pulled the glass door open. The small ring of an automatic alarm for the door binged as she walked through. Tanya caught it and held it open for both Irina and me. I gave her a smile of thanks before I walked the rest of the way in. Inside, the store was small, but amazing. There were guitars, trumpets, saxophones, keyboards, violins and whatever else lining the walls. In the back was another room where they had drums and a few larger pianos. As in actual grand pianos. Behind the desk was an older woman who smiled when she looked up at us from her book. "Hello, girls, how are you today?" she asked. "Hey, Bridget," Irina greeted, "we're fine. What about yourself?" She shrugged. "I'm alive still, so that's good." She then turned her attention onto me and cocked her head. "So, you're the new girl Jerry hasn't stopped talking about." I was actually a little taken aback as I slowly nodded. Yeah. The answer came out more as a question, but I really didn't know what to say in reply. She chuckled. "Well, all I can say is that you did the right thing. Girl, making friends with Jerry. You're already growing to be one of his favorite customers," she smiled. I smiled back. "Jerry's a nice guy," she nodded, closing her book. "That he is." She got off the stool she had been sitting on and raised her brow at us. "So, what can I help you with?" Kate smirked. "Bella here said that she's wicked at piano." "I bet she wasn't and we're here to settle it," she said. Bridget's attention was once again on me. "How long have you been playing?" she questioned. "About 2 years, I said." I looked at Kate. "And I never said I was wicked. Just that I played a lot. Same thing in my book." Bridget hummed and walked over. She grabbed my hands and felt my palms and fingers. After a moment, I realized she was feeling how experienced my hands were. She looked up. "And you said for 2 years?" she asked. I nodded. "Yes, ma'am." She hummed again, smiling a little. The look she gave me, it told me all I needed to know. Had she knew I would give Kate a run for her money. Well, in this case, her embarrassment. Kate suddenly pushed on my shoulder. "Let's go, Bella," she said. The force of her push wouldn't have usually hurt me. But the less meat on my bones didn't help cushion anything as much, and I grunted a little. I did my best to make it look like it was from being pushed and not because I couldn't handle her push. I didn't want the Denali's to know about my condition. The only people here who knew besides Charlie were Frank, Max, Drive, Ford, Kristen and Sylvia. It was something that didn't need to spread. I walked towards the back room voluntarily, not wanting to get another push from Kate. I soon found myself in the back room and looked around at the piano. My eyes landed on a nice black grand piano and my feet immediately carried me over to it. I sat down on the bench as Kate smirked, sitting on one of the benches. She crossed her legs and set her elbows on her knees with her chin on her hands. She just screamed confidence and smugness. Tanya took to being able to watch me play and destroy her sister by standing at the piano as Irina sat on another bench. Bridget must have decided to sit on her stool again and keep reading. Because she wasn't in the room with us anymore. I adjusted the piano bench to make sure it was close enough for my arms to reach the keys as Kate said, "Take your time, Bella. I don't want this to be an unfair bet." I rolled my eyes. "It already is with how little you know of my playing capabilities, Kate," I thought to myself. Tanya smiled in front of me, seeming to think the same thing as me. I raised my hands and set them on the keyboard. After a second, I began to play at the Ivy Gate. The song was by Brian Crane and it was a beautiful modern piano piece. The key strokes were beautiful to watch and the sound was amazing. I closed my eyes as I let myself fall into the oblivion I always did when I was playing. My whole body became a part of the music more and more with each finger movement. My soul began to lift from my body as I let myself find my haven in the music. Every emotion, every fiber in my body was pouring out of me into the song. My movements were driven by the deepest part of my soul, bringing out the truth that lied deep within me. I took in a deep breath, willing my body to stay down with the song. I willed my soul to take flight with it, to keep moving with the music to help carry the beautiful tune. The wonderful sound that reached my ears was just barely the tip of the iceberg. I slowly came to the end of the song, letting myself slowly sink back into my body. My soul became more aware of the things on the ground and not in the air as my arms and fingers still moved with the music, keeping it alive to help me return back to my body. Then, after a few more seconds, my soul finished the bond into my body on the last note. I took in a deep breath to hold myself, letting it simmer for a second before I opened my eyes and brow. Myself back to the planet I lived on completely. I removed my hands from the keyboard and looked up to find Tanya standing much closer than she had been before I started to play. She was leaning forward, watching me intently as her eyes glistened in awe. Her mouth was slightly open, as if she wanted to say something, but didn't know how to or what to say. It was a peaceful and full moment. Then, Kate said, "I had no idea you could play like that." I blinked, coming out of the final piece of my daze, and smirked as I turned around to look at Kate with a small chuckle. "That's why you look before you jump, Kate," I said with a grin. I pushed myself away from the piano and stood up. "Now, go outside and sing 'I Like Big Butts' at the top of your lungs." "I hate you, Bella," Kate grumbled, walking back to us. She had just finished the last note to "I Like Big Butts," and needless to say, she had gotten several looks from passing people. If she were human, I had a feeling that her cheeks would be bright red right now. I smiled at her innocently. "You came up with the bet, Kate," I reminded her. Irina, Tanya and I were currently leaning against the music store brick wall. It was the best eat in the house to watch her embarrass herself in front of the people. She huffed, not seeming to find that as an acceptable answer. "I made it to be an embarrassment for you," she said, crossing her arms over her chest like a child. Tanya chuckled from next to me. "Clearly that did not work, did it, Kate?" she teased. She gave my shoulder a little nudge with a wink. Kate rolled her eyes at Tanya when a man spoke up. Was that Kate we heard singing all the way across the street? The three of us turned our attention to a Hispanic couple walking forward. From my guess, they were their cousins, Carmen and Elazar. By the way they were holding hands, they were a mated pair. Irina nodded with a grin. "Yes, it was." She gave me a nudge. "She lost a bet to this brunette right here." The woman raised a brow at me. "And what was this bet?" she asked. It took me a second to realize she was addressing me. I shrugged. "She bet I couldn't play other songs on the piano besides Twinkle, Twinkle Lee TTLE Star or Amazing Grace, and well, I looked at Kate and couldn't stop the small smirk spreading on my lips. You know the rest." Kate huffed at me as the man Elazar chuckled and held his hand out. "I'm Elazar," he said as I took his hand, "and this is my wife Carmen." He jerked his head towards her slightly as we dropped hands. I nodded and took Carmen's extended hand. "Bella," I smiled. She smiled in return, shaking my hand in a firm shake. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Bella," she said. "You too," I replied as I dropped her hand. As I looked at Carmen, for a second, I saw Esme standing in front of me instead of her. I saw the caramel-haired woman whom I had loved with all my heart, for just a second, and it made my heart swell a little. Carmen smiled. "Tanya told us about when she met you," she said, looking at the curly-haired blonde over my shoulder. "I see that you've managed to also beat Kate in one of her own games." "That's rather impressive." I smiled and chuckled. "I don't know if impressive fits the bill as much as being smart about it," I said, giving a small smirk at Kate, who threw up her hands. Elazar chuckled. "Probably not that far from it," he agreed. Kate huffed. "Well, I never." The Denalis laughed around me as I smiled at the blonde. I had a feeling that Kate and I were going to get along well, at least we would if I planned on staying here. She made my stomach kind of dropped as I realized my friends here would be left behind. Max, Frank, Jerry, Sylvia. All of them. I could feel the frown start to pull on the corner of my mouth, and quickly caught it. I shook my head to clear the thought from my mind. I couldn't really be that good of friends with the Denalis anyway, at least I probably shouldn't. If they were related to the Cullens and they realized who I actually was in that time, it was possible they would contact the Cullens. That was not a door I wanted to open or go through. For one, I'd have to explain why I was up here exactly. And I still didn't feel comfortable telling them that. That was because I both didn't know them and I didn't want the vampires to start fretting over me like the Cullens had when they discovered I was clumsier when I used to be. Second, getting close to the Denalis would be another friend to leave behind. Sure, they were good company, and I might maintain casual relationship with them, but not a very intimate one. It would help with the heartbreak of leaving more friends behind. I might have been able to pull off my secret that way, keeping the relationship impersonal. It would be easier to leave then, and it would be a good way to keep the fact of who I was and why I was here a secret a little longer. And, if they did find out why, I could at least try not to say my name. I gave the smallest nod to my thought when Tanya nudged me in the shoulder. I jerked my head up to her as I snapped out of my thoughts. She raised a brow at me. "Are you all right, Bella?" You didn't answer. I blinked and nodded. "Oh, yes, I'm fine. I just zoned out," I said, giving her a slight smile. Tanya nodded, looking me up and down for a moment before she continued, "As I was saying, did." She was cut off by a car horn. The six of us looked towards the sound as Tanya gave an annoyed huff. A familiar to me white BMW pulled to the curb as the driver's door opened. I smiled as I saw Frank's head emerge from the car. He slammed the car door shut and threw his hands up in the air. "There's my #1 girlfriend." I couldn't help the laugh that exploded from my mouth. I loved Frank. I seriously did. He gave me an impish grin as Tanya chuckled next to me. Kate raised a brow as Frank walked towards us. "So, this is the player of women, huh?" she asked teasingly. Frank nodded, setting his hands on his hips as he puffed out his chest. "You bet I am," he said. No woman can resist the charms of old Frank Simmons. He tapped 2 fingers on his chest. I rolled my eyes and sent a gentle jab into his abs. He huffed as his chest fell. "You sure are masculine," I said, using my fingers for air quotes. He waved his hand dismissively. "Who needs to be masculine? All you got to have is patience, persistence, and a whole lot of charm that includes a dashing smile." He then turned his head to the side and gave a dashing smile at me. "I'm melting. I told you, it works." He then turned to Tanya. "It's nice to see you again, Tanya, or was it Anya?" Tanya smiled next to me with a nod. "It's Tanya," she said. "And it's nice to see you as well, Frank." He nodded. Tanya got it." He jabbed a finger at his head that made Kate snigger. She pushed her hand forward. "Hi, I'm Kate, Tanya's cool sister." He took her hand in stride, giving it a firm shake. Kate/cool. "Yep, it's saved," he said, giving a grin. "Name's Frank Simmons, and I guess you already know I'm Bella's amazing boyfriend." I gathered. He dropped her hand and took Irina's. "I'm Irina, Tanya's actually cool sister and not the annoying one," she said, casting a look at Kate. Irina, nailed it," he said, giving his head a firm nod in confirmation. "I'll try to have to keep you two separated in my head on who's cool and who's not." Irina smiled. "You'll figure it out." He smiled and dropped her hand and turned to the 2 remaining vampires. Elazar held out his hand. "I'm Elazar," he said, taking Frank's hand, "and this is my wife Carmen." Frank took Carmen's as she smiled. "We're the sisters' cousins." He nodded. Karzer, cousins," he said. "You shipped their names?" I asked, raising a brow at him. He shrugged as he let go of Carmen's hand. "What?" It was shorter than Carmen and Elazar. Carmen and Elazar, Carmen and... "I get it," I said, holding up my hand for him to stop. He smiled at me wickedly and then looked at Elazar. "I promise you, sir, that I will try to keep my charms on the down low. I don't want to affect your lady there," he said, nodding to Carmen. The vampires smiled, probably amused by the fact Frank, an older human guy, was even joking about taking a vampire's mate. Elazar smiled. "Well, I don't think she'll fall for it. But I do appreciate the gesture." Frank shrugged. "I'm just saying, I can just be walking down the street and all of a sudden I have a horde of women running after me with my face on their shirts and hearts around our names," he said. The group laughed as he smiled. I shook my head. "I'd like to see that, I think," I said, giving him a wicked grin. He gave me a small nudge. "Just keep sticking around with me and you will." He threw his arm over my shoulders. "All right, Miss Bella, I was looking for you for your dad, so we better get a move on before he decides to use his new police connections here." I smiled at him and nodded as I suddenly became reluctant to leave, and yet relieved at the same time. "That wouldn't be good," I agreed. He turned to the vampires as he began to pull me towards the car. It was nice meeting you all. Hopefully we'll see each other around, he said. Elazar nodded with a slight smile. Hopefully, except I may not allow Carmen to be around if you're near, he joked. Frank nodded and winked. Smart man. He opened the door for me, and before I slid in, I gave a small wave to the vampires, not wanting to seem rude just before he shut the door. I buckled myself in as Frank walked around the car and climbed in. He had left the car running, knowing he wouldn't be out for long, and only had to buckle up, shift and accelerate. I gave another wave to the vampires, in which Tanya smiled, raising her hand a little in a small wave as Kate waved her hand excitedly. It was hard to see those two as sisters. Frank grabbed my attention by saying, "So, Bells, the plan is that we're meeting your dad up closer to the city and then we're all going to Maria's. He wanted to have a good lunch with you." I nodded. "All right," I agreed. A wicked thought came to my mind and I grinned at him. Are the stakes still the same? It was a game we had made in order to make sure I ate my food. We raced to see who could finish all of their food the fastest. It was a good way for me to keep eating, and since I ate healthy things it was even better for my body. He snorted. "Of course, whoever finishes first gets $10. You're going down." "No, I'm not." "Yeah, you are." "No, I'm not." "Yes, no, quote, yes, no, blank, underscore, blank." "Ready," I said, holding my fork over my plate. "Set, go." Frank and I both dove into our food, stuffing our mouths full of the food and chewing fast as we could. Charlie shook his head. "Sometimes I wonder if Frank is your long-lost uncle, Bella," he said, taking a drink from the coffee in front of him. "He might be," I said through a mouthful of food. Charlie wrinkled his nose in disgust. "Swallow first, Bella." I shrugged and continued to eat, though found it ironic as I usually scolded the wolves for doing that. He took a drink and asked, "So, what did you do today?" I swallowed this time and answered, "I went down to Stella's, the cafe that Frank told me about. It was nice, and I met the server Max there. I think he and I will get along well." Charlie raised his brow. "Max, is he about your age?" I nodded. "Yes, why?" I asked, taking a bite of my food. He smiled and chuckled, shaking his head. "Nothing. It's just that I met the lad before. His mom is with the force here. He's a nice boy, and I won't be worried about you two together," he said with a smile. I raised my brow. "Why? He's gay, isn't he?" Yeah, that's why." I rolled my eyes at him as I shoveled more food into my mouth. Even after eating here a lot, the food was still amazing and I loved being able to eat pretty much everything on the menu. It helped keep the palate fresh from running out of good food. He swallowed a bite of his burger and asked, "Did you just spend time with him today at the cafe or go to the bookstore, too?" I shook my head. "No, I didn't go to the bookstore, but I did run into Tanya again," I said. He stopped for a second and looked up at me as he raised a brow. "Tanya, he asked. I could see that small flash in his eyes, the look of caution and suspicion as he went into interrogation mode. I nodded. "Yeah, her two sisters were with her when they came into the cafe. They spent some time with me and we ended up having a bet with each other. I won, of course." He snorted there. "I also met her two cousins that are currently staying with them, Carmen and Elazar." He raised a brow. "Is her whole family up here?" he asked. I shook my head. "No, it's just the 5 of them," I explained. I took another bite of my food and swallowed it down quickly to follow with a quick drink of my water. He hummed as Frank nodded. "Yep, the 5 of them seemed pretty nice when I picked you up, Bella." He then smiled and turned to me and I instantly felt my stomach fill with lead. I'm still convinced Tanya is after you." "What?" Charlie asked, snapping his head to me. His eyes narrowed on me dangerously and I mentally cursed Frank, who had just taken a drink like it was nothing. He nodded. The first one we met. I'm very certain she's after Bella's affections. She was practically gawking at her the whole time I was around them both today and in the bookstore," he said, shoveling another chunk of food into his mouth that he chewed quickly. Charlie snapped his head to me and narrowed his eyes. I resisted the urge to shrink back into my seat. I knew that Charlie was mad I hadn't told him that part. He wanted to keep me from getting my heart broken again, and as soon as he heard the Denali's were related to the Cullens, his shields were up. Now, they were going to be up with the lasers. I shrugged. I don't think so, I said. We were just talking is all. I pushed a piece of food into my mouth and quickly swallowed to follow it with another bite, wishing a hole could swallow me up. Frank hummed. And she never happened to touch you today? Say on the hand, thigh, face or arm? He asked. I was about to say no, when I remembered the diner. Tanya had placed her hand on my thigh under the table. She didn't take it off until I physically moved my thigh away, and she took my hand as the second option. She didn't let go of my hand either until I was getting into my bag. Still, there was no way that Tanya would do that, right? She was probably just an affectionate person like Alice was. The thought of Alice made my heart ache slightly for a moment before I quickly shoved it down as I had over the years. Frank sensed my hesitation and smirked. Told you so, he said, shoveling more food into his mouth cockily. It was nothing, I argued. She's just an affectionate person. Charlie narrowed his eyes at me again. Are you sure, Bella? You don't really even know her. I nodded. Yes, Dad, I said, now getting slightly annoyed. The fact that she doesn't even know me proves it. I took a bite of food and swallowed. Besides, even if she was, I wouldn't be interested. Frank chuckled. Don't be so sure, Bella. Things can always change, he said. He turned towards me again. And I know for a fact that this Tanya is going to come after you, and you will have to endure her persuasion. He then smirked. And you also need to pay up $10. Blank, underscore, blank. The drive home was tense and silent. Charlie had his jaw tight ever since we had left Maria's. I said nothing to him, because I didn't know what to say to him. He was mad about the fact the Denali's were related to the Cullens, that they looked so much like them. I knew he was mad at the Cullens, and he was mad at Edward for breaking my heart. Now, he was mad for Tanya coming into my life and after me. He was mad that the cousin of the Cullens of the boy who broke my heart was coming after me for my affections. It was what I knew he was mad about that made it so hard to talk to him. So, I shifted in the seat awkwardly, unsure of what to say. I looked out the window for a while, watching the scenery go by as I tried to think of what to say. I truly had no idea what I should say to him. It was one of the first awkward moments with my father since we had both gotten so close. When we got home, the tension didn't cease, if anything it grew. The Okayan words between us were building as we walked into the house. Charlie went straight to the kitchen to get a beer out of the fridge, probably wanting something to help calm his nerves. I took in a deep breath. Deciding to just let the cat out of the bag, I followed him into the kitchen, leaning against the door frame as he grabbed a beer and started to open it. Dad, I forbid it, he growled. My eyes bulged out of my head. What? I forbid you to see that woman and her family. I won't let them entertain themselves in trying to win your affections, he said. He snapped the cap of the beer as I gaped at him. But, Dad, they aren't. You should have told me, he cut me off. You should have told me that woman was coming after you. Why didn't you tell me, Bella? You know how I feel about them. His hands tightened on the bottle in anger as he tossed the cap into the trash. Because Tanya is not coming after me, Frank is just seeing something that isn't really there, I said. Charlie shook his head with a snort. No, Bella. He's seen it. He's seen it twice, and your hesitation to if she has touched you is enough to tell me volumes. She is coming after you, and she is going to pursue you. I shook my head vigorously at him. Dad, she won't pursue me. Tanya hardly knows anything about me. She doesn't know enough to even see interest in me, I said. He laughed. That's why you ask questions, Bella. He looked at me. She's attracted to you, don't deny it. Frank said she stares at you. You've said that she has touched you. She has asked you questions to get to know you. He scowled. And I forbid you to be around her because of it. I blinked. Charlie had never once forbidden me to see or do anything besides think of the Cullens when I cried. Not once. Dad, Tanya isn't like that, I argued. I don't think she is going to. This isn't negotiable, Bella. You are too sick and too vulnerable to let someone in. She'll take your heart and destroy you just like they did, and I am not going to stand around to watch you break. I'd rather you died right now instead of see that. I took a step back as my mouth dropped open, unable to mouth any words. I couldn't believe he had said that. I felt my bottom lip begin to shake as tears entered my eyes. His posture relaxed with his eyes. He sighed, running his hand through his hair. Bella. I turned on my heel and shot out of the kitchen. I skidded around the corner and flew up the stairs towards my room. My feet thudded against the stairs as I shot up to the hallway as he started to run after me. Bella, he shouted. I didn't stop until I was in my room. Slamming my door shut behind me and locking it. Charlie stopped in front of my door as I collapsed on my bed, feeling the tears leak down my cheeks. Bella, open the door, he said. I didn't move. He hit it. Bella, come on. You know I didn't mean it like that. Just let me in and we'll talk about it, he insisted. I still didn't move. He was silent for a moment and then cursed and kicked the door, making me jump before he angrily stomped away. I buried my face into my pillow, letting the tears wash down my cheeks silently as it muffled my sobs. I woke up the next morning with painfully throbbing head. The type you got after you cried yourself to sleep after already crying for a long time. The tears had dried and crinkly on my cheeks and damp on my pillows still. I slowly blinked my eyes open, registering the light coming in from my window. I rolled onto my side, taking in a deep breath as I rubbed my eyes. I let it out slowly and stretched my muscles, getting out all of the kinks they had gotten through lying in the same position for so long. I turned to the side and looked at my clock. It was just before 7 in the morning. I must have slept ever since I had stopped crying or had cried so much that my body just gave up and let me go to sleep to get the rest back up again. I shook my head and pushed myself off my bed. I rubbed my temples as they throbbed and stumbled to my bedroom door. I grabbed the doorknob and turned it, hearing the click of the lock coming undone to let the knob turn. I ran my hand through my hair lazily and walked towards the bathroom. I clicked the door shut behind me as I turned on the sink, cupping my hands under the faucet. I leant forward to splash water in my face, taking out the rest of the drowsiness as I began to wake up. I splashed my face twice before I shut off the water and dried my face, taking in a deep breath to look at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes were slightly red and puffy from crying. Myself to sleep and my lips were cracked slightly. I took in a breath and pushed away from the mirror to start my routine. Blank. As I walked down the stairs 20 minutes later, I felt a little better than I had when I woke up. I felt more refreshed, and it put just a little more of a skip into my step. As I reached the last step, I rounded the corner to head for the kitchen when I found a hilarious sight. Charlie was standing in the kitchen in baggy jeans with tears and holes that drooped to show the top of his boxers. His plaid shirt was mostly unbuttoned, with a long gold chain in front of his chest. He wore sandals with socks and a baseball cap turned backwards barely fit on his head. To top it all off, as if it weren't enough, his mustache and eyebrows were purple. I stood there, trying to take in it. He glanced over his shoulder and gave a small smile. Morning. Morning. He looked down at his outfit. I wanted to apologize for what I did yesterday. And I thought looking like a hillbilly rapper was a good way to start, he explained. He fiddled with the hem of his shirt nervously. Along with this, he motioned to a breakfast already sitting on the counter for me. I blinked as my eyes followed his hand that fell back to his side. Now, while I didn't look it, part of me was actually dying from laughter at the sight of my father dressed like a hillbilly rapper in our kitchen. It was a sight that anyone would find hilarious or extremely odd in my position, but, again, in my position I was also dealing with my father whom hurt me last night. The other half of me that was still under the stab of those events was just unsure of what to do or how to react. So, I just stood there, silent and unmoving. Charlie sighed to my lack of reaction. I'm sorry, Bella, he said. I didn't mean what I said last night. I should never have said it, or let myself get out of control. It's just I hate what they did to you. It hurt to watch you go through it, all of it. I felt helpless as I watched my baby girl break, and when Frank said that Tanya was interested I don't know, I just panicked. I know it is unfair to judge the Denalis for just being related to the Cullens. But I can't help it, I don't want you to get hurt again. I took in a deep breath, and let it out with a slow nod. I know, Dad, I said calmly, and I did. Dee known it last night and when I met Tanya. I know it hurt you just as it hurt me, though, in a different way. And I know you don't want to see me hurt again, but you need to understand that the Dina Lee and I will be nothing more than friends if we even become that close of friends. I'm able to make my own decisions in who I'm around and I can hold to those decisions. He nodded in understanding. You are, he agreed, and I trust you. But I don't trust them. If they are like their cousins, they could do the same thing to you. They could take everything like the Cullens did, and, frankly, if it happened again I wouldn't stop until I had hunted them all down. I sighed, sitting at the counter where he set my food, feeling suddenly exhausted. But you trust me, I pointed out. My fingers absently grabbed the V8 in front of me. Can't you trust me to tell them when I am uncomfortable with the relationship? He paused for a moment, taking time to consider my words. The hat on his head rocked back and forth awkwardly with the angle of his head as his hair began to slowly peek out. Finally, he nodded with a sigh. Yes, I can, he said after a moment's hesitation. But, he continued, I can't trust Tanya with you. If she comes after you, Bella, I can resist her, Dad, I said with a scowl. He narrowed his eyes at me, looking ready to argue when he closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. He clenched his jaw, and then relaxed it. He gave me a small nod. I'll leave it up to you, Bella. You are an adult after all, at least a legal one, he said. However, do not expect me to be all lovey-dovey with them when I meet them. I nodded, giving him a smile. I wouldn't expect you to, Dad. He nodded, adjusting the cap on his head. Good, he said. Now, does this thing make my head look big? Blank. It had been 4 days since Charlie and I had come to our agreement in the kitchen. We hadn't spoken of our talk over that time as the days went by smoothly and without any further incident. We stayed home the whole time, making up for the fight to each other with some quality father-daughter time. We watched the games on the television, played poker and blackjack as we ate whatever there was in the fridge and cabinets. It was kind of nice, just spending our days together, but part of me knew that it wasn't just to assure Charlie. It was because I knew that if I went into town, I would most definitely see Tanya there. I was fairly certain that her coming to the coffee shop was no accident. In fact, I was 100% certain, and I had a feeling that she was keeping an eye out for me. I hadn't felt ready to face Tanya yet. I had needed to get my head clear, think up a game plan on how I could resist her charms if she did try to make a move on me. I thought of ways to make it clear that I wouldn't be interested in her if she did make the advances. Step 1. Be observant. Try to watch her movements, for example if she laughs, and 2. Chest my arm at something that wasn't incredibly funny. Step 2. Keep space between us. Don't let her touch my thigh again or hold my hand, since the two of us barely knew each other. It would send her strange signals that she did not need to receive. Step 3. Be friendly, but just friends friendly. Make sure that the friendship shields are down and the relationship shields are up. It was a small plan, sure, but it was all I had for now. Because in all honest truth, I had no idea what the hell I was supposed to do. It was all I could think of, and I hoped that it was enough to get me through a few times around her before I had to add more steps that involved verbal ways of telling her to back off. I nodded to myself as I threw my shoulder bag over my shoulder, pulling my low ponytail out from under the strap to rest it on my shoulder. I zipped up my jacket as I walked towards the door. I'm gonna go into town, Dad. I think I'm going to visit Max. He looked up from the couch where he was watching the basketball game and raised a brow. You sure? He asked. I nodded. Yeah, I need to make sure my new gay friend is actually my new gay friend, I said, giving him a small smile. He nodded. All right, then, call me if you need anything. I nodded and walked out of the door, and I headed towards town. Town wasn't too far from our house, and the walk wasn't terrible. In fact, it was probably good for me to go on the walk. It helped build up strength and endurance and added to my health. I stuffed my hands into my pockets as I walked, letting my eyes look over the landscape around me. Alaska really was a beautiful place. The trees here were beautiful and lush, and the vegetation was wonderful. It was kind of like Forks, how the woods were beautiful. It was different, Sure, but it still reminded me of home. I smiled a little as I kept walking, getting closer to town. When I arrived, I walked straight to Stella's cafe. I planned on getting some coffee and biscuits there before I went to Jerry's store. I wanted to see if I could find some more books that would hold any interest to me. The walk to Stella's seemed short, and when I pulled the door open, Max jerked his head up to smile at me brightly. "Bella," he called. He rushed around the desk and pulled me into a hug. "Where have you been, girl?" I shrugged, hugging him back with a smile. "I was just spending some time with Charlie," I said. He nodded, giving me a small and gentle squeeze before he let go with a smile. "I get it," he said. He gave my shoulder a small shove. "Now, tell me what you want to drink and eat and then we can lounge at your table." I smiled as I followed him up to the register. "White mocha latte, Max, and I'll take some of those delicious biscuits," I said with a smile. He smirked as he punched the order into the machine. "I told you they were amazing. You didn't believe me, did you?" he asked, raising a brow at me. I shook my head. "No, I honestly didn't." He grinned. "$8.50. I dead him a 10 and he handed me $1.50 back. I stuffed the money into my wallet. "Okay." I stuffed it into my purse that I would later put in my wallet and said, "I'll be waiting for you at my table." He nodded as I turned on the ball of my foot and headed for the table. I effortlessly slid into the booth, taking off the strap of my bag, and leaned against the back of the booth as I put the money into my wallet. After closing the purse, I folded my arms across my chest and let my body relax. It wasn't a minute later that Max was sliding into the other side of the table with my coffee and a plate of biscuits in hand. I smiled at him as I sat up. "Thank you," I said, taking the coffee cup into my hands for warmth. He nodded. "Sure thing, Bella," he said. He then popped a biscuit in his mouth. "Plus, these things are free for me since you paid for them." I scoffed, smacking his hand away as he reached for another. "Excuse you, but I paid good money for those," I said with mock anger. I put a biscuit in my mouth as he shrugged. "Whatever." He quickly snatched one up and put it in his mouth with a boyish grin after I scoffed again. He swallowed the biscuit and asked, "So, how have you been, Bella? I haven't seen you for the past few days to ask." He smirked. "I was getting curious if you had fallen under the Denali spell like everyone else." I arched a brow. "Huh," he shrugged. Quote, "It's what I call how the folks in town get around the Denali family. It's like as soon as they come into contact with them they fall in love with them just like that," he said, snapping his fingers. "It's a little hilarious, really." I smiled, having seen it before. I can imagine it would be. I took a small sip from my coffee, testing to see if it was still too hot. I lowered the cup. "However, I am not one of those people. So I'm safe. So I won't see you stumble, stammer or faint. Sadly. Tanya will make sure you do," he said with a smirk. I raised my brow at him, asking him to elaborate what he meant. He snorted. "Come on, Bella, I saw how she touched your leg under the table. She wasn't very subtle about it, and I saw how she practically suffocated your hand afterwards." I groaned. Why is it everyone is saying that she has a thing for me? Can't she just be an affectionate person? I asked. I mostly meant for it to be for myself, but it clearly wasn't. Max sat forward as his brows rose in surprise. "Others have told you too?" he asked. I sighed. "Yeah, my friend Frank said he thought she was hot for me, and the other day he said that she still is hot for me, after he saw her with me in public." I used my fingers around. "Hot for me." He raised a brow at me partially for my finger quotes and also like I was dumb as a doornail. "And you still don't believe it?" I shook my head. "I really don't think that she'd be coming after me, you know." I asked. I motioned to myself. "I'm just the new girl from Washington. She's just getting to know me is all, and nothing more." He frowned, grabbing another biscuit. I didn't care to scold him this time as he shook his head. "Do you realize how beautiful you are, Bella?" he asked. "If you look like this during chemo I can't imagine what you must look like not going through it." His compliment made me blush faintly. I knew he wasn't coming onto me he was gay after all, but hearing someone say that to me was still enough to make me blush. I had gone to be a little self-conscious of my looks after the chemo started. He leaned forward onto his elbows. Tanya is probably both drawn and attracted to you. Do you know how many good-looking, decent people there are around here when it comes to that family? He held up a finger. It's barely enough to fit on my fingertip, and that includes you, Jerry, Bridget, my family and me. There are good people here, yes. But when the Denali's come around, it's like they draw out their bad side in them, or they just make complete fools of themselves. I bit my lip. I know, I said. I watched my fingertip drag across the side of the cup. I dated her cousin. People were like that around them too. His brows shot up. Her cousin. I nodded. Yes, it was a few years ago, I said. He nodded, seeming to think of something before he asked, it wouldn't happen to be the Cullens, would it? I jerked my head up. Yes, it was, I said. How did you know? Had he seen them before? He had to have seen them before if he knew their name. Maybe Carlisle worked here when his sister was sick. He shrugged. I met them a few times in town a few years ago when they lived here. They stayed with the Denali's for a bit and then left to go live somewhere else. They're the only cousins I can think of that could be anything like the Denali's besides Carmen and Eliezer. I nodded, slowly dragging my finger across the cup again. I see, I said slowly as the thought rolled across my mind. A few years ago, the Cullens had been here just like I had. It was most likely before they knew me as their cover story was that they moved to Forks from Alaska. Max caught my attention again. Do the Denali's know about you and whoever you were dating? I immediately shook my head, my eyes widening. Oh go. Dino, I haven't even told them my last name in case they heard about me from them, I said. His brow furrowed in confusion. Why? He asked. Did you do something to their cousins? I shook my head. No, it's not that, I said. I let out a sigh and ran my hand through my hair. My relationship with the guy the first dated Edward ended. Well, it wasn't a good separation. He scowled. How so? I sighed again. I had found out about my cancer just a few days prior to the breakup. I was going to tell him and his family the truth, everything. I thought they would want to know why I would start acting odd soon. I took in a deep breath as he nodded in understanding. However, before I could tell them, he dumped me out of the blue. I felt my face melt into a scowl as I thought of the incident. He just pulled me into the woods, told me that it wasn't working and that it wasn't good for him and his family. Then, he had the audacity to tell me to stay safe and not be reckless before he just disappeared with his whole fucking family. I gripped the cup tighter, feeling the warmth seep harder into my hands as the glass pressed firmly against my palms. I could feel the anger burning in the pit of my stomach. I hated how they did that. Just left me there like I was nothing but a pathetic human they could just walk away from. It broke my heart, and it was like they didn't even care. Max grabbed my hands, taking them off of the cup to hold them in his own. His hands were warm, and it definitely helped. Hey, don't break the cup. I gave a small smile. Sorry. He smiled back and then rubbed his thumb on the back of my hand. What they did was wrong, Bella, he said. I understand how that would make you hesitate to tell the Denali's your name, but I have to ask, are you also afraid to admit Tanya is attracted to you because of it? Quote, I looked down immediately. I knew that was part of the reason. Deep down I knew that was part of why I didn't want to admit it. I knew Tanya was attracted to me, but I also didn't want to know. So I told myself she wasn't because of another Edward. However, that was not the only reason. I shook my head. It isn't the only reason, I said. I looked up at Max as he waited. But it is one of them. Yes, you shouldn't be afraid to admit it that Tanya likes you, Bella. If anything, you should be proud that you caught the eye of a second irresistible person in your life. Most people would pray to have Tanya even look in their direction when you have her smiling, laughing and touching you already, he said. I let out a humorless chuckle. I know, I said. But I don't want to have it happen again. I was depressed after Edward left. He shattered my heart that day, they all did. I felt like I was really going to die for the second time after the cancer. Yes, they did, he agreed. And it was an jackass move, but that doesn't mean Tanya will do the same. Believe it or not, Bella, she is actually a good person, an amazing person at that, and if you are on the good side with her family, they always have your back. I've seen it before, and I've experienced it. He gave a small smile at the end. I smiled a little at that. I was, Honestly, glad that the Denalis had Max's back. I had no idea what the issue was, but I was happy he had someone there for him when he needed it. Were the Denalis possibly people I needed in my life? Would I just have my heart broken if I let them in? Let her in. I looked down at the thought, staring at our hands. He grabbed my attention by squeezing my hands gently in his. I looked up into his eyes and he gave me a small smile. Just don't be afraid to let her in. You may find that it was the best decision you ever made. I nodded, smiling a little to make him not press as hard. I wanted the subject to drop, really. I was tired of hearing about Tanya and a relationship with her for one day for a whole year. I had had enough of the conversations already and they were starting to give me a headache. Max smiled a little, rubbing his thumbs over the back of my hands before he pursed his lips. Bella, he asked. I nodded. Yeah, what's your story? I raised my brow. As in my cancer story? I asked. He nodded. I just haven't known what you have exactly, or how long you've had it, though based on what you said it's been for about 2 years. I like to find out for sure. I smiled a little, just grateful for the change in topic. I nodded. Of course, I said. I took my hands from his to take a drink of my coffee and pop a biscuit into my mouth. I chewed it slowly, letting myself savor the taste before I swallowed and followed it down with a quick drink of my coffee. I kept my fingers wrapped around the cup before I started my story. I used to live with my mom in Arizona after my parents divorced. I was 7 when I started to have some pains and she took me into the doctor. We had tests taken and I came back positive for stage 2 ovarian cancer. The doctors started the procedure as fast as they could. I went to go through chemo slowly, and the effects weren't great. I lost my hair and I lost weight. I was bullied by kids in school for it, and it honestly was part of the reason why I became so awkward around people and why I didn't date much. Anyway, after 6 rounds of chemo I was declared cancer-free and I was taken off the treatment. I got healthy and I started to visit my dad Charlie up in Forks. Over the years, I finally got tired of being shipped around and put my foot down, so I stayed with my mom in Arizona. Everything was fine even with my mom's new husband and I ended up moving in with Charlie when I was 17. I started dating Edward after I had found a small way around my awkwardness and fallen for him. I felt like I was finally having things work out for me even though the Cullens didn't know anything about my past. That was until after my birthday. I had gone into the doctors for a regular checkup to make sure everything was still fine the day before. When the tests came back, they were positive for stage 3 ovarian cancer I would die from if I wasn't treated for it immediately. Max stiffened here, and his hand immediately shot out to hold mine on the table, giving it soothing strokes. I smiled at him, grateful. I was stunned, to say the least, and I had to process it with Charlie. We had decided I would stay in Forks for treatment and he would take care of me. I decided to tell the Cullens. Of course, I loved them like family and I thought they loved me. I was going to tell them so they would know why everything had become so hectic in my life. But you already know the rest. Max swallowed hard, taking in the new information. He blinked, staring down at our combined hands. His thumb gently rubbed the back of my hand as he took in a deep breath, letting it out slowly as he said, "What is your cancer like now?" I shrugged. "Better," I said, "but not great. The tumor growth has shrunk a little now, and it's still in progress with the chemo. That's why we're here, you see. My stepdad Phil met Drive, Ford's brother, and he is doing it for us as a favor. We hope he can find something the others didn't." He nodded, taking it in before he smiled at me. "He will," he assured. "Dr. Ford is a godsend and he will do whatever he has to in order to keep your heart beating." I smiled. "I know." He smiled at me and then glanced down at the plate of biscuits. He stood up. "I'll get more biscuits. I kind of ate most of them." I spent another hour at the cafe with Max, laughing and talking until my coffee was gone and he really had to get back to work. So, I handed him a tip and my phone number for us to keep in touch and left the cafe to walk for the bookstore. As soon as I walked through the door, Jerry looked up from his dictionary and smiled at me. "Hey, girl, I was wondering when I would see you around again," he said. I smiled. "Yeah, I was hanging out with my dad for a few days for some father-daughter time." I jerked my chin to the book in his hand. What's the word of the day? I asked. He glanced down. Jeremiah. What's it mean? It's a prolonged lamentation or complaint. Also a cautionary or angry harangue, he said. I shrugged. New one for the vocabulary, I guess. He nodded. Yeah, I don't understand some of the words in here, but oh well. I guess we can't take them out, he smiled. I nodded and headed for the aisles. That's true. I began to browse down the aisle, looking for any books that would show me any interest. My eyes gently skimmed over the titles and covers, seeing if any snapped my attention to them. I stopped and reached forward when my eye finally landed on one. I picked the book up between my fingers and began to thumb through the pages, taking a glimpse through it before I read the back. I nodded and tucked it under my arm. I began to move along when a hand suddenly grabbed my shoulder. I whirled around instinctively as my heart skipped a beat, surprised by the sudden touch. I blinked when I saw two golden eyes blinking back at me. Elazar raised his hands in surrender with a smile. Sorry, he apologized. I didn't mean to startle you, Bella. I took in a breath, slowing down my heart with my palm on my chest. I shook my head and gave a small smile. It's fine, Elazar, I was just taken by surprise is all, I said. I straightened myself. What are you doing here? He shrugged, motioning around. Just looking for a good book. I'm afraid I've read all of my own and I'd rather not risk missing on the best book of all time being here, he said. I mentally groaned at myself. Good one, Bella. That was kind of obvious. Why don't you ask him why he only drinks blood and not V8 like you do every day? He looked back to me and cocked his head. I assume you are here for the same reason. He asked. I nodded, gripping the book under my arm slightly. Yes, I've pretty much done the same with all of my books, and I'm afraid that the games Temple Run and Candy Crush can only go so far. He chuckled. Yes they do, he agreed. A book next to us suddenly caught his eye and he grabbed it off the shelf. He began to thumb through it with a hum as he asked, Do you come in here often? I shrugged. I suppose so. It depends on what my day looks like. Do you come here often? I asked. He nodded, seeming to have decided to take the book, and began to walk down the aisle. I do come in when I have to. Jerry is a good man that I find I enjoy the company of at times. From what I heard, you're decent acquaintances with him. I nodded as I followed him down the aisle. Yes, I've come in enough for us to be good acquaintances. We kind of have a whole routine with each other for when I come in. He nodded. I heard the word of the day. I do not believe I have or Eve. Or will use the word, Jeremiah, in my life, he said. I chuckled. Unlike before, when I was talking with Tanya in the bookstore, I wasn't completely shocked by the Denali family's presence in town. As able to actually make conversation with Elazar and not have to be as guarded about my personal life again, as I was certain they wouldn't tell the Cullens at the smallest slip I had. It wouldn't be like they would immediately think of me as the girl from Forks that they had no idea where she was. It was possible they would just think I was a normal human until they realized who I was by me telling them personally if I ever told them. I smiled. I don't think anyone really would. Sometimes I wonder if people just wanted to sound smart so they came up with a word that meant something random, I said. He laughed. That is a possible theory, he agreed. He stopped in front of a book and picked it up to read the back and then thumbed through the pages. I found another book that I liked near it and picked it up as he said. However, you can't forget how teenagers and young adults are coming up with words like selfie or bae. I didn't know why, but the fact that I was hearing a vampy who was probably far older than the Cullens say bae and selfie was incredibly funny to me with how formal his sentence sounded. The two words seemed completely foreign in his sentence and even more in his mouth. I bit my lip to hold in my laugh. True, I agreed. However, I am not one of those people, so it is easy for me to forget. Of course, he smiled. Liking the book I had picked up, I slipped it under my arm to join the other one while he set his down on the rack. He grabbed another near it and quickly placed it under his arm. I looked on the opposite shelf and grabbed a book that had caught my eye. I began to thumb through it when he spoke up again. So, how has your day been today, Bella? I shrugged. All right, I suppose. I spent the past several days just staying with Charlie. We thought we could use some bonding time, I said. Actually, We didn't want to fight again and spent time together to make sure we didn't. People didn't need to know that though. It was kind of nice to get down to the cafe again. He nodded. Yes, that place is quite good, he agreed. I knew that he was just making conversation as he couldn't actually eat or drink anything there in the cafe. I especially like the young man Max there. He's a respectable boy. I nodded, smiling a little. Yeah, he's a good guy, I agreed. I tucked the book under my arm and looked down at the stack I had. It was probably time for me to check out. How've you been, Elazar? He shrugged and began to walk down the aisle as I followed towards the cash register. I've had a good day myself. He then smirked. I do know, however, that Kate would like to make another bet against you to win her respect and dignity back. She's been looking all over for you. I smiled. After even just a day with Kate, I'd easily see her going around everywhere to try and find me for another bet. It was strange how open about her personality she was in a way. I'm sorry I disappointed her, then. He chuckled. You probably did the wise thing of avoiding her. I chuckled with him as we reached the counter. Jerry looked up from his dictionary at me and smiled. Ready to check out, Bella? He asked, moving towards his computer. I nodded, setting my books up on the counter. Yes, please, Jerry, I said with a smile that he returned. As Jerry began to ring up my books, Elazar spoke again. I do believe that Tanya has been looking for you as well. I mentally flinched. From in front of me, I could see Jerry pause for a moment before he continued. He himself must have been surprised that Tanya was coming after the new girl in town. I raised my brow at Elazar for elaboration. He chuckled. She has a question for you, I believe. It's probably nothing major, though, he said with a slight smirk. You don't know what it is? I asked skeptically. He shook his head. No, I'm afraid not, he said. Jerry set the books on the counter in a plastic bag. Your total comes to $15 today even, Bella, he said, holding out his hand for the money. I dug the bills out of my purse and handed him a 20. He quickly switched out the money and handed me back my change. I smiled at him. Thanks, Jerry. He nodded. Sure thing, girly girl. He smiled. He then looked at Elazar as I moved to the side. So, how do you two know each other? He asked as he began to ring up Elazar's books. I shrugged. I at Tanya in here and I've just kind of met her family throughout the rest of the time I've been present, I said, adjusting the bag over my shoulder. He nodded. Oh, I see, he said. He then smiled at me. That does explain why I heard someone suddenly shout, "Bam!" at the top of their lungs. I chuckled. That was Frank finding his book, actually. I guessed. He finished with Elazar's books and handed them to him in a bag. Yours are the same price as Bella's, 15 even. Elazar handed him a 20 and received his change as he gave a smile. Thank you, Jerry, he said. He nodded. Of course, he said. He waved at us as we began to head for the door together. You two have a good day, you hear? You too, Jerry, I replied just before I slipped out. Elazar called something similar behind me before he left the store and easily with his vampire speed came to my side. What are your plans for the rest of the day, Bella? I shrugged, casting him a glance from the corner of my eye. I don't know, I said. I suppose I'll walk back home and spend the rest of the day with Charlie. I hadn't really thought about it until now. He nodded. I see, he said. He jerked his head up the road. I will actually be meeting Carmen in town and we thought about going into the city with the girls. If you wanted to, you could probably join us. I mentally flinched again. Going into the city would mean I had to spend time with Tanya. I knew that her family was going to be with us and all, but if Tanya was actually coming after me like everyone said, I still wasn't 100% ready to admit she was after me. What regular person would be? Then she might try to use it to her advantage. However, with her family there, I might have been able to use them to my advantage. It would give me some excuses to not stand next to her or talk to her all the time. Plus, I could get another bet with Kate and bury her ego in the ground again. Although, the con side to it was that if her family was aware of Tanya's possible, again I wasn't admitting it yet, attraction to me, then they might have been trying to push us together. Surely it wouldn't be bad, though, right? They wouldn't just, Shove us into each other or something, right? Okay. Maybe Kate would, but I doubted that Carmen or Elazar would let her get away with it based on how they acted around me. I forced down the sigh that was building up in my chest. Max did say that I should let the Denalis into my life even if I had a bad past with their cousins. If he trusted them, and they had his back, maybe I should too. EY were liked by several of the people in town, including Bridget in the music store, Max and Jerry. The Denalis were smart and they wouldn't do anything dumb, it seemed. I could let them in, right? Slowly, I turned to face Elazar and gave a small smile. Sure, I agreed. I'll have to tell Charlie, though. He nodded with a bright smile. Of course, he said. I'll tell Carmen that you're coming while you call your father. I nodded and pulled out my phone as he pulled out his and dialed Charlie's cell. I put my phone to my ear and listened as it continued to ring non-stop. Then, he finally answered. Hey, Bells. Sorry it took so long, but I was doing the dishes. I nodded. It's fine, Dad, I assured with a smile. I just wanted to let you know that I'm going into the city with the Denalis. I ran into Elazar in town and he invited me to come along. He hummed on the other side of the phone and I could sense his unease. I see, he said. Are you going to be fine there? Do you need money? I could practically hear the unspoken part. Do you want a gun? I shook my head. No, I'll be fine and I have enough money. He hummed again, seeming to contemplate letting me go with the Denalis or not before. All right. I hope you have fun, Bella. Do you know when you'll be back? Or if you and I should meet up there for lunch? I thought for a moment. I don't know what time I'll be back home. But I guess you and I might be able to meet for lunch. I guess it'll depend on the schedule. Tell me when you know for sure. I will. All right, have fun then. Love you, Bella. Love you too, Dad. I hung up the phone and turned to find Elazar still on his. He was nodding, seeming to agree to something that Carmen was saying over the line. To keep myself from eavesdropping, I placed my phone in my purse and moved some stuff aside to make room for the bag in my hand. I rolled up the plastic bag around the books and then stuffed it into my purse after my phone, and I was once again grateful that I had good space in my purse. As I zipped up my purse, I heard Elazar wrap up his conversation before he hung up and turned to me. He smiled and began to walk down the sidewalk. We'll meet her down at the music store. The girls should meet us down there a few minutes after. I nodded and followed close behind. All right, sounds good to me, I said. Oh, and my dad wanted to know if we were going to be eating while we were out. He paused for a moment, as he thought about if he should say they would be or not. He must not have been entirely sure how long we would be out in the city either. He shrugged. We might. But it will depend on how everything works out, I suppose. I nodded. That's what I told him, pretty much. Probably not a bad idea. We made small talk the rest of the way down to the music store. It was a nice conversation, too, just learning a little bit more about each other. For example, I learned that Elazar had met Carmen in Spain, probably where they were originally from, and they both fell in love. It was a nice story, really. It was interesting to hear how they had flirted with each other. And then he pulled a Kate and went, and the sex. He seemed not to have thought before he said it because he was about to pull the comment back when I started laughing. I was so used to hearing the pack talk about sex and some of the women they had slept with. While they never mentioned names, they were pretty proud of how good a girl was in bed sometimes, and it was hilarious to hear Elazar talk like a hormonal teenager. He ended up laughing with me, but still apologized. He claimed that it was just kind of easy to forget his manners sometimes. I just waved it off and told him I was used to it. We got to the music store about 10 minutes after we left the bookstore. Carmen was waiting for us outside of her car as she leaned against the door. When she saw us, she smiled and said, "Hello, Bella. It's good to see you again." "You too, Carmen," I replied, giving her a friendly smile. Then, pulling a Kate myself, I said, "So, Elazar has commented how satisfied he is with your sex life. I was wondering what your take on it was." Elazar looked at me flabbergasted that I had outed him before Carmen began laughing. She threw her head back and laughed hard. She laughed for a good 2 minutes while I grinned, until she finally calmed down. She walked to her mate still chuckling and kissed his cheek. I was satisfied myself. Elazar relaxed and smiled. Apparently he lost his embarrassment as soon as Carmen joined the conversation. I aim to please. She smirked. You sure do, Elazar, she said, her voice dropping a little to be a teasing husk. Now, 2 years ago I would have been blushing at the scene and trying to act like I wasn't paying attention. But after 2 years of the boys and their imprints I was unfazed. I just chuckled a little at the couple instead. A car suddenly pulled to a stop on the curb not far from me. I jerked my head around. And before I could blink the passenger door was being thrown open and I was tackled by Kate. I grunted as her hard body hit mine, wrapping my arms around her for support instinctively. Damn, that actually hurt a little. Best friend Bella, she called. Her arms tightened around me just a fraction. Where have you been, girl? I grunted. Just some time at home with Charlie. She pulled back with a wicked grin. Oh, she gave my arm a punch. I've been looking everywhere for you. I want to get even for that bet you won. I just know you cheated. Irina snorted. You always say that when you lose, Kate. Because it's true. Tanya rolled her eyes as she came to my side. Or, you just don't think before you act like Bella does, obviously, she said. Kate scowled at her sister, but Tanya paid no attention to her as she smiled brightly at me and encased me in a hug. Hello, Bella. Her voice was like silk, smooth and laced with just a hint of seduction. It made my force down a moan. The sound as I wrapped my arms around her to return the hug, mostly because Kate had hugged me, and I didn't want to appear rude. Hello, Tanya, I greeted. I knew that my voice didn't sound as smooth as hers as I wasn't a vampire. But I could feel her shiver against me, just slightly. It was almost like her muscles were moving, but her body skinned to like when someone only felt their muscles twitch, but wasn't shaking. She pulled back from the hug after a moment, drawing her cheek across mine in the process that immediately set up red flags for me. She smiled when she pulled away, not fully removing her arms from me. How have you been, Bella? I shrugged, pulling the rest of the way out of her arms, and her smile weakened a little. I've been pretty good, I suppose. I was lazy for the past few days, so that's always nice. Though I had to make up for it by walking from my house to the cafe. Irina snorted. At least you've been moving. Kate here just sits on the couch and doesn't do anything to make up for it, she said, whacking the back of her hand on her sister's arm. Kate scoffed. Excuse you, but I do walk. Oh yeah, when I have to change the movie. You were pathetic, Irina said, rolling her eyes. Kate just stuck her tongue out at her sister in a way that made me giggle. The two of them together was quite a scene to watch, and it reminded me of the pack back home. It was kind of like having a taste of home with me even though I was miles upon miles away from it. Tanya leaned towards me. Are you sure you can survive a day in the city with them? She teased in my ear, smirking at her sisters. As they were vampires, they could obviously hear her, but they couldn't do anything about it since they still thought I was the clueless human as to what they were. It made her smirk grow even more. I nodded. I'll be fine, I smiled. However, if Carmen and Elazar end up ripping their clothes off and jump each other, I don't know if I'll survive. Tanya and Kate immediately snorted. Elazar looked glad that he was a vampire, so no one could see how much he wanted to blush at the moment. Irina was smirking along with Carmen, which I found a little surprising. Tanya smiled brightly with a low chuckle in her chest in reply. I don't know if I will either. Kate muttered something under her breath I didn't catch, but Irina elbowed her in the ribs as Tanya threw her a glare over her shoulder. Huh, must have been a vampire joke or something. Carmen then smiled and took the lead. Well, let's get going, shall we? She asked, motioning with her head to the two cars. We nodded and Kate darted for the car. Shotgun, she called. She jumped into the front seat and shut the car door behind her as Irina rolled her eyes and went to the driver's side. I moved to the back with Tanya when I realized she was following me. I looked at her a little confused when she smiled and pulled the door open for me. She dipped her head a little in a teasing smile. My lady, she said, motioning with her hand towards the car. I chuckled. Thank you, madam. I played along and slid in. I moved all the way to the other side of the car, making sure there was going to be space between Tanya and me. She, however, had other thoughts as she slid in after me and closed the door. Of course, she replied with a smile, moving to be in the middle seat so she was next to me. And I mean not just next to me, but I mean right next to me, for our entire sides to be plastered together. My first reaction was to groan, but I barely pulled it back in time for my second reaction to take over, stiffening. My body went rigid for a moment, trying to process the cold body practically squishing me against the car door. I took in a deep breath to keep myself calm while I slowly let my body relax. Tanya, having felt my body relax suddenly, thought it was a sign, and she reached over to take my hand in hers. I pulled mine away just in time to rub them together like I was cold and stuffed them between my thighs, keeping them away from her. From the corner of my eye I could barely see her frown. This was going to be a long trip into the city. A bird is not a mammal, Kate, for the last time, Irina called, swerving the car slightly when she made a sharp turn. They so are, she snipped back at the dirty blonde irritably. She turned towards Tanya and me in the backseat. What do you guys think? Is a bird a mammal or not? I shook my head negatively with a small smile. Nope, the classifications are mammals, reptiles, amphibians, fish and birds, I said. Kate frowned. But they are not mammals, Kate, Tanya said, rolling her eyes at her sister. Her arm moved back to be draped behind my head on the top of the seat and headrest behind me. It took everything I had not to stiffen as soon as I saw her arm moving my way like a freaking scary snake. Kate pouted and crossed her arms over her chest with a huff like a small child. It was, though I hated to admit actually kind of adorable to look at, even if she hated the idea of being cute. I chuckled as Irina rolled her eyes at her sister, glancing at Tanya and me in the backseat. She looked away quickly to pretend like she hadn't been watching us when she saw I was looking, and snatched up her iPod from the compartment. She tossed it back to me. Choose something good for us to listen to, Bella. I don't want to hear any more of Kate's theories. Birds are mammals. I smiled and began to scroll through the song list while Irina groaned. As I went through it, I noticed that there were songs from almost every era on here, and was pretty pleased with it until I realized they were the most popular ones and nothing else from this century that hadn't been played on the radio. I shook my head. Irina, I called. Yeah, please tell me that you and your family are not one of the unfortunate victims of the thing that is called radio and popular songs. I asked, looking up at her in the mirror. Irina paused for a moment, looking up at me in the mirror while Kate turned to raise a brow at me. Maybe. I sighed and shook my head. This will not do, I said. I handed her iPod back to her and took out my phone that luckily had the most recently bought songs I had. I am going to have to educate you guys on amazing artists that have yet to be discovered and yet make some of the best music you will ever hear in your life. Kate handed me the auxiliary cord from the front of the car as Tanya hummed and cocked her head to the side. And how is it you know about these artists, Bella? She asked. Her fingers curled to brush a few strands of hair on the back of my head. I swallowed to keep my composure. I have spare time to search for more artists, I guess. I don't know, I shrugged as I plugged in my iPhone. So I'll ease you into this new world and play a guy who does really cool covers of rap songs and other stuff like that. Ease us into it? Irina asked from the front. Ed my hand on her shoulder and patted it. You'll understand after the music starts to play, Irina, I promised. She rolled her eyes at me while Kate grinned and Tanya chuckled. I leaned back into my seat and started the song Hello by William Singe. Well, it was the cover by William Singe, but it was originally by Adele. Is this Hello? Kate asked. I nodded. You bet your ass it is, I grinned. It's actually pretty good. I told you. Quote, whatever. Blank, underscore, blank. After the Bella's Basic Education of Artists lesson number 1 to the Denali sisters, we arrived in the city A&D, parked in a garage with Carmen and Elazar right beside us. I unplugged my phone and climbed out of the car before Tanya could. I held the door open for her this time to be polite. I swore I received the brightest smile that made my heart flutter. For a moment I felt like I was a regular teenager again. I felt like I was back in high school, and for a split second, the Denalis were the ones I met there instead of the Cullens. It was a quick, fast moment that vanished as soon as it came. I berated myself for thinking in a way even for a split second. I was just here to be friends with the Denalis and nothing more. I was going to get my treatment and get better and then go home. The Denalis were just going to be a group of friends that I would know here. I closed the door behind Tanya when she finally climbed out and Irina locked the car doors with her keys. She stuffed them into her purse and zipped it shut as Kate suddenly looped her arm through mine. "All right, Miss DJ, let's go." "Shish." Then reminding me a lot of Alice dragged me away from the car towards the garage entrance. "Kate, don't get ahead of yourself," Carmen called from behind. Kate waved Carmen's shout off over her shoulder and dragged me towards the stairs. "Okay, we have a lot to do today. First off, we need to go get clothes for you and me and Tanya and Irina. Then, we have to make a few errands around town and finally go back home and possibly eat something in the middle of it." I raised a brow. "Buy me clothes?" I asked. There was no way in hell I would be able to survive a vampire's day of shopping for clothes if she was even half as bad as Alice. Kate nodded enthusiastically. "Well, of course, isn't that how you bond after all? Buying lots of clothes together?" she asked with a wicked grin. I felt my eyes widen into saucers. "I have a phobia of shopping." She snorted and rolled her eyes. "What? No you don't. That kind of thing doesn't even exist. You just made that." "Ah." Kate jumped next to me. I shrugged. "See, you, but, quote, oh come, Behind me, I heard the vampires chuckle. A body slid in on my other side and took my hand in theirs, effortlessly twining our fingers together. As soon as I felt the sparks traveling up my skin and muscles, I knew it was Tanya next to me. Instantly and subtly I tried to release my hand as she spoke. "Perhaps Bella went through a traumatic shopping experience, Kate. You never know, Black Fridays are insane." I nodded. "Oh yes, this old lady attacked me when I was a kid because I had a sweater." I tugged on Kate. First it was me. I pushed on her, making her lean the other way. Then it was her, then it was me, then it was her, then it was me, then it was her, then it was me. When I was about to push Kate again, she waved me off. Okay, we get it. You had an intense tug-o-war with an old lady as a child. Stop pushing and tugging on me." I gave her an innocent smile, not arguing since I had freed my hand from Tanya's during the demonstration. She had kept a tight grip for a while when I tried to pull away, but she finally released my hand when she started to get tugged around too. "Sorry. No you aren't. Maybe. Blank, _ blank. Do it." "No, Bella." "Kate, do it." "No." "Oh my God," Irina growled, rubbing her temples. "You two together are like children." She grabbed the dress that Kate kept shoving towards me and shoved it into my hands. She then grabbed my shoulders, turned me around and shoved me towards the dressing room. "Go try it on, Bella. You'll look amazing and you will thank us for it." Kate gave me a triumphant grin as Tanya merely chuckled from the bench she had perched herself on, her arms crossed over her chest as she watched us. She had been mostly silent through the whole exchange and seemed to enjoy the show we put on. I reluctantly of course walked down to a changing room and closed the door behind me, grumbling under my breath. I turned to look at myself in the mirror before I took in a deep breath and then began to take off my clothes. The dress wasn't a flashy dress, but it was a simple, cute dress that would flatter my figure. It was off-white Ost cream with intricate patterns of small pink roses connected by their green vines reaching out of them. The straps were about 3 fingers thick and sloped down in a U formation just above my cleavage as it hugged my chest and covered my port. There was a triangle in the back where the fabric didn't cover my skin and my bra didn't show, luckily. The figure-hugging dress complemented my body well, and I liked that it didn't puff out at all. It just kind of laid there in the cute flowy material. The outer layer of the dress was see-through, making the almost slip-like material underneath cover the rest as it came to rest just above my knees. And it really didn't go that badly with my navy blue Converse. Then again, I said it wasn't too bad. I looked at myself in the mirror and took in a breath before I turned and grabbed the handle of the dressing room door. I pulled it open and walked out into the hall, coming into view of the 3 sisters waiting for me outside. As soon as I walked out, their golden eyes snapped up to me and Irina smiled. Kate gave me a wicked grin as Tanya took in my figure, smiling as she looked from my head to my toes in the dress. "You look great in that, Bella," Kate complimented. She then smirked. How do you not have a boyfriend already? It was meant as a joke, but I could feel my face fall a little, just a little. The biggest reason I hadn't come into a relationship was because of the cancer. I was so caught up in my treatment that the only time I had for boys at all were the pack or my dad. The boys at school were too scared of my dad to even ask me out with friends unless a girl did it, and even then it was hard to find someone to talk to. Edward had only ever been the only guy or person, really, that I had connected with on a romantic and intimate level. Besides that, my romantic life was non-existent and never to be heard of. I shrugged. Too good for any, I guess, I said with a smile, trying to cover the small fall in my face. I didn't do it fast enough. Apparently, as Irina narrowed her eyes slightly, Tanya was too busy taking in my outfit still to notice the change in my expression before she smiled up at me in approval. Kate was just waiting for me to have a witty comeback, and if she did notice it, she didn't show any signs of it. Tanya chuckled at my remark. That is probably truer than you will ever know, she said. While, from anyone else, I would have thought they were just trying to be nice or agree with me, but the emotion that Tanya had in her voice made me do a double take before I shoved the thought from my mind. I needed to stop focusing on Tanya so much today. The only way I needed to see her was as a friend and nothing more. I needed to stop thinking that every time she spoke to me or touched me no matter what it did to me, that she was trying to get with me. I just smiled at her when Irina asked, "Are you gonna get it?" I shrugged. Maybe. Kate snorted. She waved her hand. Bella, if you don't buy that dress for yourself, I will take it and steal it from this store and then stash it in your house. I'll get it. Hell yeah, you will. I smiled at Kate a little before I disappeared back into the dressing room again. I took in a deep breath as I stood at the door for a moment, thinking about Tanya's bright and approving smile one last time before I shut it out of my mind for the rest of the day. I let out the breath and pushed off the door, undoing the zipper on the side of the dress, and stepped out of it to get my clothes back on. When I had pulled on all of my clothes, I draped the dress over my arm and walked out of the dressing room to meet the Denali sisters. Kate jerked her head towards the register as a sign to go check out. The rest of us followed the blonde, who was ready to move on to the next store. This was our second one, and I was practically forced to buy a shirt and a matching pair of jeans at our first. It wasn't much or anything like shopping with Alice, yeah, but it was kind of a little bit of a weird thing to feel. It was like the Denalis were already thinking of me as the new best friend or someone they wanted as their sister. Well, Kate and Irina did anyway. I didn't know about Tanya, but she was mostly making friendly conversation and sticking close to us as we moved around the stores. As we got to the register, the young man working here just finished checking out an older man. He is around my age, maybe a little older, with a cute face and good sense of style. As soon as we walked up, he seemed a little taken aback by the Denalis, but held his tongue and proceeded with his duties. When Tanya tried to pay for my dress, I literally flicked her on the nose and told her to back up, because I had my own money and I was a grown woman, damn it. Kate was laughing her ass off at her sister's bewildered look on her face. The guy behind the register, however, was eyeing me. It wasn't in a way like a guy seeing how much I compared to the gorgeous vampires next to me. Oh no, this was the look of a guy fishing for some new catch, most likely seeing me as the approachable one. I pretended not to notice as he looked up from my chest. I wore a V-neck today, so it was slightly exposed, and smiled. Hello, did you find everything all right? He asked as I set the dress up on the counter. I nodded politely. Yes, thank you, I said. He smiled at me and looked at the dress and then back at me. He seemed to have something in his head click, because the next thing I knew his smile turned flirtatious with a slight smirk. You know, I've seen a lot of women in this dress, but not even half of them had the body that you do. I'm sure you looked wonderful in this. I blinked, shocked at his sudden come on. I noticed Kate shift a little behind me and I felt a body stiffen as the guy Mark, as his name tag read, winked at me and began to ring up the dress. Deciding to answer him to be polite, I shrugged, making him smile. He looked up at me. Your total is $20.17, but I'll make it $10 if I can get your number, he said, giving me a wicked wink. Irina scowled with Kate as Tanya narrowed her eyes dangerously. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides while Mark stayed completely oblivious to the vampires he was angering just a few feet away. I handed him $21. I'm afraid I don't give my number out, I said, still trying to be polite even though he was beginning to get on my nerves. He might have been a cute guy, but I wasn't about to hand myself over to him. I didn't let his fingers brush mine as he intended, and I could see the slight disappointment. But he apparently wasn't done as he handed me the dress in a bag and handed me not 83 cents, but $10.83. Here's your discount and here's a pen. By now, I could feel the anger washing off the vampires next to me as Mark stayed oblivious. Still, I took the money and placed it in my pocket and took the pen. From the corner of my eye, I could see the vampires' jaws drop as I took the paper he slid over with the pen and began to write. Mark was smirking triumphantly before I put down the pen and slid the paper back over to him. I turned on my heel and walked over to the vampires who were just gaping at me. I slipped my arm through Tanya's and leant up to kiss her cheek as Mark spluttered at the counter. Also, I said to him, I'm afraid you're a pale comparison to her. Mark completely gaped at me as I pulled on Tanya, who was smirking at the store clerk, and guided the vampires out of the store. When we were out of his sight, I felt Kate come to my other side. What did you write on the note if it wasn't your phone number before you pretended to be a lesbian? She asked. Irina walked up to join her on her side. I smiled. I said thank you for the discount, and told him to find out if someone actually liked Dick first. The three women immediately burst into laughter around me. Blank, underscore, blank. Bella, are you hungry? Carmen asked once we had met up with her and Elazar again. They had split away from us to go shop at some other stores before we met back in the parking garage. I shrugged. I could eat, I suppose, I said. However, it doesn't really matter to me. I could just wait till I got home. Tanya scowled at me. Why do I doubt you could make it all the way back to your house without getting into a Snickers commercial? She asked. I snorted, hitting her granite arm that really only hurt me. I am perfectly capable of managing my temper, thank you. Unless, however, you missed my whole show with the clerk. Her eyes narrowed at the thought. Like I could've, she grumbled. What clerk? Elazar asked, his voice lined with slight concern that we had been given some trouble during our shopping spree. He was probably used to it by now, though. Kate smirked. We'll tell you the story when we take Bella someplace to eat, she said. Hey, I never heard anything about. Too late, we're taking you. Now, where do you want to go? Some expensive, high-end place or a cheap, greasy and horribly unhealthy place like McDonald's? Kate, Irina said with a scowl, there is no way I am ever letting anyone I know eat somewhere like McDonald's in my presence. I know. Irina gave a soft growl that could pass as human, and I shrugged, knowing I had no way out. There is a small place that Charlie and I go to all the time. It's called Maria's. Have you ever seen it before? I asked. Maria's? Elazar asked. He tilted his head in consideration. Isn't it that small place that's kind of a hole in the wall? I nodded with a smile. Yep, that's the place. Does it at least have non-greasy food? I laughed, shaking my head at Irina. Maria's is where all the cancer patients go, or any other smart person in Alaska. It's all natural food that's actually really good for you. Kate scowled. Cancer patients? She asked. I resisted the urge to bite my lip as I mentally cursed at myself in my head. I nodded. Frank was sent there with his wife when she got cancer and took Charlie and me with him. I grinned. Once we tried it, there was no going back. It is the best food I have ever had in my life. Besides Esme's. I mentally slapped myself for the afterthought. This was not the time to start thinking about Esme and her cooking. Okay, we'll go to Maria's, then, Tanya declared. He pulled open the car door for me and let me slide in before she followed soon after. As she closed the door, once again pressing herself against me with all her might, she said, I didn't know Frank's wife had cancer. I nodded. Stage 4 uterine cancer. She lived with it for a while until she passed. Now he goes to the cancer room to visit the patients, I said, smiling a little as I pictured Frank and how he always made everyone laugh. I hoped I could in the future. Blank, underscore, blank. We walked through the front door to Maria's and the vampires looked around. Aimed to realize what I meant about cancer patients, because they raised their brows a little when they saw the massive amount of headscarves around the place or ball caps. Some didn't even cover it as I had come used to. There were a few people who were just here because they knew of how good the place was and they liked to eat here. Really, if the hospital didn't refer patients here, I didn't know if Maria's would still run fully. Sylvia saw us from the counter and beamed at me. She quickly walked over and wrapped me in a hug. "Bella," she called. "How are you doing, sugar? I see you brought some new people with you." I nodded as she jerked her head to the Denali's. "Yep, just out in town and you know how I get when I'm hungry," I said, smiling at her. Sylvia laughed. "I sure do." She jerked her head. "Just come this way." She led the group towards the back of the room and in the corner, sitting us in a corner booth to fit all of us in one. I was seated on the end with Tanya as Sylvia looked at me. "V8 as usual or one of your sometimes protein shakes?" I nodded. "Protein. I need to get just a little more this week. I've been falling behind with the diet Charlie and I have been having," I said, giving her a small smile. She nodded and wrote it down before she turned to the others. "What about y'all?" she asked. The word, water, was said at once by the vampires. Sylvia didn't stay on it as she wrote down the order and nodded. "I'll be right back with your drinks." We nodded as she walked off. I leaned back in the booth when I felt the stares. I turned my head to find the 5 Denali's studying me. "What? Protein shake? V8? Are you some kind of health obsessive or something, Bella?" Irina asked. She was being blunt about what they were all thinking, but she had a small joking tone to it. I shook my head, feeling my thumbs begin to fiddle with each other on the table. "No," I said. "I've been struggling with my weight over the past 2 years. I have to be at least 105 pounds at minimum." "Why, if I may ask?" Carmen asked carefully. It was clear the vampires were getting curious about the few oddities I had thrown out there. "First off, with who came tea? Oh, this place the most, followed by the drinks and my weight." They must have been connecting the dots with how skinny I was and how cold I was. I prepared myself to reply when Sylvia and Steve came over. They set our drinks in front of us with extra water for me after my protein shake. I gave her a smile of thanks that she nodded to before asking, "And what to eat?" "Just Bella will be eating, actually." Kate supplied from the other side of the booth. She gave Sylvia a small smile when the owner looked at her a little confused, but Sylvia just shrugged. She turned to me. "Want to try another one?" she asked. I nodded. "Sure," I replied with a smile. I need to make sure I keep my range of food here wide so I don't get tired of it and quit coming. She scoffed and gently slapped my shoulder. "Oh, you would never miss out on our cooking, hun. You, Frank and Charlie are already hooked on it." I chuckled. "That's true," I agreed. I let a sly grin pull onto the corners of my mouths. "However, Stella's Cafe is getting really close in the competition, to give you fair warning." She snorted. "I eat cafes for breakfast," she said. She snapped her little notebook shut and poked me in the arm with the eraser of her pencil. "Don't think I'll let a tiny cafe run me out of your diet." I raised my hands in mock surrender. All right, I said. Sylvia gave me a triumphant smirk before she nodded, turned on her heel and headed for the kitchen to place my order. As she walked off, I grabbed the shake off the table and began to shake it in my hand. "You seem to have a knack of making friends everywhere we go, Bella," Irina said with a raised brow. I shrugged. "What can I say? I'm a people person, kind of a lesser version of what Frank is," I said. I glanced at the clock on the wall to how long I had been shaking the shake and almost groaned. 10 seconds. "Really?" Kate smirked. "I don't know," she said. "You had that boy practically drooling all over you in the store." Tanya chuckled, setting her hand on my thigh. "At least, he was drooling before she pretended to be a lesbian, then he just passed out." I couldn't help it as I laughed with the Denali sisters. I gently pulled my leg out from under Tanya's hand and crossed my legs. The blonde didn't seem to mind, but then again she was a vampire and could have just been great at hiding it. Carmen raised a brow. "Is this the one you were talking about earlier?" she asked. She set her hand on Elazar's on top of the table. Irina nodded with a hum. "Yes, this guy was completely hitting on Bella non-stop. She tried to let him down easy no matter what he threw at her. but the cocky son of a bitch decided to discount her bill if he could get her number, she said. Kate smirked. And Bella, she said, motioning towards me with her hand, took the discount and the pen and the paper he gave her. Now, of course we thought she was actually falling for it until she walked away with her discount and bag, grabbed Tanya and cracked. Ickley made the douche faint when she compared him to Tanya. Tanya grinned. And, after he read what she wrote on the paper, he was practically jerking off to us walking away as a lesbian couple. I forced myself not to blush then. And I would have, had I not had the excuse to open my shake and take a large gulp of the disgusting liquid. But, right before I had the potent thing to my lips, Eleazar asked, "What did you say, Bella?" I practically sighed in relief. "Thank you, Eleazar." I put down the shake and shrugged. I just thanked him for the discount and said to find out if someone was interested in penises first. Carmen and Eleazar chuckled. "I suppose taking the discount was a good move," Carmen said with a wink. "More like a brilliant move," Tanya replied for me. I then, without any distraction now, looked back at the protein shake in my hand. I could feel my hatred for the potent thing immediately glisten through my skin and eyes. "Bella, are you going to drink that or glare at it like it just murdered your whole family?" Irina asked from the other side of the table. She raised her brow at me as her chin rested on the backs of her hands from being propped up by her elbows on the table. I narrowed my eyes at the thing. "I'd like to murder it," I grumbled. I, quickly, brought it to my mouth and tossed it back. I swallowed the drink as fast as I could without tasting it. I slammed the empty bottle down onto the table as I stuck out my tongue. Blah. Tanya nudged my water over to me and I scooped it up, swallowing the liquid to get the aftertaste off my tongue. "Why do you drink that if it's so terrible?" she asked. I shrugged after I put my water down. "I have to every once in a while. I'm kind of on a healthy amount of each nutritious part of the food plate diet," I said with a scowl. Eleazar cocked his head. "You said something about a weight issue a few moments ago. Is it some kind of eating disorder, or some other kind of thing?" he asked. I shrugged. OT sick and my eating habits got all screwed up. I'm trying to get back on track about it and to do so I need to gain more weight since I lost so much when it was first screwed up, I said. The lie was easy as it wasn't a complete lie. While I didn't say exactly what had happened and that I was still sick, it was a good enough explanation to get them off my back about it. Tanya nodded in understanding. "Oh, I see," she said. "Was it?" She was cut off by Sylvia walking over with a plate and I instantly felt my mouth water at the sight of the delicious medium-sized club she brought with her. There was no bacon on this club. Just a lot of meat like turkey, ham and beef with lettuce, tomatoes, a lot of cheese and what looked like mayonnaise. Now, while the mayonnaise may not have been that healthy, they didn't put a lot on so it was fine. She set it down in front of me and winked. "We can get you some box for the leftovers if there are any." "Thanks, Sylvia," I said. She nodded and walked back towards the kitchen. I turned back to the sandwich and was about to pick up one of the two halves, but stopped and turned to Kate. "You wanted to make a bet, right?" I asked. "Yeah, why?" "Well, since Frank and I both need to eat more efficiently, we have this bet. The first one finished with everything on their plate gets $10 or $20 depending on how lucky we feel along with bragging rights. However, as Frank is not here and you want to make another bet, why don't we sub you in for him, Kate thought for a moment, humming as she tapped her chin with her forefinger. "All right," she agreed with a nod. "But, this bet is the same as last time with the steaks. And, you have to eat all of your food in under let's say about 20 minutes. I nodded, holding my hand out towards her. "Deal," I said. She took it, giving it a firm shake over the table with a nod of her head. "Deal," she smirked as we dropped hands. "Don't worry, Bella, I probably have a mint for you for afterwards. I don't want to be kissing any sandwich breath even if you would enjoy it." "Kissing?" Carmen asked, her brows shooting upwards. Kate nodded. "That was the stake on the last bet. If she Saint she had to kiss me and be embarrassed. If I lost I had to do something embarrassing of her choice," she said with a smirk. "And I'm going to win this time, so you better get ready to pucker up, Bella. You will be when you kiss my ass." Quote. She snorted and took out her phone. She moved through it until she arrived at the timer and set it for 20 minutes. "Right," she drawled. I grabbed my food and she said, "Go." I took a large bite out of the club and chewed. Kate sat back, watching me with a satisfied smirk. Tanya, however, seemed confident enough in me not to worry this time about having to watch me kiss her sister. I swallowed the chunk and took a second bite. When I swallowed that one, I asked, "Are you guys just going to stare at me or talk?" To me, this is entertaining. It's like watching those eating shows on TV. You know, the ones where they eat as much as they can in 15 minutes and stuff. Kate asked. I shrugged as I took another bite. As I chewed, Tanya began to start a conversation with the group. I jumped in here and there, but I was mostly focused on eating. I was practically inhaling the food to make sure I didn't have to kiss Kate. By the time I was halfway through, I could feel myself starting to slow down a little. I pushed forward, though, and gobbled down the rest of my sandwich as fast as I could. Kate groaned as I swallowed my last bite. I had 3 minutes left on the clock. I gave her a wicked smirk as I wiped my mouth clean. "And that is why you don't bet against me." Kate grumbled something under her breath as Tanya grinned. She bumped my shoulder. "So, what will Kate have to do this time?" she asked. I thought, cocking my head to the side for a moment. I tapped my chin, thinking before a wicked thought came to my mind. A grin pulled on my lips. "How about I'm allowed to egg you along with dumping any other kind of food I can find on you?" Kate's eyes widened at the thought of being covered in human food. I knew she'd hate that all vampires did. "No way," she said, shaking her head. "No way in hell." "Yes way in hell," Irina smirked. She began to push against us to get us out of the booth. "Come on, guys, let's go get Kate ready for her food makeover." Kate groaned as she grabbed her phone, stopping the timer. When she did, I caught a glimpse of the screen. It said there were 25 minutes on the timer. Blank, _ blank. I hit Kate right on top of her head with an egg to add onto the pile of goop that was forming all over her body. She growled, squeezing her eyes shut from the slime that ran through her hair. She was covered in flour, eggs, brown sugar, syrup, ketchup, mustard, mayonnaise and more. We had made a stop at the grocery store to buy everything needed for Kate's loss at OU. Our bet, and she took it all head high on the far side of town. There were little people then. "I think her face needs some more brown sugar, Bella," Irina hummed from behind, assessing my work on her sister. Kate glared at her. A large portion of the stuff had been stuck onto her face by my hand and stayed there mixed with some egg and syrup. "Shut up, Irina," she hissed. Irina grinned as I flicked my food-covered hands. I had just used the last egg on Kate's head and now all that was left was some brown sugar and ketchup. I walked over to Tanya, who was holding the ketchup, and took the bottle from her. "Might as well use all of it," I said with a devilish smirk. Kate gulped and closed her eyes, hoping to keep at least something on her clean. I uncapped the bottle and shot the rest of it onto her. The ketchup joined the rest on her shirt, pants, arms and neck. It slithered down after it made contact and I could see Kate's face twist in disgust. I smiled, tossed the empty bottle over my shish. Older where Carmen caught it to set it down with the rest. The impish grin on her and her mate's faces were enough to show how much they were enjoying this. I then took the sugar from Irina. "I do think you're right, Irina. She probably could use more on her face," I trailed off suggestively. Kate looked at me. "Bella," I held up the bag. "You may want to cover your eyes." I began to swing it back and forth dramatically, and her eyes widened before she snapped them shut just in time as I slung it forward, tossing the remaining sugar into the air and onto her body as the bag fell limp in my hands. Kate was completely covered now. I smiled at my creation and tossed the bag over my shoulder, pleased with myself. Tanya hummed. "I think you did an excellent job, Bella," she complimented. "Kate looks stunning like that." I nodded in agreement as Kate rubbed at her eyes. It didn't help her much as her hands were covered in the stuff as well. She finally got herself able to shake her hands and wipe away the gunk surrounding her eyes. She snorted. "Very funny," she grumbled. I smiled at her and Carmen said, "We better get a towel. She'll ruin her car if she steps into it like that." I shook my head. I still had one more thing to do before we got Kate cleaned up. "Not yet," I said. I walked towards Kate, who groaned. "Now what?" she asked. I smiled as I came to a stop in front of her. I swept forward and gave her a chaste kiss. The kiss wasn't long, just a peck really, but I knew it was a good way of paying her back. Plus, I had managed to keep her mouth from being covered in something bad for me, so why not? Kate blinked at me shocked. What was that for? She asked. I shrugged. I saw what you did with the timer, so I thought it was a good way to let you in on winning the bet, I said. She gave me a small smile, but it quickly turned into a smirk. Well, you could have kissed me longer, you know. How about we go again? She moved forward to kiss me when I put my palm in her face. I'm good. Kate stayed behind with Elazar and Carmen. They said they were going to help her clean up before she got into the car, but I was pretty sure it was just an excuse for her to run to their house to get cleaned. Irina, Tanya and I, however, drove back to my house to have some girl time that we apparently hadn't been having all day. At least that was what they said when I objected to them driving me home. Tanya sat in the back with me again. She wasn't as pressed into my side as before, but she was still invading my personal space in a way that made me wish I had chosen the middle to scoot over. Every once in a while her leg, arm or foot would brush against mine, causing a small shiver to run up my spine from the sparks that traveled through my body. I wanted to lean against Tanya for more. For the pleasure I received from just feeling her brush against me when I would growl at myself. I couldn't let myself fall for her seduction tricks. I had to keep my head on straight. Tanya was a vampire, and I was a human. It would never work. The ride home was rough, at least for me. Tanya was enjoying herself while she teased me and herself in just barely touching me. The irk that would pull on her lips as soon as I shivered a little made me want to smack it right off. Irina, I wasn't sure if she noticed our exchange or not, kept her eyes on the road, tapping her fingers lightly on the wheel to the beat of the current song playing. Sometimes she'd ask me questions to keep the conversation in the car going, allowing Tanya to focus on teasing me, which annoyed the hell out of me. When we finally pulled up in front of my house, I practically cried in relief. I was ready to get out of the car and away from the bloody vampire that was taking every chance she got to overstep my personal bubble. I unclipped the seatbelt, barely brushing Tanya's thigh. As I did, I hardly noticed the sharp intake of breath from the woman. It wasn't loud, but it was a soft, quick intake of air. I mostly noticed it from the sudden rise of her chest, and the pause before it slowly going down to breathe normally. I made a mental note to think about it later as I leaned away from her and grabbed the door handle. Make sure to tell Kate the best way to get eggshells out of her hair is to go through it with tweezers and a shower, I said as I began to slide out of the car. Irina laughed. I'll make sure of it. We don't want Kate to have a headful of eggshells now, do we? She asked with a smug smirk. I shook my head. No, I drawled, of course not. Tanya slipped out after me just as I started to close the door. I instantly froze my movements to let her out of the car. She stood a few inches in front of me, allowing very little space between our bodies with the car behind her. She set her hand on the doorframe and closed it, forcing my hand jerk away so it wouldn't be crushed. She smiled. I'm glad you could come, Bella. It was definitely more enjoyable with you. I nodded, taking a step back for a little more distance. I had fun, I agreed. I'm glad I could. I forced myself not to glance at the trunk where my bags were stored. What was taking Irina so long to open it? She smiled brightly and took a half step forward. Maybe you could, Bella. We both turned our heads towards Charlie as he stood in the doorway. He leaned against the doorframe on his left shoulder, folding his arms over his chest. His eyes slowly took Tanya in, seeing every little thing about her that he could from just looking at her. He was clearly seeing the physical likeness to the Cullens, that was obvious. And I could see the frown pull on his lips when he saw the little space between us. Irina, having sensed the tension, got out of the car and smiled at Charlie. Hello, you must be Bella's father, Charlie, she said. She glanced at me. Bella talks about you a lot. He nodded. She has mentioned you before, he replied. And, while the reply was polite, I could hear the small undertone in his voice. Oh no, he was in interrogation mode. Tanya stepped forward a little so she was almost pressed against my back. I'm Tanya, she said, and this is my sister Irina. He nodded to them, his eyes narrowing a little on Tanya. Nice to meet you, he said. He was now watching Tanya's every move intently. seeing her body language and taking in the expressions on her face and the emotions in her eyes. You as well, sir, Irina said politely. While her voice said confidence, I saw the narrow of her eyes from the corner of mine. She was catching onto what Charlie was doing, his attitude towards them. She reached into the car as she looked at Tanya. We should really be getting home, Tanya. Kate probably needs help getting that stuff off of her. Tanya nodded. Right, she agreed, and the trunk popped open. I immediately took the excuse to get away from the vampire behind me, taking relief in being able to breathe without her scent wafting into my nose, the smell of vanilla almonds. I pushed the trunk lid up and grabbed my 3 bags. I bought a pair of boots too that I had also been forced to get. I closed the trunk and turned around. I smiled at the Denali sisters politely. It was nice going into the city with you. Thank you again for inviting me, I said, walking around the car. We're glad you came, Tanya said. She, suddenly, shot her hand out and fluently choral. Did it around my waist while pulling me into her. Her other wrapped around my shoulders and pressed me flush against her. I froze for a second, shocked at her sudden embrace, before I raised my free hand hesitantly and loosely held onto her. Tanya buried her face in my neck as she began to pull back, inhaling discreetly with a small sigh before she kissed my cheek. Maybe we can do it again sometime, she said lowly. Her voice carried a slight husк to it that made me do a double take. I nodded, awkwardly. Maybe, I agreed, and I slowly pulled out of her embrace. Tanya's smile was still bright as I stepped back, but I noticed how Irina's wasn't. Hers was upset. I couldn't tell as her eyes flickered from me to over my shoulder. The movement was quick as she took in what she needed to, and her eyes narrowed slightly. She opened the door. We'll see you sometime, okay, Bella? I nodded. Sure, Irina, I said. She slipped into the car and closed the door as a sign for Tanya to join her. The blonde hesitantly took hold of the door handle and pulled the door open slightly. I'll see you around, Bella. I promise you that, she said, winking a little at the end before she slipped inside. I did my best to ignore her comment as I turned around, and I found what Irina was staring at. Charlie was glaring hard into the car, more specifically at Tanya. His hands were now balled into fists under his arms as he frowned. Shit, I should have known he'd be pissed when she kissed me. I walked quickly to the door while I heard the sisters speed off behind me. Charlie's eyes followed their car, watching it intently until it was out of sight before he turned towards me. I didn't know what I expected. Maybe it was for him to stare at me before he walked into the house and ignore me the rest of the night. Or maybe for him to just go on to a rant about what just happened and make us scream at each other for an hour. Whatever I expected, I was taken aback when he took in a breath and then said, "Did you have fun?" I paused for a moment, almost tripping at his almost casual tone. I slowly nodded. Yes, I got hit on by a guy, but I handled it, and I got to cover Kate in kitchen products because I won a bet. It was pretty fun, actually, I smiled. He nodded, his eyes flickering down the street. Did anything else happen? He asked. You mean did Tanya slam me into a wall and make out with me while she tore my clothes off? I shook my head. No, he hummed, shoved himself off the doorframe and walked into the house. I thought you said you two were just friends, he grumbled, giving me a glare over his shoulder. You said that you wouldn't let her get far, and she went pretty far just then, Bella. I sighed. Dad, she just took me off guard. I didn't know she was going to hug me or kiss me. I thought she was just going to settle for a goodbye and smile like any other person would, I said, closing the door behind me. He snorted, falling onto his chair and took a swig of his beer. Any other person? Bella, you are smarter than that. She is by far not any other person, and you know what I mean. He scowled and motioned with this beer bottle in the direction the Denalis drove off. That woman is after you, Bella. And she is going to make sure you know that others know that. I sighed. I don't know what you want me to do. I am trying to keep the Denalis as my friends, but you don't seem to want me to do that. You said you were fine with it, and now you're. Get rid of them. What? I said to get rid of them, he growled. They are just like the Cullens, and they'll do the same thing they did to you. You can keep them as acquaintances, but anything else is too far. I don't want you anywhere near them. I don't want you anywhere near her. I felt my jaw tick and my hands tighten around the bags. What's changed your mind? Why are you suddenly going from trusting me to ordering me to do something? Because I saw how she acted. He snapped. I saw how you acted, and let me tell you. You don't have a chance when it comes to withstanding her charms. She practically has you wrapped around her finger already, and I'll be damned if I let her get any more. I growled. I am a grown woman, Dad. I can take care of myself. I practically told a guy to go fuck himself today at a store who wouldn't stop hitting on me. I can decide what to do. Not yet. You can't, he snapped. He stood up. Like it or not, young lady, you are still in my house under my roof. And, what I say goes. And I say that you can't go anywhere near that family. I felt the anger in my chest rise. The sudden order, the sudden dominance he was trying to use over me made a sudden flame light in my veins. I growled. No, I snapped. I am not going to listen to you. I'm 20, Dad, and, think that if I'm old enough to decide to lead our country, or I can go to war, I think I'm old enough to decide what I can and can't do. He jabbed a finger at me, his eyes darkening in rage. Don't you dare talk to me like that. Young lady, you are my daughter and I still have a say in what you do, and I say that you stay away from them. Why? I shouted. Because I'm not responsible. Because I can't clean the house or cook the meals anymore. Because I'm sick. Is that what this is all about? Because I can die. How dare you say that? He shouted. He took a step forward, compressing the little space left. You want to know why? Because I don't like the way she looks at you. I don't like the way you look at her. I don't like the way that you stare at her like you used to stare at him. I don't like that they are like the Cullens. I don't like the idea of that woman stealing your heart and then shoving it back into your hand after smashing it under her foot just like they did. You will go nowhere near the Denali's. Especially Tanya, is that clear? Is that clear? I took in a breath, trying to control myself as I felt the defeat set it. This was a losing battle. I huffed, whirled around and shot up the stairs to my room as the fire continued to burn in my veins. Blank. For the next 2 weeks, I barely went to town alone. Charlie always made sure he was with me or that Frank was with me. He made sure that Frank knew he didn't want me around them, and it forced me to be turned away from any Denali in sight. Anytime Frank or Charlie would see them in town with me, they would grab me and turn us in the opposite direction and make us walk away. Frank, at least, gave apologetic looks to them, but Charlie would glare like there was no tomorrow as his hate for the Cullens moved to the Denali's. I could hardly look at the Denali's. I'd take one look at them and pray that Frank or Charlie wouldn't notice, but whoever I saw would call my name and they'd see them. I'd have to look down before I saw the confusion and hurt on their face as I was turned away from them. From their friendship, I felt like for the first time in a while I was a child. I felt like my father was treating me nothing like the woman he knew I was. I had taken care of so many things in both his and Renee's house. I did the dishes, cooking, laundry and sometimes even the bills. I was the adult between the two before I became sick again. I hated it. I felt like I was a prisoner who was judged for the appearance and not allowed to speak up. Charlie was starting to suffocate me underneath his protectiveness, and I was dying quickly as I scratched, clawed and kicked to get to air. I was currently sitting in the cafe to waste time before my chemo appointment, stirring my coffee slowly with my spoon in hopes of relaxing before I went in. I felt worse than I had when I first met the Denali's. It was like something in me had been taken out and it scared me slightly. I wondered, briefly, if I maybe had latched onto the Denali's and had just been lying to myself. What if I was falling for Tanya's tricks, their tricks, in a way that I never thought I would? Being away from them now was hurting, especially when I was made to turn away. I brought the cup to my lips and Max slid into the seat in front of me. He sighed. Are you just going to mope all day? I chuckled. Sorry. He shook his head. Don't apologize to me, apologize to the people whom you've been ignoring, he said. Max knew about the whole situation as Charlie had left me here with him after he gave him a rundown. He pretty much threatened Max that if I wasn't kept out of sight of the window or door he'd be pissed. I sighed. You know I don't want to ignore them. Then don't. It's complicated. He snorted and shook his head. No, it's not, actually. You are just making it complicated. I gritted my teeth. It's Charlie, all right, I can't do what I want without him finding out. I want to see the Denali's. To at least apologize for avoiding them, but I can't because the next thing I know I'll be screaming at Charlie again. I'm tired of fighting and I'm tired of arguing. Max shook his head. Maybe you should try to do what you want, Bella. Charlie is being overprotective and he's being illogical. He's just being a father and you need to get him to see the Denali's won't harm you. I've tried. Someone called for Max and he looked over his shoulder as I again lifted the cup to my lips. I began to take a sip as he looked back at me and stood up. Try harder. I walked out of the cafe barely half an hour later. Charlie was supposed to meet me near the bookstore in a few minutes, and I really wasn't in the mood to argue for being late. I adjusted my shoulder bag a little. I faintly heard the quick thudding of feet and then a sudden hand on the crook of my arm. I was tugged back as a familiar voice said, Bella. I jerked my head around to Kate. She frowned, eyeing me while she held onto my elbow tightly, making sure I wouldn't turn away like I had many times before. I did not need this right now. If I didn't show up at the bookstore soon, Charlie would start oking for me and he would start a whole scene. What? I asked. Her brow furrowed. What do you mean? What? I think it's pretty clear what I'm stopping you about, she scowled, her voice firm and hard. Her golden eyes bored into mine, making me shift uncomfortable. I pulled on her hand. Can you let go of me? She shook her head. No, not until you tell me what the hell is going on. We had fun, Bella. What happened? You just suddenly started ignoring us anytime we saw you in town. It's like you just had a sudden flip switch or something. We're really starting to get worried about you. I tried to pull away from her again, coming to no avail, obviously. Nothing is going on, Kate, I said stiffly. Just let go of me, okay? I need to go see my dad. Your dad? She asked and her lips pulled into a grimace. Did he say something to you, Bella? Or did we just do something wrong and you're ignoring us? It's nothing, I insisted, pulling on her hand. She snorted. Nothing my ass. What's going on, Bella? Tell me. Nothing. She scowled and took in a deep breath. I don't believe you, Bella, she said. Her grip tightened just a little more when I tried to pull away again. You are not yourself. What's up with you? I grunted as her strength finally started to get to me. It wasn't bad, but I could tell there was going to be a bruise if she held on any tighter. Kate, let go. You're hurting me. I pulled against her again. This time, she released me. I jerked my arm away from her and took a step back. She took a step forward, keeping close. Look, Bella, I just want to help you. I know that something is wrong and I don't understand why you are suddenly avoiding us. If we did something, just tell us. You didn't. I was cut off as the familiar Mazda came to a stop at the curb next to us. Charlie jerked open the door and glared angrily at Kate. His gaze flickered to me for a second before he glared at Kate again and slammed the door shut. Bella, get in the car. Dad, Bella, he cut me off, not taking his eyes off of Kate. I frowned, casting one last glance at Kate to see her glaring daggers at Charlie. Her eyes had darkened just a shade as her body stood stiff. She was pissed. I gave a snort and stomped to the car, throwing the door open before I set myself inside and slammed the door shut. Charlie walked up to Kate, getting right in front of her as he prodded a finger at her. I don't know who you think you are, but Bella clearly doesn't want to be around you. Stop bothering her and leave her alone. She narrowed her eyes. Actually, I think she does. I just think you aren't allowing her to. She growled. She took a step forward. And I don't like that you are keeping Bella away from us. She is our friend and we care about her. He scowled. She's my daughter, he snapped. And I decide what she can do. Not you. She decides. She's a woman, not a little girl. She isn't capable of that right now. I'm making her choice and my choice is for her to stay away from you. He poked a finger at her. So, stay the hell away from my daughter. All of you. Kate was about to argue when Charlie turned on the ball of his foot and stalked to the car. He threw the door open and jumped inside, slamming it shut behind him as I glared ahead, fuming. I took in a deep breath, trying to keep myself calm while Audrey began to use my port to draw blood. I was GLA. Ring daggers across the room at Charlie as he talked with Frank. It seemed he was ranting, and Frank didn't really seem to like what he was saying. I couldn't believe he said that to Kate. I couldn't believe he had treated me like a child. Like I couldn't take care of myself. I couldn't believe that he called me incapable of making my own decisions. Being sick made no difference. I tightened my grip on the chair and Audrey looked at me. You seem tense, she murmured. Do I? I asked through gritted teeth, my voice short and snippy. She glanced at me and then my hands on the chair. She leaned back. Do you want to talk about it? She asked. Or are you going to squeeze the chair until you break the arms off? I took in a deep breath and forced my grip to loosen. I'm fine. Is that why you keep glaring at your father? I didn't answer, looking away from him for once towards the woman next to me. Audrey raised her brow in question, waiting for me to say something back to her. When I didn't, she sighed. Look, Bella, something is clearly bothering you and I have a feeling that you don't feel like you can let it out. So, will you please tell me what's up? It's good to get that kind of thing off your chest. I took in a breath. It's nothing. You're still glaring. I snorted, shaking my head. I took in a deep breath, glaring back at Charlie as I grumbled. He said I couldn't decide for myself. That I was incapable of making the choice of being around my friends. He practically forbade me from seeing them. Her brows rose, before they lowered and she hummed. Why? Why what? Why did he forbid it? I snorted. Because he wanted to. She frowned, leaning forward. I'm sure it has much more than just that to do with it, she said. She went back to my port. Is there some reason he forbade it? Maybe he doesn't trust them enough to be around you. I shook my head. No, he's misplacing his hate. They're the cousins of a family that we used to know. I became involved with them and they broke my heart. He thinks that if I get close to them again they are going to just break my heart. That sounds like what fathers just do, Bella, she said. You can't stop them from doing that. He's being ridiculous. He practically told one of the sisters of the family to fuck off in public today. She was just trying to see what was going on with me and he went off on her, I said, glaring at him again. He's treating me like a kid when I took care of him and Mom. She sighed, setting her hand on my shoulder. Bella, maybe you should talk to him about it. I snorted. Any time I do I'm yelled at and he shuts down what I say. Then maybe you should talk to someone else who could convince him. Maybe Frank could help you. She asked. I shook my head. Frank doesn't really want to be in the middle of it. He's only helping Charlie keep them away from me because he wants to figure out a way to get around it. She sighed. Well then, how are we doing over here? Charlie asked, walking over to the station I was currently seated in. His brow was raised in question towards Audrey, and I again scowled. It was like I wasn't even there. She glanced at me one more time and then smiled at him. Everything is fine, Charlie. I was just finishing up and she'll be good to go in 20 minutes. Good. She pulled away from me and whispered, just try to focus on getting better. After your side effects are over, talk to him. I didn't say anything. Blank. I walked into the house with a yawn. I felt exhausted after today and I was ready to shower. Get the hospital smell off of me along with the food smell and go to bed before I started to have my side effects. If I was lucky, maybe I wouldn't have any tonight. I began walking up the stairs towards my room when Charlie came up behind me to help like he usually did. Just when he had his hand on my lower back I snapped, I have it. He stopped, and I could feel his frown following me up the stairs. I'm only trying to help, Bella. There's no reason to snap at me. I don't need your help. I'm fine on my own. I practically stumbled up the rest of the stairs with how fast I ran and into my room. Not letting him argue, I tore my jacket off of me and threw it onto my chair angrily. I was tired of how Charlie was treating me. I was tired of it all. I let out a small growl as I walked around my room, slamming drawers and doors while I collected my nightwear. My face was set in a permanent scowl, never to leave as long as Charlie kept treating me like a little girl who hadn't gone through anything in life. When I had the last piece of clothing I needed, I stalked out of my room to the bathroom. I could hear Charlie downstairs getting a beer from the fridge as I walked into the bathroom and slammed the door shut behind me. I didn't care if Charlie scolded me for slamming doors. I was fucking tired of taking orders from him. I walked to the shower and turned the knob. setting it for the highest setting before I began to strip. I practically tore the clothes on me off and chucked them onto the ground before I went to the shower and got in, the water already being warm from being set at such a high temperature. I turned the water back to warm and just stood under the water. I closed my eyes as I imagined the water droplets running down my skin, washing everything away. I imagined that it cleaned me of everything that had happened 2 years ago. I felt as if that water had cleansed me, taken away my cancer and troubles I had gotten ever since. It was wonderful, but, of course, it was just imaginary. I took in a deep breath before I let out a sigh and began to wash my hair. I took my time, not wanting to rush the shower and moment of peace I had in the bathroom. As I cleaned myself, I let my thoughts wander to anywhere else than what happened today. The first thought that came to mind was Tanya, and, for the first time, I didn't stop it as I thought of her. I pictured her perfectly in my mind. The blonde hair rolled down to her shoulders, framed her angular face and accented her cheekbones. Her golden eyes, they lit up every time I saw her, and the wonderful smile she had that could leave me weak in the knees. Everything was perfect. I could paint a portrait of her with my eyes closed. Every detail of her was just right, filled with everything that just said Tanya. I smiled at myself and, just for a moment, indulged in the thought of the beautiful vampire. If what everyone said about Tanya wanting me was true, did it really mean I had a chance with her? Could I even have another love interest in my life like that again? Did I want that from her? The last thought made me pause for a moment. I opened my eyes, my hands stilled in my hair from their rinsing. Did I want something like that from her? The interest that everyone said she had for me, was that really something I wanted in my life again from her? From them, yes. The instant answer shocked me. I wanted Tanya to love me. I wanted what I had with Edward again, but better. This time, I wanted someone who wouldn't, well, leave me in the woods after they broke my heart. I wanted someone who would be there for me, who would do anything and be anything I needed. I wanted what the wolves had. I lowered my hands from my head as I thought things over. I thought of every moment I had ever shared with the blonde woman. I thought of the sparks that shot through my body every time we touched. I thought of how she could make my heart flutter. I thought of her scent. God, her scent made me weak in the knees. I took in a breath. I could smell it now. Vanilla almonds. I knew I had been falling for Tanya from the start. No matter how much I denied it, something in me was trying to claw out of my chest to get to Tanya, and it was fighting hard. It was fighting harder now that I was finally thinking about it, about the possibility. I smiled, only to jump when soap almost fell in my eye. Quickly, I went back to rinsing the remaining blobs of soap from my hair. Maybe having something with Tanya wouldn't be so bad. Maybe she could make me happy and give me what I wanted in life. Maybe, just maybe, blank. I walked out of the bathroom about 40 minutes after I first got into the shower. I could hear Charlie scolding me from downstairs about using so much water. But I just ignored him. Right now, the last thing I needed to deal with was him giving me some kind of speech about something else. I was done with him for today. I closed myself in my room and pressed my forehead against the door. I took in a deep breath as I closed my eyes. I held my air for a moment, just letting myself relax before I let it out and then opened my eyes. I needed to sleep on some of the things that had happened today, of what I had thought of today. Maybe when I woke up I could have a clear head and maybe I'll decide some things for myself for once. For now, all I needed to do was sleep. I slept until 10 in the morning without any interruption throughout the night, and Charlie let me sleep. I knew he did it because when I woke up I could hear him downstairs watching a football game. I groaned and rolled myself up into a sitting position on the side of the bed. I let out a yawn as I stretched my arms, letting the muscles move themselves as I rubbed my eyes and stretched my legs. I always liked how it felt when muscles stretched, especially tired ones. I stood up, and everything immediately came crashing in. My heart began to race and my face paled. My stomach turned and I was flying out of my bedroom door to the bathroom. Like many times before, I threw the toilet lid up and hunched over it, feeling it rise to my throat. I took in a breath just as I heard the knock on the door downstairs. I barely had time to groan before I was retching. I grabbed onto the bathroom counter with my left hand. As the contents, or at least what was left of it, came rushing up my throat to my mouth and into the bowl. I coughed as the vomit seemed to explode from my mouth into the water. The same disgusting call followed soon after with the gag-worthy smell that made me want to puke more. As I threw up, I could hear the shouting begin downstairs. I could tell one angry voice was Charlie, but I couldn't hear the others well enough. I knew it was two people, though, just based on the volume level one could hear. "Just leave. I need to take care of my daughter," Charlie shouted at whoever was in our house uninvited. "Maybe you should do that for once instead of order her around." Another shouted back. It took me a moment with a nice pause between 2 rounds of vomit to realize I knew that voice. "Kate." I threw up again. "Why you hey?" Charlie suddenly called. Before I could wonder what it was, a hand was scooping back my hair and another was rubbing my back in soothing patterns. I continued to grip He counter's edge before I finally slowed down and allowed myself to just spit out what was left. Then, after a moment of catching my breath and no vomit, I closed my eyes and leaned away from the bowl. The foul stench filled the air with the voices that continued to argue downstairs as I heard a small coo in my ear. I kept my eyes closed and swallowed as I heard the water faucet turn on. I took a breath through my nose before I suddenly felt a cold cloth wipe the extra vomit from my chin. I snapped my eyes open when a hand cupped the back of my neck. Irina was crouched in front of me, whipping away the vomit as she gave me a sympathetic smile. "Hey, Bella," she said, "we've come to kidnap you." I gave a weak smile. "Took you long enough." She smiled and took away the cloth when she finished cleaning my mouth. She looked at the toothbrushes on the counter and grabbed the purple one. She held it up to me with a raised brow and I nodded, blinking slowly as I took in a breath. The bile tangy smell of the vomit immediately assaulted my nose. I grimaced at the smell as Irina wet my toothbrush, put toothpaste on it and then handed it to me. I gladly took it into my hand when a little strength came back into my limbs and started to brush at my teeth. As I got to work on them, I started to stand up slowly, of course. Irina came to my aid by wrapping an arm around my shoulder and grabbed my free upper arm. She helped bring me into a standing position and supported me as I stood at the sink. When I was ready to spit, she held my hair back and turned on the water for me to rinse my mouth out with. I put the toothbrush away and dried my mouth with a towel. Irina reached around me and shut the toilet before she flushed. I grabbed my hairbrush and quickly undid the tangles in my hair. I knew it was probably stupid, but it helped me feel better. I listened to the shouting downstairs now that I could partly focus on it. "She is my daughter. You have no say in what she can or cannot do." Charlie screamed at Kate. "She's my friend and I am trying to help her. I just want to make sure she's okay and you screamed at me because I was worried about her. You're treating her like she's..." "That's enough." He cut her off. "I won't be talked to that way in my own house. Get your sister down here and leave. I told you people to stay away from Bella and you didn't listen. Get out of here before I get you in trouble with the law." "You can't." I sighed and leaned against Irina as she helped me out of the bathroom. I took in a deep breath, testing my own control of myself before I let off of her a bit. It wasn't a lot, but I was able to walk mostly by myself to my room to grab some sweats. I slipped on a pair of flip-flops over that and Irina came to my side. "Come on," she urged as she guided me out of my room. She held onto me tightly but still gently as we began to walk down the stairs, making sure I didn't push myself or fall. While we came down, I finally saw Kate. The door was wide open. My guess from the two sisters barging into the house without Charlie's permission. Her body was rigid with her hands clutched into fists at her sides. Her eyes were a dark shade of brown and glistened with a look I couldn't even describe in my state of mind. She took a threatening step forward and her lip curled back. "Listen here, Charlie," she growled, prodding his chest. "You may be a volunteer cop around here, but you can't get me in trouble for simply caring about someone. I'm watching out for Bella, and I do not like what I see. This agreement or whatever it is you have forced her into for the past 2 weeks is wrong, and I will not stand for it." He snorted. "That's none of your business in the first place. We told you to stay away and you didn't. I'm not going to just let you barge into my house and..." "That's enough," I said, my voice hoarse from the vomiting. Both angered pair of eyes turned towards me. Kate gave Irina a small nod for helping me get ready as Charlie glared at Irina. "Get your hands off of her. You aren't taking my daughter anywhere." He reached for me when I pulled away. "I want to go with them, Dad. I'm 20 and I'm a year away from drinking legally. If I want to go with them, I'm going to go with them. I'm tired of you treating me like a little girl. I'm trying to help you, Bella," he growled. "No you aren't," I snapped. You're making my decisions for me because you think I can't. I'm tired of it. I'm sick, Dad. I'm not dead yet, and you can make my decisions when I'm in the ground. But for now, I'm leaving with the Denalis and that's it." I put my arm around Irina as she guided me out of the house. "We're gonna go up to our place," she told me quietly. "It's quiet and you shouldn't be bothered by anyone there but us." I nodded when Charlie opened his mouth to argue. Kate, finally losing her cool completely, let out a low growl that made him stop in his tracks. The growl she let loose from her chest was threatening, and it made Charlie's instincts snap into place in an instant. He wasn't dumb enough to ignore his instincts because he was pissed around a pissed-off vampire. When Irina had us out of the door, Kate followed with one last glare at Charlie before she slammed the door shut behind her. She gave a small huff, almost sounding glad to be done with the argument before she saw us getting close to the car. She quickly sprinted towards us and grabbed the door handle to the backseat. She pulled it open and held it for me as Irina helped me inside of the car. I gave them both a nod of thanks as I got settled and Irina slipped in after me. The door shut and in the blink of an eye, Kate went to the wheel, putting the car that had been sitting here running into drive before she shot off from my house. I leaned against Irina, the puking episode from earlier making me too tired to really sit up straight. I felt Irina wrap her arm around my shoulders and pull me against her. "You okay?" she asked. I nodded as I took in a deep breath. I was glad I didn't taste any vomit left over in my mouth. "Just gathering up my strength again," I said. She nodded and Kate hit the car into another gear, Mackin. Gee, it jumped as it went faster than earlier. I closed my eyes, not even bothered by the speed as I felt Irina's finger begin to gently circle my port. By the time we got to the Denali house, I was feeling much better than I was earlier. Stronger. I, luckily, didn't need to lean on Irina like I had earlier, allowing me to sit up straight and keep her finger from going around my port any longer for half of the ride. Kate pulled to a gentle stop in front of the house, quickly exiting the car as Irina opened the door next to us. She crawled out and held onto the door, keeping it open for me while she extended her hand towards me in offering. Kate came around the car, standing next to her sister's side. I took Irina's hand and let her pull me out, scooting across the seat to assist. When I was out of the car, I set my feet on the ground, and then stood. I wobbled for a second, immediately making Kate grab my shoulders and Irina place her other hand on my back as their eyes widened in panic. I held the door for balance to gather myself, and after a moment I was centered again. I looked up at the two panicking sisters and nodded, letting go of the door for the two sisters so slowly follow my lead. I took a step forward and got out from behind the door as Irina continued to hold my hand and back. I guessed she wasn't ready to take any chances of me falling on the way into her house. Kate closed the car door and I finally looked up to see the Denali house. It was amazing. Like the Cullen house, it was large and fit the right scheme for having a lot of money acquired over time. However, unlike the Cullens, their house appeared to be more lived in and cottage-like. It was more with a lack for better word homey. I smiled a little when Irina began to lead me towards the house. "Are you doing okay, Bella?" I nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine." She eyed me, clearly unconvinced when the front door opened. Tanya, Carmen and Elazar stepped out of the house. Carmen and Elazar both gave me warm smiles and somehow managed to scold Irina and Kate at the same time. Tanya, however, was just staring at me and a massive grin began to form on her lips. "Bella," she greeted happily. She quickly walked towards me and was about to wrap me in an embrace when Irina snapped her hand out, catching her shoulder with a solid thud that could only happen from vampire skin mixed with vampire strength. Tanya stopped immediately, looking at Irina shocked. The dirty blonde shook her head. "Bella was puking when we got to her house. She's better," but I don't want to take any chances, she explained. She's slow. WLY lowered her hand from Tanya's shoulder, who nodded in understanding. Oh, she said, I see. She looked back at me, physically checking me to see if I had any obvious issues. I'm glad that you were able to come by, Bella. I smiled. I'm glad I was able to be rescued by my brave knights in shining armor, I replied, giving Kate and Irina small nudges. Kate puffed out her chest. It's all in a day's work. Since when do you ever work, Kate? Elazar asked from the porch. Before she could snap back, he turned to me. Let's get you inside, Bella. If you're sick it won't be good for you out here. I walked to the house shaking my head. I'm fine, really. It was just a small fluke is all, I said. That was semi-true, and while it was unknown to the vampires, Irina knew about my port. Her finger tracing had to have been a good enough sign for her, along with what I said in the house what was going on. Irina scowled and she practically started to carry me inside. It might have been, but in your condition I don't think risking it is a good idea, she said. I rolled my eyes at the blonde, but said nothing as we walked into their house. It was even better on the inside than out, and Al so supported my thought of cottage from the beams and wooden parts all around it. The house was amazing to look at, with exotic artifacts they had collected over their existence around the world, from ancient pottery to wooden furniture that dated back to who knew when. I loved it. Tanya, taking Irina's place, guided me into the living room where she sat me down in the far corner of a sectional that could fit 10 people. On either side of the sectional was a loveseat and an armchair for the others. Tanya reached behind me and draped a blanket around my shoulders. I gave her a smile of thanks as I pulled it around me and buried myself into the cushions. Tanya settled next to me, making sure she was comfortable as she brought my legs into her lap and began to rub my ankles with the pad of her thumbs. It was actually pretty soothing. Carmen earned my attention by touching my shoulder. Have you eaten anything, dear? You may need some food in your stomach to help you get your energy back, she said. I nodded slowly, surprised that they actually had food here until I realized they had probably stocked up before they kidnapped me. I probably do, but only something light. I don't want to aggravate my stomach anymore in case the medicine doesn't work, I explained. She nodded. Would soup be all right? She asked. Should be. I'll be right back with it, she said, moving towards what I assumed was the kitchen. She paused in the opening and turned, giving me a pointed look. Don't move. I pointed at Tanya. I can't. She chuckled as Kate plopped down on the floor in front of me. Shish. E crossed her legs like any adorable child would and looked up at me. Irina seated herself on the loveseat as Elazar took the armchair my guess was for Carmen to sit in his lap. Irina studied me from across the room, seeming to place things together in her mind. She must have had her suspicions before she felt my port, but that had to seal the deal. Unless she thought it was a port, but wasn't entirely sure that it was. That would explain why she kept staring at my shoulder. Kate placed her hands between her legs and leaned forward, pursing her lips. Bella, she asked. Yeah, why is it at Charlie is so against you being around us? She asked hesitantly. I immediately felt my body go rigid. I had hoped I wouldn't have to explain that to them, not yet, anyway. Of course, hoping for it doesn't mean it won't happen or doesn't need to happen. Tanya, sensing my stiffness, rubbed firmer circles on my ankles. If that is all right first to ask, she added to give me a way out. I bit my lip. It is, I said haltingly. I shifted when I smelt the soup wafting from the kitchen. The smell made my mouth water and I had to swallow back a mouthful of saliva. It's just there's a lot that has to do with it. It's kind of hard to understand unless you get the rest of it. Is it something we did? Carmen asked, emerging from the kitchen. She walked towards me with a bowl of soup in her hands, perfectly balanced. Or is it just something he was worried that we would do? I took the bowl from her. The latter, I replied. I set the bowl on the arm of the sectional, positioning it for me to eat out of. When I was sure it was balanced and wouldn't fall, I picked up the spoon in it. What did he think we would do? Kate asked, confused. The only thing we're guilty of is maybe shock till you drop. I smiled a little when Irina leaned forward, lips pursed and hands clasped together nervously. It has to do with your cancer, doesn't it? I froze with the room. Tanya's thumb stopped moving and she looked to her sister. Kate's mouth hung open, her eyes wide as Carmen and Elazar just looked between me and Irina over and over again. The Denalis were completely stunned as the room stayed in a tense silence. The only sound that was made was my breathing as I took in deep breaths to calm down the small panic threatening to rise in my breast. I knew this was coming sooner or later, I reasoned with myself. I shouldn't be surprised even if I hoped for later. I sighed, swirling the spoon around in the bowl and nodded. Yes, I said lowly. I glanced at her through my eyelashes. When did you figure it out? She shrugged. I had ideas. You knew places people with cancer ate. You moved up here for a personal reason. Frank in the hospital. You have a diet and you were skinny for someone your age. I never thought much of it besides oddities until I felt your port just now. I nodded. I figured as much. I swirled the spoon around the bowl as the Denalis slowly processed the information, letting it roll through their heads. It seemed none of the others had come as close to the thought as Irina had. What kind? Ovarian. Stage 3. 3. Kate squeaked from the ground. She cleared her throat, forcing the high pitch out of it, and adjusted herself on the ground. How long have you had it? I shrugged. I first got it when I was 7. It was only stage 2 back then, though. And I was cancer-free after 6 rounds of chemo. It wasn't until a few days after my 18th birthday I was diagnosed with it again, borderline terminal. Borderline, Tanya hissed, her voice shaking. I nodded, allowing myself to put the soup into my mouth now. She squeezed my ankle a little. Why didn't you tell us before? I shrugged. I didn't know you very well, and I didn't think that many people needed to know. It wasn't until the city thing that I realized we'd be spending more time together than I originally thought. Tanya fell silent, rubbing patterns on my ankles absent-mindedly as she went into her thoughts. Elazar awkwardly spoke up. Is that why you moved here, Bella? To receive better treatment. I nodded. Yes, we were able to get the cancer down a little over the past 2 years. But it's been pretty stubborn. We couldn't really afford better treatment, but Phil, my stepdad, met Drive. Ford's brother Tom. He's giving me treatment as a favor and it's his brother's house we're staying in. Ford, Carmen said, mostly to herself as she recognized his name. I've heard of him. I nodded. He's an amazing doctor, I said. There are a lot of people that have faith in him. Even people who had loved ones die from cancer treated by him. They were just happy he gave them more time together. I took another bite of the soup as Irina shifted in her seat. I really don't mean to sound insensitive here, Bella, but I was wondering why Charlie would be afraid of us with your cancer. Did he think we weren't going to respect you or something? I closed my eyes. Charlie has many reasons. One of them is that he doesn't want people to think I'm vulnerable just because I'm sick. I shifted awkwardly. There are other reasons, though, as to why he doesn't want you around me or me around you. What other reasons? Tanya suddenly asked. I can't think of anything else besides possibly offending him when we hadn't meant to or known that we did. I pursed my lips. You didn't offend him per se. I said. It's more of just. I groaned, rubbing my temple with my spoon hand. This was much more complicated than I thought. I took in a breath. I needed to be more honest with them. But it was hard to be honest with them when I had no desire to reveal to them that I knew what and who they were. Or, reveal who I was to them. And leaving out some specifics would be harder as it was the Denalis. I slowly let out the air I had been holding in my lungs and lowered the spoon from my forehead to the bowl. I began to trace patterns in the warm fluid and I finally said. It was several years after I was diagnosed cancer-free. I moved in with my dad in my original hometown that pretty much had no idea of my previous dilemma. When I got there, I wasn't really sure how it would all go since my old school wasn't that great. When I went through chemo as a kid, I pretty much had all the stereotypical side effects including hair loss. I wasn't really bothered by it until the kids started to make fun of me for it. I became self-conscious and pretty much got really awkward. It hadn't changed over the years and when I got to the new school I wasn't any better, I expected it to be the same. However, when I got there I was mostly known as the new girl who all the guys wanted to hook up with. I snorted. Charlie wasn't that excited about the news, but it was different to me and it was a nicer change than being the kid whom was a shadow on the wall. I paused, turning my spoon over in my soup. The next part was going to be the hardest to talk about. Nya sensed my hesitation and squeezed my ankle comfortingly. I gave her a small smile of thanks before I continued. When I was there, I got involved with a boy. It was the first real relationship I had ever had thanks to my awkwardness, and I became pretty close with his family. Charlie was alright with him because he wasn't like all the other guys in school who weren't too subtle about hoping to get into my pants. Things started to look up for me, and I thought everything was finally going to get better in my life. I was cancer-free, new school, had friends and a boyfriend that I was in love with and who loved me. I trailed off, shaking my head at the last part. I was so dumb to believe it would have worked out between us back then. Then, a few days after my 18th birthday, I went in for a checkup when they discovered the cancer. Tanya, again, squeezed my ankle. I didn't look at her this time as I continued my story. The family had been avoiding me for the past few days, and I thought it was just because they were busy, because it happened sometimes. Of course, I meant hunting, but I couldn't say that. It was a few days after I was diagnosed that I saw him at my house. He asked for us to go for a walk and I followed him into the woods next to my house. I really should have seen it coming, I said with a sigh, but I was too wrapped up in my thoughts on how to tell them what was happening. I didn't want them to be in the dark when I suddenly lost weight or stayed home from school for a few days a month. I thought they deserved to know, and I was trying to get my panic on telling them when he told me they were leaving. Leaving? Kate asked, interrupting my story. I nodded, stirring the soup around in my bowl. Leaving, I confirmed. That day, apparently, he told me how the relationship I had with him and his family wasn't good. He went on about how things just wouldn't work out and it was stupid of us to continue going on with the illusion on how we were good for each other. Then, he told me to be safe and not do anything reckless, kissed my forehead and left. He just left you in the woods. Irina snarled. What kind of an asshole does that? For a second, I was very tempted to say, your cousin, but I held my tongue in time to not. I shrugged instead. I guess the assholes like him, I said. I swirled my spoon around the bowl as Elazar scowled. And I suppose that Charlie expects us to do what they did. Abandon you without a word? He asked. I nodded. Yes, I said. Charlie has always been worried about me ever since then. First time it happened I didn't take the separation too well. He doesn't want me to go through it again, and he's worried you'll make me go through it by taking advantage of me. Tanya's grip on my ankle tightened with one hand for my attention as she set her other on the side of my thigh. She traced patterns with her thumb over my sweats as she gave me a reassuring smile. We would never do that to you, Bella. I promise. I shook my head. I'm not the one you need to convince, I said. I took a spoonful of soup into my mouth and let the warm liquid travel down my throat, warming my body. Kate scooted closer to the couch. How can we convince Charlie? She asked. The man looked ready to take my head off my shoulders as soon as he saw us talking in the street. I shrugged, taking another bite before I swallowed. You, Kate, could start by apologizing to him, I said. She jerked her head back, eyes widening. What? She asked. Apologize, I said. I looked at Irina. You probably cool. D2 since you walked past him to the bathroom. Irina looked just as taken aback as Kate did. Why on earth should we apologize? She asked. He's the one who was practically keeping you around him like a prisoner. I nodded. Yes, but you did barge into the house and immediately begin arguing with him in his own home while his daughter was vomiting upstairs from the chemo treatment she had yesterday. It wouldn't hurt to own up to what you did to start getting on his good side. Kate thought for a moment as Elazar nodded. It would be a good way to get his trust, he agreed. Or, at least, his approval for us to be around Bella if he doesn't believe we'll disrespect him. Who's to say we won't his daughter if we do him? That is a good point, Irina agreed. Kate nodded. All right, so we'll apologize to him. But what about the rest of the family? She asked. I doubt that an apology is going to immediately get his approval. I nodded. It won't, but it's a start. I swirled my spoon around in my bowl. And the thing is, Kate, that while Charlie won't be that happy about me being around you until he knows for sure, he won't stop me. He's a good man and smart. He won't try to keep me away from friends who can help. Carmen gave me a warm smile at that as I took another bite of my soup. When I swallowed, I had to hold back the moan that threatened to burst from my throat. I didn't know what it was. But any cooking done by vampires was amazing. Like food from above. I took another bite as Tanya shifted, moving to have my calves resting on her thighs now instead of my feet. She continued to rub my legs through the fabric, seeming intent on keeping the ministrations going. After a few moments of comfortable silence around the room, I spoke. So, since I'll be over here, I'll probably tell you some of the things you'll need to know about my chemo treatments in case any of it happens. They nodded and Kate moved to be sitting directly in front of me. What kind of symptoms do you have? I shrugged. This time I've been able to keep my hair thankfully, but I do have weight issues as you can see. I have medicine that is supposed to keep me from throwing up, but it doesn't always work as you saw this morning. I do get exhausted easily, though, just after a chemo treatment, and my first 2 days are generally the worst of my symptoms. There's one more thing, but I can't remember what it is. Are there any rules we should know? Elazar asked. I thought for a second, actually trying to think of anything. After a moment, I shook my head. No, just be careful with my port. So don't slap it and be a little gentle with me. I'm not as delicate as thin glass, but my balance and stuff aren't that great at the moment. Tanya leaned forward. Are there blank, blank. After I had answered most of the Denali's questions about the do's and don'ts of my cancer, and finished eating most of my soup, the 5 vampires and I began to relax around the house a bit more. Kate invited me to play a video game with her, to which I accepted, and we went head to head for about an hour straight. After I started to get fatigued, I stopped playing and Irina took my spot. I opted to sit on Tanya's lap. I still have no idea why I did it, and watched the two of them play. Carmen and Elazar were playing a game of chess on the love seat, seeming to enjoy trying to beat each other in the game. It was pretty amusing. I only vomited once while I was at the Denali home. It wasn't horrible, but a little did come up. Tanya stayed with me that time, and Clea Ned my mouth off before she handed me a spare toothbrush to clean my mouth up with. She then set it in a jar and said it was my official brush that I could use whenever I wanted to. Apparently it just made our new friendship solid. Throughout my time with them, I realized how natural it was for me to be around them. I felt like I was at home with the Denalis, like I belonged with them. It was almost like with the Cullens and the pack. But this time it was different. It felt more real. It sounded crazy to me, especially that this family felt more like home than the one that had helped me through the depression. The feeling of belonging was so strong with the pack, I could have sworn it would never be replaced, but here I was with the Denalis. I felt like it fit. How was that possible? I looked down at Tanya's hands resting on my hips. Her chin was set on my shoulder contently, having me lean against her front for full support as she watched her sisters over my shoulder. Why did it feel so good to be in her arms? Why did it feel so natural? I shook my head slightly to clear it. The clearance didn't last long as Tanya leant forward, brushing her lips against the shell of my ear. Is something wrong? She breathed. I shook my head, taking in a breath to hide the shiver that wanted to go up my spine. I smiled, angling my head towards hers slightly. Just a thought is all, I replied. He nodded and pulled me a little tighter against her as she went back to watching her sisters. I could feel her bury her head just a little further into my neck than it had been earlier. The position was more intimate than it had been moments before, and I liked it. I liked it a lot. Shit, I'm so screwed, I thought to myself. Just as Irina began to call out in triumph for butchering Kate in the game. Did everyone in the room hear the car door slam shut? Carmen, of course, had dismissed herself early to greet whoever was at the door as soon as she heard them come up the drive, and opened the door. When she spoke, I stiffened. Charlie, is Bella here? He asked. Instead of his voice being hard and cold like I had expected to be, it was sadder, heavier. It held the thick emotion I recognize. Ed's regret when he knew he did something wrong. He was awkward, to put it simply, and that was the last thing I expected right now. Carmen must have nodded or something, because the door closed and the two of them appeared from the hall. Charlie's eyes immediately zeroed in on Tanya and me. He frowned for just a second at our position before he blinked, reminding himself of the motto currently going through his head. I apologize for coming here like this, but I needed to speak with you, and a few people down at the station gave me your address," he explained politely, which surprised me to no end. I thought he was going to give a big speech in being here. The Denalis, also surprised by the apology, nodded. I moved myself off of Tanya's lap, who didn't seem to like that very much as she began to speak. "It's understandable." He nodded, rubbing his palms together nervously before he looked at me. "Did you?" He cocked his head to the side, conveying the silent message. I nodded awkwardly. "I told them about the cancer, Dad," I said. I deliberately just said cancer, giving him the idea that I hadn't told him about the Cullens and it needed to stay that way. He nodded. "I see." He ran his hand through his hair and sighed. "You see, I came here to apologize to you. All of you." He looked around the room. "My actions were not the best to take, and I was acting on a personal bias that I shouldn't have been." "Whoa," Elazar nodded. "Bella explained that there was an incident with a relationship she had 2 years ago," he said calmly. "We understand how you would not appreciate us latching onto her as a friend just as they did." Charlie nodded, relaxing a little now that the flow of the apology was going. "Yes, that is true. I don't think I really need to say what it is like when you see your daughter get her heart broken days after getting told she could become terminal." Tanya, who once again reacted to the mention of terminal cancer, took my hand on the couch. Her fingers twined with mine as she listened to Charlie, intently focusing on both my touch and his words. It was almost a mesmerizing thing for me to see. "But," he continued, "I have thought about everything carefully, and I realize I made the wrong assumption about you. I would like to apologize for both that and my actions towards you over the past 2 weeks." The Denalis looked at each other, making sure the why were all on the same page before Tanya smiled. "We understand, Charlie," she assured, "and I can promise you that what Bella went through won't happen again." He raised his brow at her there, but didn't comment on it as he nodded and turned to me. "I'd also like to apologize to you, Bella. You're right. I have been trying to control what you do and control the inevitable." "I'm sorry." I couldn't stop my smile as I nodded, letting go of Tanya's hand to walk up to him. I embraced him tightly. "It's fine, Dad. You were just being annoying to me is all," I said, making the last sentence teasing for him to chuckle. "That's my job. I'm your old man." I smiled as we held each other for a few seconds longer before we pulled apart. He kissed my temple and I smiled. Kate, however, decided it was an appropriate time to get the attention on her as she cleared her throat. Charlie and I turned our eyes to look at the pale blonde as she stood up from the ground, the controller loosely dangling in her hands. "My sister and I would also like to apologize to you, Charlie," she said. Irina nodded in agreement as she stood, moving next to Kate. "We were disrespectful to you when we, kidnapped Bella," Irina said, looking at me. I nodded slightly with a small smile, indicating she was going on the right track. "We apologize for offending you and kidnapping your daughter along with everything else, I suppose." He nodded. "I don't really blame you, honestly. I was acting like an ass and it takes an ass move to make an ass move." I couldn't help it as I snorted. The fact that my dad, the guy who was screaming at the Denalis and ranting about them for the past 2 weeks, was calling himself an ass and popping a joke in front of them was hilarious to me. Kate grinned a little. "Oh, you want to join us asses in a game of Mario Kart?" The end for today. Thanks for watching. I'll upload second part of the same story if I get 600 views and 10 comments on this video. Do let me know your reviews and new story ideas in comment box. And don't forget to check out products I've added in comment box.